morning, my friend. Happy 2025. How are you?
2025.
Look at you.
That'll take some adjusting.
Yeah.
25.
Speaking of adjusting, what's going on with this? This is
good.
out of control. You got a haircut. Is it growing that fast?
She left too much on the front of it.
What are you like going through a car wash with Rogaine or something where it's like
fine.
supercharging it?
I do use Rogaine. I will give you that, and I'm not ashamed to say it.
For what reason? You got a jungle
It's
going
the-
on up there.
Can you see? It's the right here. I'm losing it right.
Are you?
I'm not losing it. It's getting thin.
Okay.
There.
It's turning into a bay.
And so the goal is to take the beard and start upcombing it over the top then, because it seems like you lost your razor.
No,
this morning.
I'm not super worried about it. If it.
Oh,
you
I
know,
would be.
If it's going,
I mean,
it's going.
It's not gonna be gorgeous like this.
You.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good.
You want to see it come off?
There's no nefarious action with your hair. There was no like transplant at age 30 something or anything like that. Not that I would shame you for doing so, but I'm just asking as friends between just the two of us.
No, I was just
You're
fortunate.
just blessed.
Yes, one of the few good things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good. It's a good head of hair. I'm trying to hold on to it for as long as possible.
Okay, well, because you're starting to do the thing where you can do the spin weave too, which is
I'm not.
I've seen that before too.
I'm not trying to push it all here, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, Happy New Year, 2025.
How about it?
We'll see.
You had a big day yesterday. I mean,
yesterday was a really big day.
The Mrs. birthday as well as the start of 2025.
Yeah, we did not a lot. We went out on New Year's Eve to
the
a
jazz
club like 2 or 3 blocks away.
Was it good?
It was fine. It's like a family that I grew up near. The 2 of the kids play in the band.
Oh,
Obviously,
that's nice.
they're older now. It's cool. I've seen them like 2 or 3 times.
So
it
what
never ends up being
Beverlovian
like
instrument
my thing.
do they play?
One plays keys and the other plays drums.
Okay.
And then they have a trumpet and bass.
It's not the thing you play on your chest with the spoon.
No, it's not the what is that?
I just remember
Washboard?
that from New Orleans. Yeah, it was a washboard. Yeah, something like that.
No. So it was fine. And then we left. They played a set at 10 o'clock, which was perfect. And then we left as soon as they end. I was like, oh, they might be on their last song, and I called for the check, and then we got out of there right at 11. But yeah, threw off.
Almost made it.
Yesterday was completely thrown off. Well, then we're laying in bed, and of course, Callie, my
I'm pulling you over to the dark side of.
What?
You're up early and you're tired by 9 o'clock.
Well, and if the thing you didn't tell me about getting up early and not sleeping past 6 or 7 on the weekends, but on weekdays really 5, is if you stay up past like 10 p.m., you're screwed the next day.
Yes, because you still wake up at 3 a.m.
And so we get back, and I'm like, okay, like we get back, take the dog out, and it's like 11:15. Like I quickly get into bed. I'm like, I need to get to sleep as soon as possible. And then of course, Callie, her birthday is on the 1st. And so like every 5-10 minutes that like I'm gonna go to sleep, she's like, oh, it's 15 minutes till New Year's. And I'm like, all right, I guess and I'm literally falling asleep as like it hits midnight, and she's like, oh, like Happy New Year, and I'm like, happy birthday, Happy New Year, and then I fully go to sleep. But yeah, yesterday I was totally dead. We didn't do much. I got her flowers.
I saw. Beautiful.
How did you see?
I see everything.
Did she send you a picture of them? Oh my gosh. Yeah, they were nice flowers. Flowers are expensive.
I said he needs to spoil you more than usual.
That's it. And then there's like some party on Saturday.
Fantastic.
We'll see. But yeah, how was your New Year's? You went out to the suburbs.
Yeah, we did this whole seafood thing, which was great.
Seafood.
We did our own seafood. They've got this thing at a restaurant called Seafood Tower, where you put oysters and shrimp and stuff on. So we did our own, and there's a really good seafood restaurant, whatever you call it. It's,
oh, you were telling me about that.
Yeah. Burhops. Freaking, I swear to God, look at my shucking oysters.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
You were shucking oysters.
Yeah, because I like the oysters and I like to shuck them. And last time I got them from them, they were great. This time they were just so-so, but I did some serious damage to my hand just with that stupid knife. And it's so funny. I go from the knife to the screwdriver. Then I do get the hammer, and I stop myself with the hammer because that doesn't.
Screwdriver.
Well, because it's the same twisting thing. It just gives you more leverage. The little knife doesn't. It's only that long, and it's kind of flimsy. It doesn't.
There's no ridges on the hand end of it. You're saying so that like when you turn it, it doesn't turn.
Right,
as easy.
and if it slides, you slice the
I can't
knife
believe
yourself.
because this was at the party for your wife's family, right? For Michelle's family.
No, this was just Michelle and I.
Oh,
This
gotcha.
was Michelle and I Tuesday night.
Because I was going to say, no one else there can shuck these oysters.
No,
can do this for you.
No, that was Wednesday. Was at my wife's family for brunch, which was great. Bridget and Paul, who are her niece and his wife, Bridget's a chef, so it was like
Oh, okay.
quiche Lorraine and everything. It was really nice. Yeah, it was very, very.
So
nice.
you had Seafood Tower
Tuesday night.
on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And then quiche Lorraine. Is that French? I don't even know who Lorraine is. What is
It's
it?
a quiche with ham in it and cheese
Okay.
and Gruyere cheese, I think.
Sounds French.
Yeah, it was good. So we
Good
got
for
the
you.
big crab claws. Now Michelle has this thing that they don't crack them enough. So the guy went to town on them with a hammer in back, and so eating them, there was a lot of shell on them. So
Is that no good, or is that preferred to them?
well,
being
you've
hard to
been
open?
on when she's gotten angry about the
It's
the
one
cracking
of
up.
one of my favorite
Yes,
stories.
cracking of the claws. She's just got a special way.
I don't
And-
remember. Did we send the Seafood Tower back?
No, we just heard about it.
Okay.
Just a lot of complaining about it.
I've been there when like the water has been sent back.
Yes.
Which is
Well, that was
I understand. Yeah.
funky water.
I understand all of it.
Yeah.
Michelle, I'm on Michelle's side.
You better
no
be,
matter
'cause
what.
chances are she's watching.
But yeah, the funniest thing was we were out to dinner for your birthday, and we got the Seafood Tower, and it's beautiful. I'm not used to Pete. Obviously, is a very wealthy guy. He's got a lot of money. If you ever need a loan or anything, ask him. But I'm not
Again,
used to anything like a
I grow
seafood
my
tower.
own oysters.
Oh, really?
Yes, I actually go and
You've got
catch
some
my
ocean
own.
in your backyard.
Yes, I catch my own crab for the crab claws. I harvest this all myself.
And so we sit down to dinner for your birthday a couple years ago. Nice place. And the Seafood Tower, you order the Seafood Tower. I've never had a Seafood Tower before. It's decadent. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
There's the cocktail shrimp. There's
The shrimp, oysters, crab claws, sometimes lobster, sometimes the snow crab legs, the long ones. You know, those were the ones that the guy went to town with,
And-
with the hammer.
and I'm of course loving it. I'm eating more than my fair share. And Michelle
Well,
is
she
having a
likes
hard
the little
time opening.
You know, on the lobster, they've got those little, like leg claws that come out. They're supposed to have.
like tender
great-
meat in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's too much work for me. So
Well, and it became a lot of work,
it was not acceptable. Basis the boss.
but we didn't
So-
send it back.
No, we did not send it back. But we still kid her about the crab claws.
It's fun.
The
It's funny.
incident.
Well, I'm glad that
we call it the claw incident.
But we prefer shards rather than
no,
them being
I
hard
wasn't a
to open.
fan of the shards. The guy was again. I don't know what he was doing, but I'm sure
Well, he
was
used
like
the hammer like you wanted to use.
the lady wants them cracked. I'm going to go crack them, and he just went to town on them.
I don't want to have to see these people again.
Yes, so, but that was fun.
Well, good for you,
Yes.
man.
So
And
we
yeah,
had a good-
now we're here, a new year, and some more dollar strength in certain areas. I mean, I think
Boy,
we got
what
it.
we see a reprieve in Aussie up a little, Kiwi up a little. It's not much of a little.
You got Aussies up 23, Kiwis up 17, but comparatively, I mean, you look at this
Sterling
pound.
down 82 right now.
Yeah, it just keeps dropping here. Obviously, here's last night, and we're looking
Right.
at a short-term chart.
And everything held in pretty much right when,
Super flat.
right. London comes in about 2 o'clock our time, so 3 o'clock our time. So you actually saw Euro, Canada, and Aussie were all positive on the day. Euro and Canada were positive on the day. Not late last night, 7, 8 o'clock, when China comes in, Japan comes in.
right around here.
Yeah, they staged a little bit of a rally off the lows. They put it on on Tuesday, end of the year. But
Yeah, throughout Europe here,
again,
it's
same
been
story,
a bloodbath.
different day.
Yeah.
It really is. The pounding comes frequently, and the bounces are really not there that often.
And now we'll get into the daily chart and take a look here because this pound has held in stronger than a lot of the pieces, Pete. Especially when you talk about 126, 125, or where they are currently.
Versus 103 and a half for euro. 126 held in really well, and obviously we're well off the 134 highs we put in October. But we were at 134. We were back to 112 and a half, 113 in euro. So proportionally, the last leg of the stool that wasn't giving ground is now giving a little bit of ground.
Yeah.
So.
Do you feel like this is? I mean, if you take the U.S. dollar piece out of all the currency story for 2024, especially leading into the end of the year, where you're seeing commodity currencies getting absolutely annihilated. Right. You're seeing yen weakness. You're seeing Swiss franc weakness, and you're seeing euro getting weaker, but not as bad as some of those other markets.
It's falling less. At a slower rate than everything else.
And this pound, obviously, in those last few months of the year, the trip from 134 down to 126 is downside. That's a bearish market for the last 3 months of the year here. But now to start the year off almost 100 points and moving close to 124, and these lows here compared to that euro down around 104 or 103 or whatever would be closer to 120 in that range.
Right.
Do you see outside of that U.S. dollar, is this a little bit of shifting the strength from where it was in the pound maybe to these commodity currencies to start the year? Or is there anything to be made for the non-dollar crosses? Because you are seeing Aussie, Kiwi, Canada, not only holding in a little bit, but a little bit of a rally here to start the year, whereas the pound is getting hammered for, I'm not exactly sure what reason.
No, and again, we had weak Chinese PMI numbers last night, and commodity currencies still held up fairly well into that, albeit at lower levels. I just think it seems like they're going after, and again, the first couple of days will be interesting here because you can see some fits and starts both in U.S. equities, both in the dollar, where it'll run one way, kind of turn, run back, and then run again. So you can't argue that. I mean, the dollar was bid pretty much across the board at the end of the year. That end of the year flow was buying dollars right up to the end of the day. Was that just so? Sometimes you look at that. The best you got out of that, if you really were patient and waited for the end of the day, was a 30, 40 point bounce to sell against last night. If you're going to work on that tight a range, but you're certainly seeing some of the ground come out from some of these right now. So
and let's go back actually and take a look at this end of the year move, because we talked about it, and here we are Tuesday morning going into when we closed here Tuesday late afternoon, and we talked about that 10 a.m. move that you love trading the month end. Here obviously it's month end and year end. The FX close around 10 a.m. Central, 11 Eastern. In Europe,
and we saw it play through
a big move here, a little bit of a rally, and then a huge sell-off. And then, like you said, there was a little bounce if you were able to time it well. If you were fading this move, there was a 10-point bounce here the last couple hours of the day. But this was a tough one. It was dollar. The story in 2024, Pete, was dollar strength going into the end of the year, the last few months, and then really dollar strength to end the year. And you're seeing a little bit of a bounce here in this Aussie to start the year, but right there at the lows at 62 cents. The question for me becomes, looking at this this pound that's been, out of all the major currencies against dollar, the outperformer. Is it going to be continued dollar strength, and now this piece is going to give up some ground, because there's plenty of ground to go below 125.
Right. So, and absolutely. And we can take a look at euro sterling because I think that will show us a little bit of, we talk about the relationship of the pairs. One of the great things about Spot FX is you don't have to build them by buying one thing and selling another. There's a product that lets you do that. So,
yeah, I mean, this is, it's not lower than I would have expected, but it's a pretty beat up market. And this is something that you look at, you and I were talking about metals a little bit before we came on the show. And of course you can say for any given period, metals are up or metals are down, or here, currencies against the dollar are up or currencies are down. And obviously the last few months have been a really robust dollar bull market, and currencies have been getting hammered. But when you put them against each other, you start to tell a little bit of a different story. And again, this tells you with the euro sterling market being until today's move well below 83 cents and really at its lows for the last handful of months of price action, tells you again that this pound has been one of the last bright, shiny spots of a non-dollar Forex market.
Right. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. So it'll be interesting to see, does cable release from a little bit of outperformance and catch up to the downside, or do we see the others bounce? We're not seeing any. Again, it's awfully early, and I think you need to be mindful of you're going to get a couple of. We're just seeing U.S. equities get a real bid tone into the last 2 hours, running into the U.S. Open. Now, it's giving back some ground as we speak, but we're going to see everything kind of be a little today, tomorrow, kind of try to find a direction. So you'll see a little bit of, we could see a little bit of dollar strength, and then it turn, euro get a bid. But I think you still have to look at, from a constructive tape action, this is not trading well.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to hold on to last night's bounce. We're going into the bulk of the U.S. day right on the lows. It's not a great setup. The only thing you can say about this right now is it's cheap.
Yeah.
So will they go through and test 103? It'll be interesting to see if they do, or if, because last night we had equities appreciably lower. SPOOs and NASDAQ appreciably lower. Dollar really didn't move. Now we have U.S. equities. I think NASDAQ's up 200 euros. SPOOs are up 50 or 60. Dollar's a little bit stronger, not that much stronger though. So I think you have to be a little bit patient here to check out and see what you want to do. I think we'll both argue the cheapest things in terms of proportion are Kiwi and Aussie and Canada. Canada unrelenting. We're seeing, and this is interesting, we're seeing a bounce in Aussie and
actually,
Kiwi.
yeah, we're not seeing it in
one,
Canada.
But Canada is, again, dollar Canada is still strong. Canada, the weakest again. Aussie Canada, the cross, is again getting pushed out to levels.
And maybe we can end with this a little bit of a game here, which is taking a look at how historic the price extremes are in these markets relative to the U.S. dollar, because we have dollar CAD up here, and you're about to see that it's a little bit of a crazy story. But going back to the pound, you can see, okay, it's getting hammered here to start the year. I mean, right now they're going to trade through these lows again, off 100 points to start the year, looking at 124. But 124 is really the low for sterling going back to the spring of 2024. And they've been lower here as recently as a little over a year ago. And you go back further in time, and obviously we had this run down to 105, 110. Right. It was a short-term shot down to that 105, 110 area, but not nearly as crazy a price extreme as you'll see in some of these other markets. Euro down at 103 is starting to look a little wild, because you go back the last year or so of price action, Pete.
There's
and
nothing, again, from a technician standpoint, you don't have any support level. So that's where you're going to have to say, okay, if it gets below this level, well, what's that level? Right now, if you're playing this from the contrarian long side, you're going to have to attach a comfortable pip value to it. And yes, 103.20 seems cheap. 102.80 seems cheaper, but you're going to have to, you're going to have to be mechanical around your choices here of managing, because there's, from a historical perspective, there's not a lot.
We're in no man's land. Yeah,
we're in no man's land.
There's
right.
no case to be made for, because down here at 105, you could have said, oh, we've bounced off of this 105. And there was some nice back and forth here. Down here at 103, it's really tough, and you go back even further in time. And what you really have is that same spot where sterling got down to 105, 110 range, where we traded below parity. Now, we traded below parity for a few weeks. So again, if you're looking to buy 103.20s and you can't hold for a move that's down to parity or anything like that,
right.
then yeah, having orders in or a strategy for,
point.
okay, I'm only taking 20,
right.
30, 40, whatever points of loss and profit out of this trade. Otherwise, if you can hold for that, if you're making the contrarian play and you can hold for that bigger move, then yeah, it can be a swing trade or a longer term trade.
Absolutely, and you make a great point and that's one of the great things of Spot FX is you're not trapped to it's this size or not at all.
Yeah.
You can, if you want to give this trade, and again, I don't want to pick, I'm a 40 pip scalper. I like to trade 40 pip flips here.
That's you, Pete. Yes.
I mean, if you want to say that I really think these euros are going to bounce, but I don't know from where, what can you do? Well, first thing you do is you cut your size in half, or even maybe down to a quarter, and
Sure.
say, okay, I'm going to give it 80 pips of room. Now that's again setting both expectations. You're going to give a little bit more room to be right, but you're going to set a comfortable loss metric. And as you said, a different time frame. I'm not an intraday trader. That's going to be a little bit longer term play. But you don't just say I'm going to stick with the same unit size, give it more rope just because I think it's cheap.
Yeah.
Stay mechanical around your ideas so you can always come back in and trade with, without a jaded mindset on this. So one way to do that is to take the flexibility that this gives you of trading different sizes,
Yeah.
and be able to do that. This will be an interesting one to see because right now we're looking at it's going into 7 o'clock right now. U.S. traders are in. They're trading. We're going through the bulk of, it's noon in London right now. We're not seeing much dollar selling at all. We're seeing things like the pound really get beat up. It'll be interesting to see if we get to an inflection point and we get a little bit of a turn or it continues. But this first week, today, tomorrow, and then next week will be really interesting in FX markets. My takeaway is be disciplined, set your targets, set your sizes to a comfortable spot, and be mindful that we're at levels we haven't seen in a while. The markets can get a little bit more elastic, but that just provides us more opportunity.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more that these first couple of weeks will be super interesting because to end the last week of the year and now the first week of this year, it is looking like more dollar strength when a lot of the contrarians out there would have been hoping for or would have been thinking for some dollar reprieve.
Right.
And again, I can't help but look at go look at historical data on TastyFX or wherever for the year end and start of the year for the last 2 years. We've seen these markets trend in one direction and then turn, which isn't saying that this has to turn here and it doesn't have to turn from 103, but it's been really interesting, these trends around year end and start of the year
Absolutely.
in FX markets.
I'm in no way saying don't discount or ignore the fact that we're at this point in time. It's usually a really interesting point of time for FX traders.
Yeah.
So, and as we walk through, there's lots to choose from right now. So,
yeah, just to put a bow on this conversation of how crazy are the extremes. Pound not that crazy. Euro getting wilder by the second as they approach 103.
Canada,
We end here
We're-
with the commodity currencies, Pete.
we're getting awfully close to no man's land.
I mean, I would contend here above 142, 143, wherever that we're in no man's
Yeah,
land.
that was the top of the pandemic spike there.
This is 10 years of data almost,
Right.
Pete, and we have not traded in here for more than a couple of days, and so will be really interesting. Is this, like that gold move of the last couple of years,
Right.
where we bounced around 21, 22, 2300, and then they just moved through it, and it's like, all right, we're not in that kind of range anymore. Are we going to see some reversion here back to historical
Right.
normalcy, or is the 140 to 150 range that new range for this Canadian dollar? I mean, no relief whatsoever to start the year, as you're seeing Aussie, Kiwi, a little bit of a bounce, dollar CAD up another 30 points, and well above 144.
Good stuff. Hey, it'll be a fun week to watch. We'll see how this all shakes out. So coming up next is Tom Sosnoff, Tony Batista, and Vanessa Logan. Have a great day. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Looking for a better broker and a bonus? Sweet. We got you. Right now, you can get a bonus of up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tastytrade account. Plus, low rates, smart tech with the analysis tools you need, and award-winning support. So, get a broker who's actually got your back. And up to $4,000 at Tastytrade. Make your move, genius. Tastytrade.
Look who's back testing. Tastytrade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tastytrade.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tastytrade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tastytrade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're number one for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tastytrade. Make your move.
One of the things that was most intriguing about the financial space to us is just that there wasn't a lot of vision. There wasn't a lot of innovation. After almost 20 years of open outcry standing in the pit trading, I felt like all the markets were moving to electronic trading. I saw the writing on the wall, and I wanted to be first. Building the best technology in the world for traders was one of the coolest things anybody could ever do. I loved every second of it.
Thinkorswim will always be my baby, but this one, it's different. We built ours literally from scratch. It's a much thinner, it's a faster, it's a slicker application. Everything's on one page. So you're always looking at the core page and then bouncing around from there to get to whatever you want to get to. We're here to support whatever you're looking to do. We have the tools that you need to be a successful trader.
we just ripped higher up to 50 points, and I just thought we would stay there. But
the thing the market does best is it keeps you very humble.
You get paid a lot for being right, and you lose a lot for being wrong.
So give me, I don't know, a couple hours, and I will give you everything that you need to start trading options. See you inside.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Woo! Get tasty, pre-market. Come on, you know it, can you feel it? We got some things to talk about. Pre-market, it's early, but not too early. Come on, wake up now. Pour that coffee down your throat hole. It's hot. Now you got a hole in your throat. Oh no, just call your boss. Take the crust from out your eyes. So tasty, not a coffee.
Good morning, you knuckleheads. Happy Friday to you both.
I don't want to be here.
We were raping Vanetta through the coals here. I'm sorry. You are. It is true. You deserve better, Vanetta.
I deserve so much better for my 2025. How are you, unmedicated boomers?
I think that would be torture enough for her, just making her sit in a room and listen to us all day.
I've been doing it for 15 years. Oh my
I
God.
know, but you only have to do it for a couple of hours.
I am not okay.
You only have to do it for a couple of hours. Imagine being locked in all day. Oh my God.
I am locked in all day. It's an open blank office.
It's a lot more. You're a lot more secluded. Well, no, you were pretty secluded in the last office. You're right. You're more out in the open now. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Can you hear us from over there? You're kind of far away.
Thank God, Apple AirPod Pro 2 noise canceling earbuds.
Should be given to everybody.
Also, I would like to point out yesterday was World Introvert Day, and you guys didn't get me anything.
I'm sorry about that.
Introverts keep everything together, man. You extroverts are all out of control.
Would you say we were extroverts? Really?
You are the extrovertiest extroverts that have ever extroverted.
Did you? Who's the Iron Man guy? Who's played Iron Man? Robert Downey Jr. Right?
Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah. Did you ever see? Somebody sent me the video over the weekend. Did you ever see Robert Downey Jr. do the video about traders?
Oh my God! It's
Yeah,
old.
I saw it,
About
yeah.
30 years old, but yeah, he.
I think back
he eviscerates us.
Twitter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I saw that over this weekend. So when she was just talking about traders, I feel like.
I feel like he was
those
right.
are like fun, like 80s traders. I'm just stuck with you guys. That's like the pinnacle of traders. And then
Those were like good time 80s traders, little disposable income. Everything was good.
I have to hear the Verkakta story about you and Jules and some gristle on a plate. I'm going to unalive myself.
Touche.
Well, that's better than the story of Jules and so-and-so in a hotel room in Vegas. You don't want to hear that, I promise you.
No. Not today. Not today. Hey, let's talk some football. Congratulations, Notre Dame winning their semifinal match in the Sugar Bowl against the SEC Georgia Dogs. Getting it done. Validating my feelings. The Hoosiers are one of the top 12 teams. Just Notre Dame's unstoppable. They're just a beast. So go ahead. What do you think happens now? Where do we go? Did you watch the game?
Of course I watched the game because I bet on Notre Dame. My boys. No, I did watch the game because I did actually bet on Notre Dame against Scott. And it was a good game. Notre Dame is that was probably one of the best games they played all year. They were
they're legit.
I haven't watched much of that football. They look good.
They were bigger and stronger than Georgia. I know Georgia was missing a lot of people. But what I like best about Notre Dame is I really feel like that team will run through a wall for Marcus Freeman.
I would run through a wall for Marcus Freeman. Respectfully.
I think he's the best coach in college football. I think he's the best coach in all college football. And he just seems like those kids just love him. They love him.
They do.
I have never seen a team adore a coach more than that.
Kind of like the research team here at Tastylive.
Kind of like the research team here, and yes.
Pretty sure Jajun is the only one that loves you. He's young, though. He doesn't know.
He is true. That is true. He is young. He doesn't know. Too funny.
So wait, did you watch the game at your house, or were you in the office? You made it home in time to watch the end of it?
No, I made it home, but not. I missed the first whatever. I guess the first half of the first half.
I
missed
the first half. The first quarter
of the game.
I missed the first quarter. I missed basically a little less than the first quarter.
Okay. All right, that's not too bad.
Hey, do you want to see that Robert Downey Jr. clip? We could get it for you if you want.
Yeah. It's great.
Okay, they have it for you. They can put it up right now, or give them a couple of seconds.
I can't believe I'd never seen that clip before this weekend.
Oh my God, yeah. And he's on the old floor of the CBOE, of the CBOT.
That looks like the Board of Trade.
Yeah, it's the Board of Trade for sure.
Yeah,
he would never talk like that about.
I couldn't decide if he was. I couldn't decide if he was on the New York Mercantile Exchange.
No.
Money is evil, then that
you can't hear it.
This is the most obnoxious group of money-hungry, low IQ, high energy, jackrabbit, fucking wannabe, big-time, small-time, shit-talking, bothersome, irritating bunch of motherfuckers I have ever had to endure for more than 5 minutes.
Okay, Happy New Year.
Come on, that's great. That's great.
Yeah. It's not the edited version, but yeah, you got the gist of what he says. Jack Rabbit.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Robert. Feel the same way. Hey, did you hear Chicago's very own Derek Rose was in town yesterday at a free pop-up flower shop? People stood in long lines in frigid weather for a chance to get a one-on-one at the Superstar, but you could send flowers for free to someone. He will be honored at the United Center, I believe, tonight. Hello, maybe?
Yeah, I saw that line. It was crazy. The Derek Rose night is Saturday night.
Oh, tomorrow night. Yes, my bad then.
Yep.
That's cool.
They're playing the Knicks, and I mean.
Oh, that's what Scott got tickets to.
Yeah.
Oh, Scott's very cool.
Yeah, I was gonna go to the game, but I had a little issue with the Bulls, and then I canceled my subscription.
You ruined.
Oh no, you've been banned.
What you're saying?
I have not been banned. I banned them.
I'm pretty sure that you've been banned from the United Center and all of its properties and affiliates.
No, I'm going to the Hawks game on Sunday night, but I mean on Sunday afternoon. But I wanted to go to the Bulls game to see the Knicks tomorrow night, and the Bulls did not do me right, and so. We had a little disagreement over tickets, so I'm not going. Scott can go; he's going.
Did you pull do you know who I am on the phone? Is that what happened?
Kind of, and they said we don't care.
They said nah. They said nah.
But they got my money, and that's what sucks. So
that's iconic.
Yeah.
So they have your money and they don't have to deal with you?
Yeah, right. Now I got to get
we get that job.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
I know. So we're arguing. Yeah, but it's Derek Rose night, and Derek Rose was because he was a Chicago kid, he's a beloved superstar. He was, I mean, if he didn't blow his knee out that one year, we were looking awfully good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, his MVP year, he was amazing. And that was probably the last time. That was probably the last Bulls run. What year was that? Like 2006 or something? I don't remember what year that was.
Well, I'm not 100%.
It's a long time ago. But whenever it was, that was probably maybe 2010. I don't know. But
isn't that the 2012? I believe
2012. Okay.
From my Taiwanese sources, yes.
Yeah.
Isn't well, that was a motorcycle accident, wasn't it?
No. You're thinking of somebody else. Derrick Rose just blew his knee out. He didn't even get hit. He was just on the court and kind of like did a weird. He twisted weird, and it was it. That was it. They carried him off, and then they had a chance to go. They had a chance to go pretty far that year into the finals, and then that was it.
I think you're thinking the kid that played for Michigan, maybe that.
Oh, am I with the motorcycle
accident?
accident?
No. You're talking about the motorcycle accident? That was Jay
Williams.
Jay Williams. He played for North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina. Okay.
My Taiwanese sources say he tore his ACL. You are right.
Yeah. But Jay Williams had the motorcycle accident, and he was their first draft pick, but he played at North Carolina and never really played it. He came back, but he never played again with the Bulls.
Motorcycles are still awesome, though, so just going to put that out there.
Sure.
Unless you draft somebody with the first draft pick, you don't want them driving a motorcycle.
No, it's not my
riding. Yes.
See you later. Yeah. What are your plans for the weekend, Tom? So you're just going to be putting around, or what?
Well, Sunday I'm going to the Hawks game, and then Sunday night we have our event, our crypto event with Ryan Grace. So I'm booked solid Sunday, and then tomorrow, like I said, I was going to go to the Bulls game, and now I'm not. So now I have other things to do all day. Going out to dinner, got plans during the day.
Okay, you realize you have a brand new grandchild, right? Like,
yeah.
I was trying to suss out if you were reconfiguring your life and adapting it to the needs of your own child to help her and your son-in-law to what they need.
Well, I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy to. They don't need me, that's for sure. But I'm happy. I'm happy to go. Like if they need food, I'll go pick up some food for them. I'll do whatever. I don't know. They don't need me taking care of the baby. That's for sure.
Oh no one. I'm pretty sure the state of Illinois forbids that.
You sure they don't want you, Tom? I think they might. You might want to ask.
I'm pretty sure, but I see the way that I operate is if I don't ask.
The way that you have a way of operating?
Yeah. And if I don't ask, if you need my help, then she doesn't have to turn me down. So we all win.
That's right. That's right.
It's a cute little game that you play.
It's an internal game for sure.
I'm better off with a task. Like if my task
you're good from far from good. I get it.
Right. I'm better off with a task. Like if she says to me, "Hey, Dad, go pick me up I need a shake from Culver's." Like I didn't tell you this that after her water broke and then they're on the way to the hospital, she goes, "I have to get a shake. I need some food." So they stopped at Culver's before they went to the hospital. So
that is very Midwestern, and I am very upset that the kid is not named Butterburger.
So like if she needs me to go pick her up a shake or a Butterburger, I'm good with that. But I don't think she needs me to anything else. You want me to pick up a pizza? You need me to get a pizza for you? I'm good.
You could do that, right?
Yeah, I'm good. I could pick up Chinese food, a pizza, a Butterburger, you name it.
And they will only have small nibbles taken out of them.
Yeah, he definitely takes some liberties with it usually.
I don't know if you have a Culver's by you now, but they popped up all in Wrigleyville. So they're all over Wrigleyville.
Oh, honey, we have a Culver's on the south side. What you know about me?
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's pretty good, actually.
So you got yourself a little something while you were there.
I like their custard.
So you got yourself a little something while you were there.
No, I haven't been there in a while, but I like their custard when I go there.
When you picked up something for Case, did you grab something for yourself?
I didn't get anything for her.
She and her husband stopped at Culver's,
Yeah.
but
Oh, I got you.
if he wanted him to go, he would go. What?
I got.
I'm on standby, Tony. I'm the next order. I've got that. I'm Uber
You're
Eats.
like Grandpa DoorDash or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
How about for you, Bat? What's on tap for the weekend? The Batista ski shuttle is running on every hour. What's going on?
that ran last night. Got home around 9:45 last night. The ski shuttle. So no, I'm gonna take the weekend off. We got back to hockey Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday practice.
Wow. Okay.
School on Monday. He went to math tutoring last night. Thursday night. Yeah, no, Thursday at 1:00. Yeah, so he went yesterday at 1:00. We're back in the grind.
Okay, he's locked in.
He's locked in.
Is Slappy gonna go to the game?
Laser focus. What's that?
Is Slappy gonna go to the game this?
No games. Just practice this week. Games.
Oh, okay, I got you.
After Tom's live event, we have games, and then Tom can come to our game. We wanted to make sure Tom would be free. You got to make an appearance.
Good luck with all your practice. Hey, I know you guys don't care what I did last night, but just
we do. What'd you do last night? Oh, I want to ask.
Yeah, you don't care. I watched the documentary on Netflix. It's called Don't Die. It just came out, but I'm pretty sure there's a Tasty connection. So it's about this guy, Brian Johnson, who's spending around $2.5 million a year to hack his way into like aging backwards, right? So he's like on all these supplements, all of these health trends. He's flying to Honduras to get like gene therapy or whatever. But he founded Braintree here in Chicago, and I think we had him on the show.
Brian Johnson?
Yes.
That's really interesting that you say that. He was one of the first. I had not seen this documentary. He was one of the first interviews that we did. We did his first interview ever.
That's what I'm saying.
But listen, I'll tell you a story. We did his first interview ever on bootstrapping. He was nervous,
back
but he was
in 2012. Sosnoff.
Yeah, he was super interesting. I remember him coming on the show. I thought he was a really fascinating guy. I called him after the interview because I thought because I thought it'd be cool to do something with those guys because he was like really forward thinking, and he was one of the most impressive CEOs I had met. And then they got bought out right afterwards by I don't remember who bought him out, but somebody
they merged with Venmo, or they bought Venmo and then they sold it. I can't keep the provenance straight. But
anyway, within a short period of time after he was on our network, he got bought out. And I don't think it was Venmo, but I don't remember who it was. And
no, I'm saying Braintree bought Venmo and then something else happened.
Okay, I don't remember the exact thing, but Braintree got bought out by a bigger company. And then I reached out to him to congratulate him, and then he said he was on to his next project already, and I had never heard from him since. That's probably 10 years ago.
So he looks totally different. So I was just like, wouldn't I remember if I saw this guy in our office? But in the days when he was on our show, like he was like heavier guy, like he was like deeply unhappy. You should watch the documentary. It's really interesting to sort of see, where his mindset is coming from. But Tom, what you need,
And wait, are you saying after he met us, he got his life together? And
well, his life kind of actually blew up after he met Tom.
and he lost weight, and he's forever indebted to us? Is that what you're trying to say?
But anyway, it's really interesting. So for every 12 months in a year, he ages only 8 months now. And Tom, what you have to do, you need a blood boy. So we're holding auditions. So he uses his...
I saw that in Mad Max, a blood boy.
He uses his 18-year-old son, Talmadge, and he takes his plasma from his son, and then he gives his plasma to his dad. Peter Thiel has been doing this like for years or like whatever. But Tom, all the rich people for 2025 are getting blood boys.
You're going to suck the life out of me, Sadloff, even more than you already do.
But anyway, you should watch it. It's on Netflix. It's got a tasty connection. It's called Don't Die. It was interesting. So anyway.
All right, that's good
I'm going
to
to keep
know.
it moving. Hey, we got a great show for you today. A lot. The first Friday of the year. We barely made it. But yesterday felt like Monday. I'm all over the place. But today is Friday. So that means an options jive headed your way at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Jamal, very smartly, is still on vacation. But we're going to do an options jive. Vibing with Volatility. Talking about IV and IVR. At 8:40, we got a fast market. Tom and Bat are going to try to do as many viewer submitted trades as possible. First fast market of the year. Love that. Then 9 o'clock market measures reliability of beta weighted deltas. That's going to be at 9 o'clock. And then 9:20-ish, live from the trade desk, big boy Scotty S taking your questions from Tastytrade. And Scott ate some of Tom's chili yesterday. I filmed it. I got to still edit it or whatever, but we'll check in with Scott. Hopefully he's still alive.
Hopefully we can get a review before he passes.
Yes, but that is our run of show for today. Hey, in the meantime, you guys want your daily dose?
Sure.
All right, hit me with my theme music. Let's go.
Our leading story, breaking news, coming
across
the wire. Leading story, top story, just in.
In today's headlines, this just in.
Breaking news.
All right, everybody. Today's a fantastic Friday. It's January the 3rd. This is part of the show we like to call the Daily Dose, where we talk about today's financial news and headlines. My name is Vanetta. Are you ready for the news?
Ready for the news.
And actually, John, I sent you an email. Maybe we can play it, or we can play it on the way out after my other video, but it is my favorite time of year. How long do you guys say Happy New Year?
I'm done. I'm done after today.
I'm done already.
Why are you done already?
Yeah, no, I'm done already. It's the New Year's over.
Yeah, today's my last day.
But I like to just say Happy New Year to people.
On.
Like,
I mean,
hey girl, hey, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, girl.
No, today
it's over with.
Today's my last day. Official last day. I don't say it at all, but today's my last day. I've been writing it in an email.
Well, here are the iconic clip from your
It's a little late, frankly, for the Happy New Year's, you know?
Why? Just happened a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah, that's too long. Statute of limitations is kind of run out on the New Year's. 3 days. Plenty.
3 days.
Yeah, I agree with
By the
him.
way,
3
everything
days.
doesn't have to be happy.
Yeah.
Why does everything have to be happy?
Happy New Year.
You are Larry David.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, Happy New Year. I'm going to keep saying it. And the market might keep saying it. So I keep forgetting about this, but technically a Santa Claus rally includes the first 2 days of January. The market can still deliver gifts even when the Santa Claus rally fails. The period from Christmas through the second trading day of January is the traditional definition of the Santa Claus rally. And over the past century, the U.S. stock market during this period has risen more frequently than over other periods of comparable length.
Why don't we just make every rally a Santa Claus?
Yeah, why don't we
rally,
just
and then it can never
exactly?
end?
Why don't we just say any rally?
To you, I know the headline doesn't matter, but are there things that you get from tape reading in the first 2-3 days of a new year that tell you something?
Usually a headache. Nothing else.
Tom, nothing?
No, nothing. Nothing.
No, like what kind of?
I mean, so goes January, so goes the market. Is that what you're looking for?
No.
Yeah, like yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, bah humbug.
All right, I want to play more videos. No, okay. Reserves at the Fed sink below $3 trillion to the lowest since 2020. The U.S. banking system's reserve, a key factor in the Fed's decision to keep shrinking its balance sheet, tumbled below $3 trillion, the lowest since October 2020. Do you care? Does this mean anything?
No.
All right. Can we talk about bonds?
Sure. They're up a half a point this morning. They're up half a
over
point.
114 again. I've been saying over 114, under 114, which seems like eternity, but really it's only been about the last 8 days. 114.07. I'll call it the higher end of its most recent range over the last week. Still having a hard time getting out of its own way.
Okay. Do you like any of the bond ETFs at these levels or no?
No. I mean, we have a long position on in TLT, but
Oh, you do?
yes, but I wouldn't say it's a tiny position compared to our bond position.
Okay, I got you. Hey, U.S. oil executives expect faster permitting under the incoming Trump administration. That's according to the Dallas Fed. U.S. energy executives are wetting themselves with glee over perceived faster permitting times for drilling on federal lands. Who needs federal lands? Under President-elect Donald Trump, let's talk about oil.
Oil was staging itself a little bit of a rally yesterday, up to 73 and change where it sits right now, up only on 13 cents. Doesn't give you the whole story. It's had about a $3,000 rally from 70 to 73 where it sits now. Ivy ranking 19 is starting to percolate. It was much lower earlier. It's starting to rally a little bit. It's almost going to be on the radar soon.
Tom, oil?
No oil positions for us. 0.
But soon, maybe, is Bat saying. It's percolating.
It's got a little more percolating to do.
All right. Hey, Constellation Energy, CEG, I believe, has been awarded a record $1 billion in contracts to supply nuclear power to the U.S. government over the next decade. Constellation is the country's largest operator of nuclear power plants, and it will deliver electricity to more than 13 federal agencies. Let's talk CEG.
We don't trade it.
Maybe
we usually don't. Ivy rank at 32 is pretty good. The stock had a monster rally yesterday, as you said here, from 26 or 225 to 240 and change. I'm looking at the markets. Earnings of February 25th, March. They're okay. They're okay. February options, nah. The markets aren't that great. So sorry. I had to look.
But I want some concrete way because I think nuclear is going to be really important. I don't care if you call me a Victor or a Chris or whatever, but I just
yeah, I get it.
I want some way to make money on it, but whatever.
Maybe a defined risk trade here. I like that it has earnings February 25th, which is after February expiration. Open interest, I'm going to take a look at right now. Give me 1 second. Open interest is okay. It's marginal. You'd have to have a directional bias.
Hey, some of the world's largest hedge funds finished 2024 with comfortable double-digit returns, benefiting from chaotic markets, central bank policy changes, and a tight U.S. presidential election race. Hedge fund returns ranged from almost 10% to over 30%. Boy, Kenny G over at Citadel had around a 15.1% gain. I know you don't super care about hedge funds returns, but a 30% gain, I mean, that's outperforming the market. That's impressive.
That's impressive. I'll give you that.
Yeah, we don't care.
Okay. Keeping it moving. You can't shake my stride today. ETFs could face obstacles in 2025 after their runaway growth in 2024 saw ETFs take in a record 1.1 trillion in inflows. It was the most in the product's 35-year history, and it came close to doubling last year's figure of 597 billion. But while ETFs topped records, they're eyeing a new set of challenges, including how to navigate the increasingly crowded ETF market, because a lot of these funds aren't getting any traction. There's just too many. What are your thoughts on the ETF market in 2025?
Well, I think that's the correct thing. I think there are too many, and I think you're going to see some consolidation or some ETFs just disappear because they're not, some of these fund companies, they throw a million ETFs out there and whatever, hoping something sticks. Because if you get one that sticks, you can make some money off it. But if it doesn't, you got to get rid of it.
Yeah, but what seems to be sticking are like the most dangerous ones, like your double and triple levered ones.
Well, I mean, sometimes those are the ones that interest people. You just got to find the right one. It's hard to come up with products.
Sure. Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. All right. Hey, Hindenburg Research shorts Carvana, calling the company's turnaround a mirage. Ooh, shots fired, girl. Hindenburg disclosed a short position in Carvana yesterday, claiming the company's recent turnaround is a mirage that is being propped up by unstable loans and accounting manipulation. CVNA, what do you say?
We do not have a position in there. Stock's come down pretty good. Actually, it's had a big sell-off last, I'd say, week or so.
Very nice.
We don't have a position.
How are the markets in there? How's the IV?
The IV's okay. The markets are okay.
So maybe I did something.
I don't know. It depends. We'll see after they open. I mean, Carvana's usually a little bit wide, but again, it was a $600 stock that went to 250.
Okay, but I bet someone's going to write in about it for Fast Market, and then you're going to be like, Carvana.
Oh, Carvana.
Oh, let me see. Okay.
Good.
Oh, I like this. Yeah, all right. Let me do. Okay, whatever. I don't care.
Well, if it's in play today, I like when Hindenburg puts something out because when it's in play, it's usually kind of, makes it more interesting.
I'm literally telling you this, though. It's me, Mario.
Carvana down $5. Yeah, well off its highs of, let's call it 260, down about under 200. That's correct.
In other automotive news, the big matzo ball that was out yesterday is that Tesla annual deliveries failed to meet expectations yesterday. Tesla reported its first fall in yearly deliveries as lucrative year-end incentives didn't quite equal what the company hoped. The Cybertruck also failed to lure companies wary of higher borrowing costs. Tesla stock down a decent amount, then kind of came back a little yesterday. Let's talk about Tesla.
Yeah, they
killed volatility in there.
They did.
Tesla, I'll tell you that much.
They killed vol.
IV rank is percolating a little bit this morning. We'll see.
Stock dropped like $25 yesterday.
It's up $2 today to 381.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely in play.
Do you have a position in there?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, yeah.
Do. And I sold some strangles in there yesterday too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but did vol come in too much yesterday, or it's okay?
No, that's okay.
No.
I mean,
okay.
I sold stuff yesterday, so obviously I thought it was still rich, but we'll see. What did we do yesterday? We sold the 280-540.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't
You'll be
know.
fine.
What?
You'll be fine. I mean,
What?
We sold it for $887. It closed at $857, so we made 30 cents on it.
Uh-huh.
Nice. A slew of blue chip firms raised a total of $15 billion in the U.S. investment grade primary debt market as underwriters brace for what's expected to be one of the busiest Januaries in bond sales. Ford and GM were among 10 high grade firms that borrowed money on Thursday. Ford's financing unit priced a two-part $2.5 billion bond deal for general corporate use, and GM's financing unit also sold bonds in 3-part deals.
Ooh. What do you think here, Saz?
It doesn't mean anything to me. I mean,
anything in Ford or GM, but with the move in Tesla yesterday, or no?
GM was soft too, traded down to 51 and change after trading higher like 53 and change, well off of its highs of almost 60. This morning it looks unchanged, even with the market a little bit higher.
And Ford, we don't really trade.
Yeah, let's say Ford, you can't really talk about under $10 stock. You're either gonna trade it directionally or you're not gonna trade it at all.
Hey, couple of hits for Apple yesterday. The hits keep coming. The first story is that Apple offers a rare holiday discount in China as Huawei competition heats up. They are giving customers 500 Chinese yuan, which is around $68.50, off of the new iPhone 16 Pro or Pro Max. For a long time, Apple has resisted offering a discount through its own retail channels, And also news came out yesterday that Apple has agreed to a $95 million settlement because people that didn't even say, "Hey Siri," were being recorded by Siri in their bedrooms and when speaking with doctors. And Apple said, yeah, you know what? That's my bad.
I noticed that thing flashing all the time, like it's always listening.
You got to turn that off. Yeah. Anyway, but a couple of bad hits for Apple yesterday. Let's talk about what the stock's doing today to finish the week.
Looks like it's going to be a little softer too. It's going to open down around $1 if it's here. 242.90, I'll say. Just about down $1 off of its highs that it made just before the end of the year, around 260.
Tom, what are you doing in Apple?
We have some strangles on in there. They came in nicely yesterday because we were a little short Delta too. So
gotcha.
I'm not bullish on any of the. I'm not super bearish. I'm not short, but I'm on any of the big stocks that had a rally. That rallied huge in the Nasdaq last year. I'm not playing any of them to the upside.
Yeah, you're taking the contrarian role.
Yeah.
Google's antitrust woes sparked an analyst downgrade of Alphabet stock. JMP Securities cited the risk of antitrust penalties that could significantly impact Google's U.S. distribution of search and search revenue. Google got downgraded, and TP wrote about Google for the cherry bomb yesterday. Make sure you subscribe for that. What are you doing in Google v. Goog?
Good IV rank of 53. Earnings coming February 4th. That's a month away. Stock's 190 up small this morning.
Yeah, we're short the 170, 210, right dead smack in the middle.
Okay.
Got them right where we want them.
Got them right where we want them. Exactly.
A federal appeals court has struck down the FCC's net neutrality rules that prevented internet service providers from throttling or blocking some content or charging more to deliver it. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit said the FCC lacked the authority to reinstate Obama-era rules. Democrats wanted greater oversight of internet service providers, while Republicans reject the idea that they should be regulated like phone companies now with a new administration coming in. I'm just tired of the back and forth. I was like, can we just decide something and just have that be the law?
I'm with you on that. Yeah,
we can't snip, snap every 4 years, man.
Right. Can we pick a direction and go there?
Yeah, let's just go. Just figure it out. You just get it together. Anyway. But that's it. That's the story. That's the tweet. Hey, Unity Software. That's just you. Shares were up 10% yesterday after a cryptic post by Roaring Kitty sparked enthusiasm. I don't get any of this at all. This is literally what he tweeted. This is Dave Chappelle dressed as Rick James from the iconic Chappelle Show. I don't know what any of this has to do with Unity Software. If I were him, I'd tweet Queen Latifah like UNITY. That's the Unity. No, anyway, whatever. I'm just old. I don't understand any of this. But I'm Rick James.
I'm with you. I don't understand any of it either. I agree. I don't know.
Yeah, but Roaring Kitty's.
I don't know what's going
Roaring
on.
Kitty's not that young.
I don't. Again, anyway, but Unity Software. I don't know if you ever trade it. The ticker is U. It was up 10% yesterday because of Rick James.
We have traded it, but I don't think it's probably been a year.
Okay.
It's funny. I'm taking a look at the markets here, at least on the close or so. The calls closed about 10 cents wide. Look like they're very active. Open interest is high. The puts have good open interest too, but their markets close about 50 or 60 cents wide. I'll be curious to see how they are on the opening here. Stock's basically unchanged, maybe down a dime after a good move up, as you just said, from around 22 to about 24.
Who's to say? Who knows? Global Foundries and IBM said Thursday that they had settled dueling lawsuits in which Global Foundries was accused of breaching a contract with IBM and that the computer giant was alleged to have misused the chip maker's trade secrets. I don't really care about any of this, but what are you doing in IBM or Global Foundries GFS? Which I legitimately thought was Gordon Food Services. So I learned something.
I don't think we've ever traded Global Foundries, and IBM we have no position right now.
Okay. That tracks. I was just checking. So
He is correct.
hey, Bat, this story is for you. Rolex hikes watch prices by as much as 8% after gold had its best year on record in decades. Rolex, the biggest luxury Swiss watch brand, raised prices on some of its most popular models after gold prices surged. Ooh.
Oh. Well, you just cost yourself 8%, Tom. Gold trading at 26.58. Like you mentioned, it was higher for 2024 and significantly higher. It's basically unchanged so far this year, maybe at the slight higher end of its range.
Tom, did you ever own a Rolex?
Not only have I never owned a Rolex, I don't own a watch.
Yeah, you don't like watch. I thought you owned a Swatch watch, one, like a fancy one.
He did. He got a
okay.
good memory. He did.
Yes.
He did.
Okay. I've never owned a watch that I actually wore.
He's never owned an adult watch.
I did buy the platinum Swatch watch in
platinum.
1990 something.
Which was made out of plastic.
For $1,800 because I thought it was going to be worth $100,000. I've held it for 25 years or longer, 30 years, and I think it's worth less than I paid for it.
Do you know where it is?
No. But
unlike that Rolex that would have held its value, have been worth more, but that's okay.
Let me look it up right now. Platinum Swatch watch. Maybe I'm up money on it. I literally held it for 30 years.
Beanie Babies while you're on there.
There's no way you could find this watch if you still had it.
Yeah, I never took it out of the box.
You still have.
I don't know where the box
you still
is.
find it.
Yeah, vintage Yeah, it's actually I'm up money.
There's no way you could find it.
It's up. It's $500 more. Right now on used.
That's the offer. That's the offer. Nobody's buying it. I mean, the last one that traded was given away when you bought like a carton of milk or something.
There's actually articles on it called "The Curious Case of Swatch's Most Extravagant Watch Ever."
Mm-hmm.
It had a list price here. It said it originally had a list price of $1,619, and now it is.
Yeah, but those are 1990s dollars.
I know,
right. That's
and
right.
now it's somewhere between $2,000 and $2,400. So maybe I'm up $500 if I could find a buyer.
If you could find the watch.
And you could find the watch. That's right. And sad enough, $1,600 in 1990 is the equivalent to almost $3,800 today. Thanks, Joe Biden.
So you're down money.
What's funny is that the kid
you could sell it.
The kid that one of the kids that worked with me, this was his grand idea to buy as many as we could. So he waited online for he went early in the morning, he came in 6 in the morning or earlier, and he went down and whatever.
Earlier than he ever came in for work, but go ahead. Yeah.
No. He was always early, and he came in super early, and he's like, "I'm going." It was 6 o'clock in the morning. He goes, "I'm going." Store doesn't open till 9. I'll wait online. And because, they're going to run out, it's all this hype. So he waited online. There was a line, actually. He waited online. I think you're only allowed 2 or 3 per customer. They gave it to you. They sold it to you with gloves, so you couldn't touch it.
White glove service.
Yes. And I was so excited to have this, and I saved it now. It's got to be 25 or 30 years. I've never touched it. And it's not worth anything.
1989. If Taylor Allison Swift is 35, then it's 35 years. 1990.
It doesn't say welcome to the 90s week. Here it is. 1993. So it's
93 then. Okay.
So it's been 30 years.
All right.
1993.
There you go.
So I've held it for 30 years.
The domestic box office fell to $8.75 billion in 2024 as movie theaters continue to struggle to recover from strikes. Not even the dynamic duos of joy and anxiety, Deadpool and Wolverine, or Gru and his minions were enough to turn around the box office. My question for you, did you go see a movie in the theaters at all last year?
No.
I don't think I did either.
The last
Did
movie.
you bet?
The last movie I saw in the theater.
Or no, wait, did you go see Oppenheimer? When was Oppenheimer?
I saw Oppenheimer. I saw it on an
No,
airplane.
I think that was last year. I think that was 2023. Yeah. My
I
bad.
saw it on an airplane. The last movie I saw was the Nike Air Jordan movie in a theater.
Oh, that was like 4 years ago.
No, I think it was 2 years ago.
No, I can't keep track of time.
Nor can I.
I want
Did
to
you
see.
any movies in the theater?
I want to see the
Yeah,
Bob.
I think so for sure.
I want to see the Bob Dylan movie.
No, you want to go see Wicked Girl.
No, I don't want to see Wicked.
It's actually out on streaming already.
Yeah, my daughter and my wife are trying to get me. They almost tried to get me to do that last night, but I resisted. I was able to persevere.
It's $17. But that's for 3 people. That's a good price.
Every movie's $17 at home.
I know.
More.
Well, actually, it's $20, but it's marked down to
Okay, I thought you were saying it was high.
Hey, as long as you don't have to
Yeah.
go to the theater to see it, it's worth $100.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. At least you can hide at home.
This is a sad story. Noodles and Company received a delisting notice on Christmas Eve. Oh my God, it's like the Blues Brothers. But the fast casual chain stock price in 2024 traded at $3 per share, but it dropped below $1 following the release of its Q3 earnings report in early November. The company has 180 calendar days or until June 23rd to put on the best gosh darn talent show this town has ever seen. No,
What?
You know, usually a fast food restaurant could do something good. This is one restaurant that doesn't do anything good.
Oh, I like Noodles and Company. I like their Japanese pan noodles with chicken.
I've never been to one.
Of course.
Been to a Noodles
for the
Company?
peasants.
No, I don't know where there is one.
They're everywhere.
What's the stock symbol?
It might be NDLS. Hold on. I'm not sure if it changed. Please hold.
I've definitely never traded it.
Yeah, NDLS. Look at me. I am good. Yes.
So
Sosnoff, there's one not too far from you in Lakeview that you can go to off of Southport, 3400 Southport.
perfect. That's right in my neighborhood. Hey,
Beautiful.
What? Why don't they just do a reverse split?
Why don't you call
Why
them?
don't you become the CEO?
Why don't you serve on their board?
Why don't you GFY?
Hey, I want to get to this story. This is great. THC infused jardinera has cannabis customers and foodies buzzing. Chicago icon West Loop sandwich shop JP Graziano has collaborated on the pickled condiment, which is infused with THC. It's available for a limited time only. Weed is legal here for adult recreational use and medical use here in Illinois. And thanks to the bear, jardinera, people know what it is. And so your jardinera is, they're going to release 3,000 jars of the THC infused jardinera. I think this is all we need for Tom to be, mellow in 2025.
My problem with JP Graziano's is I get intimidated inside that place because they got the lady behind the
but
bars.
a tiny little Italian lady that yells at
The lady, it's not the lady that you order from, it's the lady that you pay, right?
Yeah, right. The lady you pay, the mama bear. The rest of them, when they make your sandwich, when you get your sandwich there, I really like it. And I gotta tell you, they do have really good jardinera. Really good.
They sell it. You can have it shipped all over the country. Yeah.
I know. Their jardinera is excellent. I don't think it's as good as Potbelly's. I don't think it's as good as Fontano's, but it's really good.
Really good. I like it.
But it is an intimidating place. They got a lot of different there's a lot of different things you have to do there to get a freaking sandwich.
Confusing for a guy like us. Yeah. I agree.
You have a little performance anxiety.
Yeah, I do have a little performance anxiety there. Hey, by the way,
plus I'm holding a 12-inch in my hand, and it's nothing that I'm used to. Like, I mean, it's not. This is Not the same.
Finally today for my viral video of the day, everyone's all pizza michi this, pizza michi that, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
I'm hearing a lot about this. Yeah.
So tired of that. No, I got something. I'm going to put you on something new. First viral video of the year. I do a little segment that I like to call Will Tom Eat It, or I scour the internet for food for fat traders. What I love about Chicago is like fusion restaurants, like different culture, and they'll just come together. So this is a Filipino and Latino pizza place in Pilsen, and it's legit all over TikTok. Watch this.
Find the best pizza in Chicago. Today we're going to one of the hottest openings of the year, and they're doing a longanisa sausage and jarred pizza. We're at Novel Pizza Cafe in Pilsen. When I opened the box, this is one of the most breathtaking pizzas I have ever seen in my life. Beautifully cooked, a ton of seasoning on this. This thing's insane. Let's talk about the longanisa sausage. A little bit of a sweetness to it. I love
like
that
it.
it's finely diced, really evenly distributed on this
I like
entire
it.
pie. You get a ton of this. If we're talking traditional pizza toppings, this is like a perfect hybrid of like a pepperoni and an Italian sausage. And
I
of
like
course,
it.
you get that blast of that nice heat from the jarred. The crust is what you expect from, you know, a classic Chicago tavern style pizza spot, or thin crust, however you want to say it. And unlike pizza michi with that super thin cracker crust, you don't get that super crunchy pop with this pizza. And the sauce to me is very standard. It doesn't lean towards like a sweet sauce, just a good classic bold Chicago pizza sauce. My biggest critique isn't so much with the pizza, it's actually how you order the pizza. They don't take phone or online orders. You have to order in person. You can either dine in or take out, which is fine, but when you go there, just expect that
Anyway,
no matter
thank
what,
you,
if
John.
you're getting a full pie, you're
Novel
spending at least
Pizza
25
in
to 30
Pilsen,
minutes on it. But I will say,
longanisa and jardiniere pizza.
I love a little longanisa sausage, and with jardiniere, that pizza looked pretty good.
See?
I follow that guy.
Something new.
I follow that guy. Whatever. I forgot his name, but I follow that guy.
I know you do. All right.
Oh, so he's been curated.
That's yucking it up. You can follow him
Yeah.
yucking it up. On
Yeah, yucking it up. Noodles and Company. What do you think the company's worth? Market cap.
$350 million.
How much?
350 million?
No, you can afford this one. 26 million.
You guys can buy Noodles and Company.
Noodles Company coming for you.
Show us your nudes. Bat, what's coming up next?
We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live right after this, but confirm its end.
Know someone who needs a better broker? Earn $250 for each qualified person you refer to Tastytrade. Because friends don't let friends trade on a bad platform. Terms and conditions apply. Join the club, genius. Tastytrade.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Beth got us presents. What is this all about?
This
What
is
is this
so
all about?
nice.
Oh, a little mini fridge. I love it.
Oh,
I love
look
it.
at that. And it's red.
It goes well with my Mr. Coffee here.
She
I don't know
gives
if
you
can-
something hot. She gives you something cool.
Tom's is a regift.
What man?
Beth wrapped up something that she'd already given you.
No, I think I've given you this before. It's for,
I want the refrigerator.
it's for your pistachios.
It's for your-
Pistachio. No, you put your pistachios on top. You stick your nuts in the. You don't have to take it out. You stick your nuts in the little space, the little hole. Don't
And
use
the
that hole for
shells.
anything
The
else.
shells
Your
in there.
shells.
Yes, to keep it clean.
I love it. Good job, Beth. Good job out of you.
I want the mini fridge.
Aw, you're literally a billionaire. You could buy your own mini fridge.
So if you're in a random store, right? You're at Trader Joe's.
Okay.
Okay.
Trader Joe's.
You're standing on.
Am I holding a cart or am I pushing?
You're
Am I
holding a little
basket. I got a little basket.
Okay, you're at
go
Trader
ahead.
Joe's.
Okay, that's fits me.
Random guy, me.
Yeah.
Standing in front of you. You don't know me.
Stands in front of me. Okay.
Right in front of me. I turn around. You look at me. My fly is open.
Nah.
Do you say anything?
I think so.
It's a serious question.
I think
you don't
so.
Say anything.
I am not clocking men's in the line.
I would
I
say,
do that.
hey, your fly's open.
I would do that.
I would think it's a trap that he would want me to talk with, like, purposefully. So I'm not going to say anything.
What if he
Right.
says to you, more importantly, what if I'm the dude in front of you?
Yeah, do
and
not
my fly is
engage.
open, and you say, hey, your fly is open. I go,
Thanks.
do you like that?
I would like.
What do you say next?
Thanks.
I want to go home.
I was a late bloomer.
Well, you're too busy.
Yeah, I was an athlete. I was.
Oh
yeah. You're too busy with Aragon and Argon?
Yeah.
In the shower, what's your go-to for soap?
Like a Dove liquid soap.
Thank you.
Unscented.
Thank you. Liquid soap.
Yeah.
These two guys,
liquid soap.
These two guys use a bar. I'm like, what year were you born that you still use? It's disgusting.
It's pretty disgusting.
Huh?
I can't stand liquid soap.
So that when you pick it up, there's hair all over the bar, and you're, oh my God, it's disgusting. Like, actually, I got to remember in your bathroom, do you have a pump with liquid soap, or do you have a bar in your bathroom in the first?
No. Communal bathroom used the liquid soap.
Yeah, right.
This I have to hear. What's the logic that in a communal bathroom it's liquid, but in your private?
Yes, I agree with Tony.
They're not cleaning their in my powder room. Okay, that's the logic.
Oh my God.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
In the world of options, somebody once said, for every gimme, there's a gotcha.
It's all about generating positive expectancy in your portfolio.
Welcome to Option Trades Today. I'm Tony the Bat Batiste, and I've got not one, but two trade ideas for you today.
Exploring zero DTE. We promised you we would take a look, and here we go.
Got the need for speed? No problem. At Tastytrade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tastytrade, make your move.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with Confirm and Send, Sadov. But first, let's take a quick look at the market. Even the S&Ps trying to do a little bit of a reversal from yesterday. They're up 15 handles. NASDAQ is up 66. The Russell's up 3, and the Dow is up 110. Volatility in by 21 cents. And the bond's up 17 now, Sadov. 114.09, just a few ticks off of their highs. On a percentage basis, you take a look at things here, you'll see that nat gas is the big mover to the downside after making that look like a blow off, kind of take somebody out of a position top at 4.2, now trading 3.47, down 18 cents and change. The euro, which had a dismal day the last couple of days, actually, up small, or at least 4.5 cents, almost 4.5 cents.
No, not 4.5 cents. 420 pips. That's it.
I apologize. 100% correct. Almost a 0.5% move.
Yeah. The dollar's down today. The British pound, Canadian dollar, euro, and Japanese yen are all higher. For a change, that's something going our way, and bonds also.
Yep.
I'm Tom Sosnoff. He's Tony Batista. This is Tasty Live. We got to get to Confirm and Send. Let's go.
I'm ready.
Quiet morning so far. I've scalped a few S&Ps, and that's about it. Friday, Jan 3rd. Here we go. How do you decide when to roll? For example, when do you roll a put credit spread if the underlying moves against you? Are there any general rules to follow? Specifically, do you roll when the underlying touches the short put or when you get closer to expiration?
I'm rolling closer to the 21-day rule is what comes to mind here, if that's what they're referring to. So just about 2.5 to 3 weeks before expiration, I'm looking to roll from 1 month to the next. Is that what they're asking?
Yeah. I'll grab this. So generally, the term roll means, we use two terms. We use one term which is adjust, and we use another term which is roll. Roll means you're going from the current month to the next month. And for us to roll, we do that at 21 DT, regardless of where the underlying is. It doesn't matter to us. We're not gonna, since it's a defined risk put credit spread, the chances of us rolling early for that, it's not very high. We're probably gonna roll right around that 21 DT.
Now, will we adjust that trade before that? And how do you adjust a short credit spread? Maybe you could sell a call spread against it, or maybe it just, I don't know. There's not much else you can do. We're not gonna buy it back and change the strikes. So we really, with defined risk credit spreads, unless we're going to sell a call spread against it, there's not much we do except roll it forward at 21 DTE, and we really don't care whether it's touched or it's still out of the money, whatever it is, because it's defined risk. So we're not going to do too much with that.
Yep.
Let's go next slide. I don't think you guys believe in the idea of as goes January, so goes the year.
Oh, we were just talking about this.
But is there any evidence that a volatile January leads to a volatile year?
I don't think so. But I mean, if you have any volatile month is going to kind of skew a little bit of volatility for some time. So for me, I think if you have a volatile January, you will have a volatile quarter at the very least.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible that if you have a volatile month in January, you're going to have, like Tony said, a volatile quarter maybe, but there's absolutely no evidence or statistical proof whatsoever that says a volatile January leads to a volatile year. I mean, we don't, Januarys sometimes are volatile, but there's nothing that says it doesn't mean a damn thing. So goes January, so goes the year. Doesn't mean anything. It's just made up. It's good financial media garbage. Let's go to the next slide.
Yes, it is.
Do you pay attention to market internals like advanced decline lines when forming a market opinion?
Considering I've never looked at them in the last few decades, I would say no, and not something that I look at. I mean, do I take a look and look at a list of stocks that I trade and see which ones are higher and which ones are lower and make a statement like, yes, it's a pretty broad-based rally or it's not, blah, blah, blah. Sure, I'll do that. But no, I don't dive into it like that at all.
Yeah, neither of us, I don't think in 13 years on this show, going to our 14th year, that you've ever heard us mention an advanced decline line once.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever talked about advancing stocks, declining stocks, advanced decline lines. I don't think we've mentioned that in 13 or 14 years. So do we pay attention to it? Obviously not. Let's go next slide. I've heard you say you don't like adding capital to a losing trade, but you will add to a winning trade. Can you please explain what you mean by adding to a winner?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. You have yesterday you put on a strangle, you added to it. It was a small loser at the time, but you added to it. You weren't at your max contract or your larger end of your size.
No. A better example would be Tesla. So I was short a strangle coming in Tesla, and it went my way by about $1, and so then I sold another strangle in the afternoon. Okay, yes, a new trade.
That is true.
That's when you add to a winner. The IV rank was still high. I wanted to put some positions on. I had a nice winning trade in Tesla, and I added to that trade. That's adding to a winner.
Good point.
Let's go next slide. So when you talk about allocating 3 to 6% of a medium-sized account per undefined risk trades and 0.5% to 1.5% for defined risk trades, is that assuming regular Reg T margin? Would you keep it similar for portfolio margin or span margin? Also, would you say span and portfolio margin give very similar leverage, even though the underlying calculations are a bit different? It's a little heavy.
I would say they're around the same. I mean, they're around the same, for me. I'm sure maybe somebody from the research team will find a couple of percentages different, but that's not what I'm looking at here. So yeah, that is the same. And I am talking about a regular margin account. And remember, with defined risk trades, there is no margin on that trade. It's the buying power is fixed. So yes, for the undefined risk trade, I'm talking about a regular margin account.
Yeah, let's understand something too. Just to be clear about this. When you trade options or futures, there's no margin ever. You never pay a penny in margin. The only time you ever borrow money from a brokerage firm is if you're trading stock. So you can trade you can hear us say margin or buying power required, whatever. You never can borrow a dime unless you're trading stocks. If you don't trade stocks, you're never going to pay a dime in borrowing costs. That's number one. Number two, everything we do assumes everything we talk about in this network assumes a regular margin account, because that's what's required to do all these complex trades. Regular margin account. We never assume portfolio margin, and we never separate anything for span margin. Although we will say that span margin, which is futures margin, allows you to get, allows you to have more leverage, and it is very similar to portfolio margin. They are very similar. They're like first cousins. There's a little bit difference with volatility and duration, how it impacts, but they are first cousins. The reason that span exists is because portfolio margin was new and span was new, and they needed to upgrade the old margin systems of traditional Reg T. That said, if you have a traditional margin account and you want to have span or portfolio margin, we would reduce our size by about 30% until you prove concept. So until you prove that you can handle the additional leverage, we would reduce your size by about 30%.
Very good.
Let's go to the last slide. Why is the BPR, the buying power required, or buying power reduction, either one, so much less for /ES? That's the S&P futures. Is there significantly more risk to trading ES futures versus SPX? All option BPR can increase if positions go horribly wrong. Is there more risk of this happening with ES options?
Well, it's going back to the question we just had a moment ago. Two different regulatory bodies coming up with the buying power required on an opening trade. ES options are going to use span margining, which is different than the regular equity margin that we're used to. It's a lot lower on entry, especially on out-of-the-money options and options further away from expiration. As they get closer to expiration, that buying power can grow on that trade. Also, ES is 50 cents a point, not $1 or $100 a point. So you have to do twice as many ES to equal one SPX, and now you're getting back almost to where we started in SPX. So it is different, and things can't go horribly wrong. But your buying power can increase, so you got to keep a little bit more on the sidelines.
So why is the buying power required so much less for ES? Because they have a different regulatory body that governs futures. There's unfortunately, actually maybe it's fortunately, there are two different regulatory bodies that govern trading and financial markets. One that does stocks and options, that's the SEC, and one that does futures, that's the CFTC. The ES futures and ES options fall under the regulatory guidance of the CFTC. The CFTC uses span margin. Span margin requires significantly less capital when you trade ES, the S&P 500 futures. Is it the same product as the SPX? Yes. Is it the same product as the SPY? Yes. Are they the same underlying index? Do they all settle to the same thing? And the answer is yes, 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 and yes. Does each one have little nuances? Of course. One's cash settled, one's futures settled. One's $50 a point versus $100, but the underlying is the exact same. They all settle the same way, and the ES.
They don't all settle the same way. They all expire to the.
They all expire to the same number, and they. But in the case of ES, it requires less. It's more capital efficient because that's just the way that regulators work. So, is there more of a risk with ES options than there is with SPX? The answer is no. They're all the same.
Very good, sir. Very good. Let's say a quick 90-second break and come back. Even the S&Ps are up 20, NASDAQ up 88. We'll come back with an option jive right after this.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tastytrade. Make your move.
I think I've always been interested in finance. I have a degree in management and I took a lot of heavy finance classes and I've always loved it, but I've always done passive investing. And so as I went through life, I decided that I needed to have a bit more control over my finances. I started to dabble in the options world when I opened up a brokerage account in probably 4 different companies, and none of them worked really well in terms of education until I got to Tasty. And tastylive in particular because of the educational background that they tie in every single day on how to learn how to trade options. It started with the Where Do I Start series. It's outstanding. Tasty Bites, market measures from theory to practice. I don't think there's a show that I don't like, to be honest. That education piece is highly important. I found that Tasty offered that.
Calling all traders. Are you using Tastylive mechanics and enjoying awesome results? Are you an up-and-coming options savant? We're looking for you. For over a decade, Tastylive has shared the most inspiring stories of traders teaching themselves a new skill, using probabilities and experiencing new levels of success. If you think your trading journey should be shared with Tasty Nation, we'd love to hear from you. We are always on the lookout for the next class of rising stars. Email us at risingstars@tastylive.com if you'd like a chance to share your trading journey and inspire others.
Look who's back testing. Tastytrade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tastytrade.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tastytrade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tastytrade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
It feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with the ultimate how-to guide. Learn 31 different option strategies, covered calls, iron condors, jade lizards. Become a trading mastermind. Get the guide at tastylive.com/guide.
It's option jive.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little more Tasty Live with this option jive. Even the S&P's moved up 2 handles on that break, Sosnoff.
Yeah, but worse, bonds moved down 3 handles, 3 ticks. But
yes.
yeah,
I'm pretty flat here this morning. Been just messing around with some ES futures, but haven't really done anything else. Kind of quiet here on day 2 of
2025.
Day 2 of 2025. I think it's like there's something to 2025. It's like it's a feels like it's a more important year than 2024, just because it's like a quarter century. You know.
All right, I can run with that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got a bunch of stuff today. If you spent this crazy week with us, it's weird to have a week broken up in the middle, and it feels like it's Friday, but it feels like I don't even know what day it feels like. It definitely
it's true.
Doesn't feel like I'm not sure. I feel like we just had the weekend yesterday, and then the day before yesterday, and now we have another weekend, and I can't wait for things to get back to normal. And then next week, next Thursday, the markets are closed. But don't worry, Tony will be working and answering emails, so we'll be good next Thursday.
Of course I will, like I always am, Sadnov. 7 days a week. It's in my contract.
Yes. But next Thursday, the markets are closed because of it's a national
day of mourning, Sadnov.
National Day of Mourning for Jimmy Carter. Carter. And so anyway, it's so all the markets will be closed next Thursday. I don't know about the electronic markets, but all the non-electronic. Do you think the electronic markets will be open? I think they will, because for global reasons, I think they will.
I think they will too, but you like bonds will probably be open, that kind of thing.
Oh, I think S&Ps. I think the futures will be open too, but I don't. You're
probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, but anyway, we will be closed. No Tastylive. Tastytrade will be closed. So, but we'll be back next Friday, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so next week will be weird too. Another breakup in the middle of the week. Then we get back to normal.
But if the electronic markets are open, then you can trade futures on Tastytrade, correct?
Yeah, you can trade futures and you can trade Bitcoin. Those are the two things, or digital assets.
Yep.
We are adding some more digital assets, by the way. I don't know if they've got them up and running, but we've added Doge and a couple other things. Also, the following week, there's another holiday, which is
Martin Luther King's
birthday.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's all crazy. Cats and dogs and things living together and who knows what.
It's all good. America.
Let's go and let's take a look at the first option jive.
It's January 20th for Dr. King.
Let's take a look at option jive and then we've got fast markets, and then we've got an interesting piece on beta, and so on beta weighted deltas, and then here we go. Vibing with volatility, IV and IVR. Let's take a look and see where the research team went with this one. And by the way, the next 2 Fridays after this, we have a special for you. I asked Julia to put together a piece on quantum computing, because we've got a lot of questions about quantum computing and the disruption to digital assets and just to computing in general. So we're going to do a special 3-part Friday series on quantum computing. So you don't want to miss that. It's going to probably be the market measure on Fridays for the next 3 weeks.
Cool.
Viewer email. I know you have talked about this many times, but can you elaborate on volatility a bit more with numbers? What is implied volatility? What is IV rank? And what are the historical trends, and how can we use these metrics for our trading decisions? That was a viewer email that was sent directly to our research team. We've been getting...
I like it. A good start to 2025, going back and seeing what volatility is. We talk about it every day.
Yeah. Then they wrote here, we have been getting many volatility-related emails over the past few weeks. So let's do a refresher on the relationship between implied volatility, IVR, and understand why it's important to use market context to make trading decisions. Let's go to the next slide. So implied volatility, IV, measures the market's expectation of future price fluctuations for a financial instrument such as a stock, an option, a future, whatever.
Implied volatility rank gauges the current level of IV relative to its range over the past 52 weeks. As you can see here, the highlighted on this slide is where we have IV rank. We're the only platform that prominently displays IV rank right next to the symbol because we want you to know how important that is to us with making decisions about implied volatility. Implied volatility is actually in the right-hand column. Let's see if we can see it. Let's go to the next slide, John. Oh no, okay. They didn't circle the implied volatility, but implied volatility is on the trade page before you open it up. It's on the right-hand side, and it will say IVX, and that's your implied volatility. Because IVR is calculated off of the 1 year's past implied volatility, it is important to know what implied volatility is doing along with the IVR of your trade. We don't base our trades on implied volatility. We base our trades on IVR because IVR does give us that context. Imagine I went to you and I said, okay, let's just make up a name, XYZ. And let's say the implied volatility of XYZ is 50. You wouldn't actually know if that's high or low. 50 sounds high, but you don't know if it's normally 70 in this particular stock or if it's normally 20. So you don't know if it's high or low.
You're 100% correct. And that was the quandary or the problem that we had, 20 years ago.
We solved it with IVR. Let's go to the next slide. When SPY's IVR was between 0 and 15 historically, like for 4 years between 2010 and 2024, the VIX has been fairly low, 16 on average, but a lot of times much lower. However, there were also some occurrences from highly volatile years where the VIX was well above the average and still had a low IVR. When you have a low IVR, there's just less opportunity for IV contraction relative to that specific year. And these are really nice visual of this. Let's go to the next slide. When the SPY's IVR was fairly high, between 30 and 50, there were many occurrences when the VIX would reach 30 and above. And you can see here exactly just laying that out. There's, when the IVR is high, generally speaking, the VIX is high. Let's go to the next slide. However, over 40% of these high IVR occurrences took place when the VIX was below 20. This means it's fairly common for the IV to be relatively inflated even when the VIX is below average. That's interesting. It's that high. I didn't even realize it was that high. But just suggesting that sometimes, that even when implied volatility is high, the VIX could be a little lower than you think it is. It gives it some room to run to the upside. Let's go to the next slide. A similar trend can also be seen when IVR is very high. When the IVR was over 50, the VIX was below 20 roughly 17% of the time. This is much less than other examples, but still occupied nearly a fifth of all the high IV occurrences. So just because you have high implied volatility rank, you could still have a low VIX. It's possible. Doesn't happen that often, but it's possible. Let's go to the next slide. So implied volatility in a market refers to the forecasted magnitude or the one standard deviation range of a potential movement away from the underlying price in a year's time. Raw implied volatility does not give traders context, so we typically incorporate metrics like IVR to detect opportunity. IVR detects minor IV changes, offering opportunities for short premium trades, and is vital for frequent traders who are accumulating positions. In the examples shown, we saw that high VIX may not carry much opportunity for contraction compared to the rest of the year, and there's often opportunity for IV contraction even at a below average VIX level. It's really all based on IVR.
It really is all based on IVR. You're 100% correct. Good job. Good job out of you, Sadnov. Good job out of the team. We finished right on time. Even the S&Ps have rallied about 6 or 7 handles. NASDAQ's up 115, about 30 handles higher. We'll take a quick 90-second break, Sadnov, and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this with the opening bell. We'll be back in 90 seconds with Tasty Live.
much does it cost you guys to do simultaneous hair flips?
Years of practice.
Everybody wanna be like me, yeah. Looking for a better broker and a bonus? Sweet. We got you. Right now, you can get a bonus of up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tastytrade account. Plus, low rates, smart tech with the analysis tools you need, and award-winning support. So, get a broker who's actually got your back. And up to $4,000 at Tastytrade. Make your move, genius. Tastytrade.
We built the Tastytrade app for today's traders. See it, tap it, trade it. Deposit and withdraw money right in the app. View company financials, forecasts, news, and more. Set custom alerts to stay up to date. See things bigger in landscape mode. Get the customizable trading experience you want. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, tap it, trade it. Join the club, genius. Tastytrade.
The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. That's what I do.
Tastytrade is now on TradingView. Trade stocks and futures directly on TradingView charts with Tastytrade's low commissions. Try it out and leave us a review.
Called us best online for options trading. With stockbrokers.com, we're number one for options and futures trading. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tastytrade. Make your move.
Tomas, we're back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live. Even the S&Ps here, before we get to the opening, up around 28 handles, sounding off. Even the S&Ps up 28.5. NASDAQ up 131. Russell up almost 9. And the Dow up 190. Bonds are back under 114, ever so slightly by a skosh. 113.30, trading one tick off of their lows. Tomas.
I need them back up their highs, up 18, 19, 20, 120, 220, something like that. I need bonds over 115.
Go ahead.
I need bonds over 115.
Oil percolating 73.60, south of up around 47 cents. It's had a move last 5 days of a few $1,000 as a point in the oil futures are $1,000. Big contract.
I don't have any oil positions on, but thank you, Donald Trump.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Too funny. It's set to open here in just a couple of seconds, Sadloff. What's your thought of the day?
I'm thinking you're going to see an inside of yesterday's range, which was 50 handles.
120 handles?
Yeah, 50 or 60 handles up to 50 or 60 handles down. Today, I say you see inside of that range, maybe up around here, 30, 35, 40 maybe, and then down a little bit. I don't think they're going anywhere fast type thing.
Well, who cares what you think, Sosnoff? The market is open now. It looks a little bit green. Boeing down 60 cents. Gold down around GLD down around $1 after being up about $3 yesterday. Let's take a look at some of these other movers, Sosnoff. Let's see some of the buckers if you'd like to. Adobe down 12. CVNA Carvana down almost 10. X, this is that stock in play, down another $2 to 30 and change. Apple, which has been weak the last couple of days,
I would just be. We always caution people on trading X right here. U.S. Steel.
100%.
It's in play. It's a very. It's just a news related in play. You know, I mean.
Yeah, but how about playing a little bit of playing the news here, thinking the stock's going to be taken over in its 40s. And it's done nothing but march its way down almost under 30 now.
Yeah, if you're going to play U.S. Steel, you are disadvantaged on every single level. Like you're going to get crappy fills. You're going to get crappy fills. You're going to be disadvantaged You're going to be disadvantaged to the street because the market makers and the arbitrageurs have a better handle on carry costs and everything else. I would stay away from U.S. Steel. It's the only stock I'm telling you to stay away from. Just stay away from U.S. Steel.
On the upside, you've got Netflix up almost $10, Meta up around $7, Goldman Sachs, which took a little breather yesterday, is up $5, Coin up 4.5, with MSTR up 5 now. Costco up $4, very hard stock to get fills in Costco, believe it or not, and Lulu up $4.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Costco is not an easy stock to trade.
Markets are wide. It looks like a defined risk trade, a high amount of buying power to use for an undefined risk trade. Markets are wide.
Yeah,
I looked in Costco. I tried.
I don't have much to do here.
Don't have much to do here. What are you? I'm new.
I'm actually just looking at a couple of different positions to see. I made a very
the 12 days of Christmas are over January 5th. That's when my Taiwanese sources say you can stop saying Happy New Year. January 5th.
January 5th, huh?
Yeah, today's the 3rd. That brings us to Sunday. You were talking about Monday. That's fair enough. I'll compromise. I'll go to the 5th.
SPOO's up 38.
That's what I am, Sadloff. I compromise. You know what I mean? I try to get things done. I don't try to be a filibuster. You know what I mean? I just try to get things done. Compromise. It's a good deal.
We got a little premium. Coming in Tesla as well, might I add. Today, another day of a little premium collapse.
Yes. Tesla IV rank sitting around 70 or so. Stock up ever so slightly, about $3.5, $4. When the stock goes higher, you start to get a little bit of volatility expansion, but $3 move, $4 move, not enough quite yet.
Yeah. I'm going to make one minor Tesla adjustment and just roll up some putties, and let's see what else.
Yeah, putty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything that's down today.
It does look like it's with volatility in by 40 cents. I'm talking about /VX. I'm marking up 37. It does seem pretty broad based. I think the biggest stock to not cooperate is Apple, down $1.30 with an IV rank of 42, getting pretty good. IV rank and earnings February 6th.
It is very rare that you would see Apple being so counter to the market. But I'm just taking a little Apple sneak here. We have a small Apple position on, but it's, they're taking some juice out of it. It's
again to the downside. Volatility usually contracts in the equities. The opposite of how it expands in the ETFs. Speaking of an ETF, Nvidia. Speaking of a standalone company, Nvidia up $2.75, near the higher end of its most recent weekly range.
Yeah, I'm looking through all our positions, and we do not have a lot of problem children here. We don't have a lot of winners, but we don't have a lot of problem children. That's for sure. It's a nice way to start the year without like a million problem children. You think they hold this rally a little bit here today or not?
Volatility in pretty good, about 2.5% or 2%, 2.25%. Yeah, I think you look after yesterday, a little bit of sell off. Yeah, I think we do. We got bonds in the up camp, although they're only up 7 now off of their highs. Yeah, I do.
It's kind of been a pretty quiet opening here as far as like just things that have had huge moves. Not too many on my screen.
Nope, seems like it's inside the expected move, but it definitely seems like a green screen.
Oh yeah. S&P's up 34. It's a big opening number.
Well, that's good though. Yeah, that's good. But don't worry, Sadlov, because we got market measure next. Our viewers found trades for you. You want to do that?
Fast market though.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say? Market measure?
Yeah. Fast market.
I'm sorry. Yes, fast market, where our viewers found trades for you. I apologize. You see how easy that is to do, Saz? Let me hear you say it. I mean, just as a.
I'm good. Let's do a little fast market. I'm good.
You don't want to say
I'm very mellow.
So
I'm very mellow right now because like I haven't started to accumulate 2025 positions yet. So I have no up 39.
You haven't stepped on your own foot.
Up 30, down 30. Nothing bothers me.
Let's take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live with a fast market after this.
Hey Doc, your tips on diet and exercise have been illuminating. I'm sure busting my ass at the gym 5 days a week is gonna be way quicker than just giving me the skinny shot.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
Batten down the hatches, everybody. He's going on the skinny bitch diet. He's gonna be hangry.
From the smart mouths at Tastylive.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
I went to the pool at the.
You went to the pool at the Soho House?
Yeah.
And you didn't go to my pool?
Yeah.
Do you think he wore his Crocs?
100%.
100%.
You can't.
100%.
You wear your jorts? You wear your booty jorts with like your ass hangs out just a little bit in the back? I'll gross myself out.
I just drew up in the back of my mouth a little bit.
Daisy Dukes in like a crop top with Crocs. Meow.
It was a great show. It was very inspirational and motivating.
I feel like you got to know each of the traders a lot better on a personal level. It was awesome.
This is my 10th or 11th live event. I thought the math would be really complicated and it wasn't, and then it just made sense.
They've opened my eyes to many different strategies.
And I realized there's a reasoning and strategic planning that you could do to be successful. I love all you guys.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tastytrade. Make your move.
We built Tastytrade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Research with fundamentals, endless forecasts, and more. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. See probabilities, max profit, and Greeks in one click. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tastytrade.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tastytrade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tastytrade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here. And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast. Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon, every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bet.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. But before we start this fast market sound off, one of my Taiwanese sources, one of my better Taiwanese sources, my curated Taiwanese source, checked January for us. He did it yesterday. So goes January, so goes the year. Since 2000, Sadanoff, we've had 12 negative Januaries. Do you want to know how many of those were overall, how many of those years were negative? 12 negative Januaries, how many were negative?
Sure.
Would you like to guess?
Oh, I would say 8 of them were negative.
5 of those years were overall negative. We had 2 positive Januaries with negative returns on the year over the same period, Sadnov. So it's basically random, basically no rhyme or reason, at least since 2000.
Sounds like that somebody had the answer to the question then.
Absolutely. But now you know, Sadnov. Now you know. When we come up next, what are we going to do?
A little
fast market.
Yeah, it's good. I'm looking for a few good trades. So we're ready to go.
I'm looking for a man of finance, 6'5", blue eye, blah blah blah. Big Graziano sandwich.
You're just babbling. Spoo's up 46. Did not have that.
And you didn't step in front of it, Sadlov. Tell me you didn't learn anything from 2024. Yes, you did.
I did not step in front of it today. No, I didn't.
Finally listen to the bet.
No, not really, but I didn't step in front of it. But not a good day for a Russell S&Ps, at least. S&P's up 46. Not a good day for NASDAQ Russell either. So,
oh my God, I've never seen a guy cry with a green P&L the way you do.
No, I'm not upset. I'm not crying. I'm just saying I'm looking for things to do. Let's see what we got. Fast market. Fire away, John. JT Thomas II. Caleb's next team from New York. Triple M.
Triple M. This is one we don't look at all the time.
Trade idea from my pops, who read it off a bathroom wall in what would be the fishy tale of how he met my mom, Jenny, at a bar in Buffalo. Oh, this one doesn't. It's got a lot of
got a lot of Taiwanese sources in this one.
Send us Caleb when you're done with him. Okay, Feb, Strangle, 20 deltas, and MMM. I don't know about this, and I'll tell you why. Because MMM is a crap.
Doesn't go anywhere side. No, if it goes sideways, it does have earnings January 28th. It's got a good IV rank of 58.
It doesn't go anywhere, but it also has crappy. Last time I traded this, I couldn't roll it. I didn't make any money. I couldn't even get out. I think it was just brutal.
I'm looking at open interest in February. It's pretty light. January, obviously, with only 14 days to go, is going to be a little bit heavier, but really only heavy on the fives, like 130, 135, 140. The old options. The new options don't have a lot of volume in them.
I mean, the stock doesn't go anywhere. It's got a 56 IV rank. I mean, we can do a little tiny bit of price discovery on the 15 delta puts and 15 delta calls. It's the 115, 145. Dead smack in the middle. You got to do price discovery here. It's trading like 258 is the mid price. Let's just see where we can get filled. I do not love this trade. Sam, I am. Nothing done yet at 255. Go to the next slide. We'll just play around with this we're doing a little price discovery here.
Got it.
Justin from Woodstock, could be Woodstock, New York, could be Woodstock, Illinois. You think every state in America has a Woodstock?
No. I'm just going to take a shot.
I will bet you
think
right.
Yes?
I will bet you right now that over 15.
No. You said every. Let's just make the bet what it is.
Okay.
I'll bet you.
No, I don't like every.
I'll bet you $5.
No, every's bad. I'll make my line, and you could have over under.
Oh my God.
14 states.
Go ahead.
14 states.
14 states don't?
14 states is my number. You can pick over or under.
14 states do or do not?
You can pick.
I could pick whether I'm taking under or over?
Yes.
I'm gonna take. Well, you said every, but I'll take under.
This is my bettable market.
Okay. The other one was just your bullshit market?
Yes.
Got it. So you went from.
Just answer the question. It's not that difficult. You want over under 14?
Under 3 times. Under.
Okay, under. Let's Google it. Number of states with a Woodstock.
What states have Woodstock? It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4.
I counted 22.
What'd you say?
I counted 22.
22? Thank you, John. You owe me.
I count 10. I count 10.
Yeah, well, John is the official. He's the official.
I count 10.
It's a different website.
Not every state has a town of Woodstock, but there are towns with the name of the following states. Oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Yes. Here, it's right here. How many states? Yeah, 22.
John, lie next time. I'm not paying you.
You owe me. Thank you. I'll take a Venmo. Anyway, that was fun. That's a pretty good market by me. Anyway, let's go back to the slide, John.
Pretty good market by you? You were off by 50%.
14, I said. It was pretty good.
And there was 22.
Yeah, it's a pretty good market. Better than your market.
You said every state, and then
you got it wrong. Let's go, John, go back to the slide so I can see what this guy wants to trade. 6E.
You're unbelievable.
So Justin from Woodstock in one of 22 different states. The euro dropped about 1% today. He's talking about yesterday. It's getting whacked. I think we're getting close to a bounce at some point soon. I would sell the March 7th 101 puts. Justin, we are so long euro right now. We are what the world would say, how you would define choking on it. March 7th, we have no position. Which ones? The 101 puts. They are trading for $6.60 mid price.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working it. Market was 50.70. We went in at 60. We'll see if we get filled. Let's go to the next slide. And by the way, this triple M, oof, move stuff. Oh, we did get filled.
What is that?
Euro.
Oh.
Yep. Okay, Justin, we're filled. Justin from somewhere. Josh in Edwardsville. Natural gas. Good IV, skewed upside, strangle for Feb. Yes, we currently have a Jan strangle on, and it's time to do that, move that to Feb. I totally agree with you. 64 IV rank, and we need to do something in here anyways. Let's go. Let's start with we'll start with where the volume is. We'll go to the 17 delta, which takes us in Feb to the 4 calls. And let's see where it takes us on the puts. It takes us to about the 250. Let's see, 6.1. There's no skew. I'm surprised there's no skew in here at all.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
No, none.
You would think it would be the upside, right? With the move that it had.
You would think.
Uh-huh.
So
that's got to tell you, close all watertight doors.
Filled. So in Nat Gas now, just so you know, we're in the Feb 255.4. 17 delta on both sides.
Okay.
255.4, and I'll give you one at 12.127. Okay.
Yep. Gotcha.
Let's go next slide. Thank you, Josh. I needed to do that actually. Believe it or not, I need to move my position over. Triple M, they've really dropped a bit, and the SPOOs have come down dramatically.
Up 23.
They were just up 46 before. Gloria from Charlotte is looking at Square. SQ. We have not traded Square in a long time. Range bound, choppy markets.
Tell me when you read Gloria in your back of your head, you don't go Gloria.
I don't. How about a February 21st, 75-100 strangle that avoids earnings? Happy New Year. We haven't traded Square in probably.
Happy New Year. You could still say it. See.
Happy New Year, Gloria.
Gloria.
Oh, God. How about the 77.5, 105? Range bound, choppy markets, delta neutral, 19, 18, 293 maybe? No, I don't think so. I don't trade Square that much. Do you get good fills in here, Tony?
Square is not one of my most favorite stocks to trade.
I haven't traded it in a while. It's weird.
Yeah, IV rank is 23. It does have earnings after February expiration. I think you got to trade a little bit more directional.
Yeah, 290, Gloria.
Or reduce size, which is what you did, which is good.
Just to do 290. The 77, 105.
Yep.
It's okay. We have something on in there. High, IV rank's only 23, but I like trading things I haven't traded in a while, so that's good. Let's go next slide. Uber, Hayden from Chicago. I love trading Uber. Uber was up huge yesterday. Couple bucks. It's up 44 more cents today. The surge pricing on New Year's Eve cost me $100. Wow. That means the stock has to go up, right? Put spread, sell the Feb 60. I was so bullish on Uber until we took Waymo.
I agree with you.
For the first time, I realized why people sell Uber. Because we took a Waymo, and I get it now.
Ivy rank is super high. Earnings are February 5th. I'm more comfortable, Hayden, doing both sides. I mean, I could do a strangler or an iron condor. I don't really care. Let's see. 75, 72 and a half, 77, and 57 and a half, 52 and a half. Yeah, I kind of like this. $5 wide, iron condor, for $1.67, 1/3 the width of the strikes. Nothing done. Actually, I think my mid price is too high. Now it looks like mid price is 164.
Subject to change.
All right, we're gonna work this one. Hopefully we'll get filled, Hayden. We're gonna... Nothing done yet. Damn. I was kind of hoping we get filled. All right, we're gonna go to the next slide. We'll come back to this. I'm surprised I'm not filled in Uber. Really am. Manfred from Malta. All right, our first Malta. Corn. So short strangle in March corn. We currently have wheat and soybeans on. No corn. Corn's had a nice little rally. So what does he want to do here? Short the 440 puts, 25 delta, and the 480 calls.
Corn has had a nice rally since the middle of summer. When it made lows.
I would do 440, 490. Or yeah, you want to delta neutral here, 440, 490. Mid price is 11 cents. Let's see. I should get filled. Nothing done yet. Oh, filled in corn.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, filled in corn.
11 cents it's $50 a point. So you're looking at $550, Tom.
That's max profit, or our target
Max
narrow
profit.
beat.
Yeah. I just wanted to make everybody know what 11 cents means.
Right. There's nothing standardized about these things, so you kind of have to just put it in your order book, and you'll see. In Uber, I'm really surprised, but I'm not getting filled. Let's go next slide. Oh, I went down at
There you go.
160, but I kind of gave it away. Let's go to Boeing. Uber filled. Boeing up 48 cents today, which is not a huge rally after being crushed yesterday. I think the low is in, the risk is to the upside, so doing a Jade Lizard. Oh, this is your boy, Gator. Let's see. What is old Gator doing here? Selling the 160s? No.
We got to go fishing together, Gator.
We're gonna sell the 155s. And what he wants to do, the 190, 195. I'm cool with that. 155, 190, 195 for 390. It's not a perfect Jade Lizard, but it's good enough. Because I want a little bit more room to the downside. 390. Take a fill, Phil. All right, Gator. Phil.
I don't think Diaper Island is a place.
Let's go to the next slide. You're the Florida boy. Fred, hey, here's Fred from Naples.
Now there's a Naples, I know that for sure.
Yeah, and Fred, I do have a position on an ENPH right now. We have we're short the 60.85. Stock's up 31 cents today. Sell the 60, buy the 60 puts. I'm sorry, buy the 65 puts, right? Sell the 60 puts.
Right.
He wants to do this 2-to-1.
for around $1. How about $1.10?
Oh, not bad.
Do-do-do-do. $1.10. Credit. Put ratio spread.
Got
Thanks,
it.
Fred. Let's go to the next slide.
1 by 2. That's right. 60-65.
Pikachu. From Dallas, Texas, Sean, looking at GameStop. Sell the strangle. We don't do a lot of GameStop here because the markets generally kind of suck in there. Stocks trading for $31 is going to be huge call skew. What does he want to do? Sell the 25.50. I know that sounds crazy with the stock trading.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 50 calls are $182 and the 25 puts are $135, $151. It's nuts. C wants to do this for $338. Mid price right now is like $330. I know. I think they've really come. I think they've taken a lot of premium. It's come down a lot. We're going to leave our offer in at $330. I think that's rich enough. Let's go to the next slide. Sean, I'm working at $330. Eventually they'll come for it. Chris in Virginia looking at AMAT. I don't think we trade a lot of AMAT. We have no AMAT position on stocks. 167. It's got an IV rank of 24. It's okay. Volume. 145, 190 in Feb. 140. Markets are wide. Markets are almost $1 wide, Chris. This one's going to be really challenging. I didn't realize. I thought the markets were better in AMAT, didn't you?
Yeah. I haven't traded it much last year, but I agree with you.
I really thought the markets were better in here.
I have a position in AMAT. I took a little bit of a directional bias in there for that reason. It's working pretty good at the moment.
I did a little price discovery in there in AMAT just to see kind of.
I got lucky on price. I went to the upside. I'm up almost $1 on a Jade Lizard. I'm actually trying to close it. The markets aren't that great. On my option trades today, every Tuesday and Thursday, Sal. I think I did that just on Tuesday.
All right, I got filled partial on a strangle in there, only partial, and GME I'm still trying to fill. Nothing done. AMAT only a partial, but we got at least filled. All right, what's next? Okay. So in Triple M, we never got filled, and it's pretty illiquid in there. 6E, we sold a naked put. Nat Gas, we sold a strangle. Square, we sold a strangle. Uber, we sold, and we did an Iron Condor, John. Uber B Iron Condor. Look at the speed at which John goes now. Like a new man.
He is like a new man.
In ZC, we sold a strangle. In Boeing, we got filled, John. Jade Lizard, we got filled. It's a fill. In ENPH, we got filled. In GME, we did not get filled.
Oh.
Yeah, so John, just GME is an X. And AMAT, I'm going to give myself a fill, even though it's only a partial. I mean, we did get filled. There you go. 8 out of 10.
Good job out of you, Sadnov. Very nice. You know what? You did so well on that segment. I'm going to bring you a cookie in. I'm going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. I got more Tasty Live after this. What do you think comes up next, Saz?
I know what comes up next. It's a brilliant market measure.
You are 100% correct. We'll be back in 90 seconds. This is Tasty Live.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, $4,000, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tastytrade. Make your move.
I had to rewatch that market measures from this morning, Bodacia. Our raid really distracted me. I was like, get away from me, uncontrollable fire.
I told you, Tasty Grax, you can't plunder with headphones on. Light pillaging, maybe.
Sometimes I'll hide in a gross peat bog in the middle of a raid, just so I don't miss market measures.
I'm only recently comfortable admitting this, but I think I trust market measures more than I trust my savage hellhorse, Arbitrageur.
God, I forgot to tell you guys that I slaughtered a horde of conformerons this morning. Did the whole terrifying row of severed heads on pikes as a warning thing, but you never know with those idiots.
Okay, thanks for the heads up.
Ha ha ha! Goblets of hot blood for everyone.
Nice.
Thanks, you guys.
Normally I hate puns, but that one was okay.
Got the need for speed? No problem! At Tastytrade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tastytrade, make your move.
Well, he's more public in his mentality.
I'm a believer. I believe that the world is good.
And I know that the world is not good. That questioning yourself and questioning yourself in dialogue with someone you respect is both pleasant and sometimes extremely insightful and useful sometimes.
How we respond to the most difficult situations is ultimately how we learn to build on our successes.
It takes the guesswork out of retail trading.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tastytrade. Make your move.
So why are we all doing all the things that we do inside of the active trading space? Simple. To make money and generate returns. Well, inside of the Tasty universe, there are essentially 5 keys to making those returns. And in this crash course, we're going to break down all the details of each one of those keys. So I'll see you inside.
We built the Tastytrade app for today's traders. See it, tap it, trade it. Deposit and withdraw money right in the app. View company financials, forecasts, news, and more. Set custom alerts to stay up to date. See things bigger in landscape mode. Get the customizable trading experience you want. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, tap it, trade it. Join the club, genius. Tastytrade.
What happens when 2 titans of trading come together to harness the power of their prowess? Let's watch these two master the art of the noble sport boxing. Wow, look at those geriatric thumbs go. Someone had an extra dose of fibre this morning. Like a flutter of fills, it's definitely fists of plastic fury over here. And I'm spent. Well, lucky for us, Tom and TP are better at writing than they are almost anything else. Subscribe to Tastylive Cherry Bomb to get piping hot takes on the market delivered right to your inbox. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Looking for a better broker and a bonus? Sweet. Get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tastytrade account. Plus, smart tech and a broker who's got your back at Tastytrade. Make your move, genius. Tastytrade.
Today's episode of Market Measures is brought to you by SIBO. SIBO is partnering with Tastylive to provide educational opportunities for traders at all levels. Did you know index options like these can provide opportunities for diversification, lower volatility, liquidity, and other benefits? To continue your education on some of the mechanics learned in today's Market Measures, check out SIBO's Retail Trader Suite at www.sibo.com/minis.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with this market measure. But before we get to this market measure, sponsored by our friends at the SIBO, Saznoff. Let me show you this, Saznoff. I don't even think you know this yet. This is correct. We've got Guess the Market. Saznoff, we've extended it to Sunday for you. Do you know why the cutoff date was extended from today to Sunday, Saznoff? We did that so that you could promote it at your Sunday show, Saznoff. That is correct. Guess the Market. All you got to do is go to tastylive.com/guess. You now have until Sunday at 11:59, Saznoff. So you can tell all your friends.
I thought you were extending it so because they're doing a Bitcoin show Sunday night. I thought you were extending it so you could add Bitcoin to it. The price of Bitcoin on 12.
No, but that would be good. We could have done that too.
We should have done that next year. Anyway, yeah, it's great. So if you haven't signed up yet, or if you haven't put in your guess, please do. We have no limit to the number of people. We just have a limit to each person only doing it once. And play
That's
fair.
right. Please go to tastylive.com/guess.
tastylive.com/guess.
Thank you.
tastylive.com/guess. And tastylive.com/events if you want to sign up for our next digital collectible or for the show on Sunday night, which, by the way, is all full. So there is no room left on that one. Let's see. What else we got? It's 9:12. And
free money there, Saznoff, for you. Free money.
Yeah. So we're excited about extending it to Sunday night because we were talking about it yesterday and we're like, if this was such a weird week with the holiday in the middle of the week that people might not have had a chance to. Yeah. And some people are going to watch. Some people are going to watch like they missed the show this week. Some days they'll watch it and they'll be like, "Oh crap!" So we will extend it to Sunday night. Not a big deal. And trust me, it will not give anybody any advantages. I can guarantee you that. Let's take a quick look at the markets
here. I can't give them an advantage, Saznoff. I'm already a winner.
Yeah. Bonds, unfortunately, gave it up. They're unchanged. I'm a little disappointed about that.
113.24. Can't get their legs underneath them at all, Saznoff. You would think there'd be a little bit more velocity to these bonds to the upside. These upside moves are so staged.
Yeah, you would think they'd be better. I agree.
Yeah, you would.
They're not getting the momentum I would like to see them have.
They're not getting the momentum of looking like it's a bottom. I'll tell you that much.
No. And well, I haven't really. Let me take a quick look. I haven't really done much today looking at our positions, so I'm gonna take just a little bit. Well, I guess there's not that much moving around too much. The S&Ps are moving around, but it doesn't look like anything else is it?
Not too much back and forth action in these stocks, no. But the usual suspects are higher. Tesla's up by 7, Nvidia's up by 5. Coin kept his head up with Bitcoin being a little bit higher too. yesterday into today. Coin up 4 and change. You still got the big one lower. Carvana's down 7. Adobe's down 11. Apple's still down about 60 cents or so. So that's rallied a little bit. It was down about $1.60 earlier.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'm looking at our positions to see if there's anything that's kind of like a really little bit crazy. I mean, we're getting hurt in NVIDIA, which has had a huge move the last 2 days. But other than that, and it really has had a crazy NVIDIA-like move. I think it was up yesterday big. It's up today.
It
Same
was.
thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Other than that,
Goldman Sachs gave it up for your Russell. Goldman Sachs was up about $8 or $9. It's now down, I believe, 34 cents.
Yeah, bonds are actually now down. And let's take a look at SMH. Yeah, it's a little bit. No, you know what? And remember yesterday afternoon we did SPY versus
RSP or something, right?
Yeah, that didn't work so far.
So far, it hasn't worked.
No, because that spread looked like it was way out of whack, and no, so far it has not worked at all.
Let's see, SPY down.
Nope, hasn't worked. Trust me on this.
Yeah, you're right.
And let's see if there's anything else. Nah, that's pretty much it. We're a little bit short. That's our problem. All right, we have an interesting market measure for you today. It's on special.
Okay.
It's a piece that Jacob wrote and put together. It's a little bit heavy, so you're going to bear with me as I work my way through this.
Saznoff, you're unchanged on that RSP SPY.
No.
You have existing SPY positions and options that you're looking at.
I know, Tony, but I'm not. I mean, I don't want to argue with you on air, but I'm not. It's down. For each 1 by 3 1/4, it's down today. For each 1 by 3 1/4, it is down.
RSP, you're up 80 cents, three plus times.
It's down $178 for each 1 by 3. Okay, but it doesn't matter. So the reliability of beta weighted deltas. We get a lot of emails over the course of whatever it is. Like it could be a month, couple of months. There were people asking, because Tasty defaults everything to beta weighted deltas on the top of the page. How reliable is that number? If it says I'm short, am I short? If it says I'm long, am I long? How reliable is that number? Do you want to take a guess, percentage-wise, how reliable that number is?
Oof.
I have lots of different positions on. So I'm a good test.
72% of the time.
No, it's better than that.
Is it? No, I'm happy it's overperformed.
How reliable?
It's not enough like numbers.
No, how reliable do you think the number is? On just if you were to say, like, is it 90% reliable? Is it 95? Is it 85, 80, 75?
103.
You're a little off on that. But as far as reliability goes, it's about
85%.
It's about 90% reliable. We're going to show you that today. How reliable is it? Well, 90% is pretty damn good. If you could take all the different positions you have on, and some are very highly correlated, some are not that highly correlated, some have weird beta weightings, some are futures, some are commodities. Everything you throw it together, it's still about 90% accurate. That's pretty damn good. Let's take a look. So beta, by definition, is a fundamental tool for managing systemic risk in a portfolio by comparing all the underlyings to a benchmark, such as SPY. We only use SPY. This is the apples to apples of the trading business. Nobody else ever did this for retail customers. We came up with this 25 years ago. It was really a TP thing. We were messing around with a bunch of different tools. TP came up with the idea of beta weighting a portfolio for retail investors. We started it. we've kept it. You can get this at Thinkorswim now. You can get this obviously at Tasty, and maybe there's maybe another firm. I'm not sure if Interactive Brokers has it, but we changed the whole industry with respect to active traders using beta-weighted portfolios. There are two equivalent definitions for beta of an underlying. And we get into a lot of the formulas here because we have some physicists and some math professors and other things, and people want to see, the actual formulas that we're using to create, to basically create the definitions that we use on the platform. But what we wrote here is more intuitively, this is thought of as how much to expect ABC stock to move given a $1 move in the underlying. That's our beta weighting. And how reliable is this expectation, or how reliably does this expectation play out in reality? Let's go to the next slide, John. So we use 15 years worth of data, which is plenty. SPYs, IWM, TLT, Qs, Amazon, Google, and Tesla. For each day in the past 10 years, we computed the beta-weighted deltas based on the previous 5 years of returns, the same methodology as the platforms. I'm sorry, these are just beta values. We contrasted, that's just the relationship between the underlying and the S&Ps. We contrasted the realized daily moves against those predicted by beta and the SPY moves via the correlation, the average absolute error as a percent of the daily move, and its root mean error, similar metric, but which penalizes large errors more. For context, we reported on the correlation between each underlying and the SPY over the whole of the data set. Again, I'm not sure anybody's ever done anything like this before, but welcome to Tasty. Let's go to the next slide. This is actually fairly groundbreaking in the sense that I haven't seen this study before anywhere. So the correlation with SPY, if you used IWM, is 0.88. No surprise there. If you use Qs, 0.93. No surprise there. This is over 15 years. TLT, it would obviously be the inverse, so it's a negative 0.32. Those all make sense. The correlation between predicted and realized moves is actually almost what you thought. It's pretty damn close to the actual correlation with the SPY. No surprise there, because the numbers work, the math just works. But here's where we get down to let's talk about the average error. It's a percent of the average move. So in IWM, it's 7.7, in TLT, 12.2, and the Qs, 4.2. So when you think about these errors are relatively small. I mean, TLT is a little bit more, but mostly all of our stuff is in stock indices, and stock indices, it's closer to 5%, which means that the beta weight delta is like 95% accurate. When you look at the big outlier moves, which is the root mean square error, they're a little bit higher in IWM and Qs, but it still basically averages under 10%, about 8%. So for the outliers. So this is really interesting in the sense that the average error is pretty low. Now, if we go to different equities, go to the next slide, John. So Amazon, Google, and Tesla are equities. They only have a 0.6, 0.69, and 0.44 correlation to the S&Ps. So their correlation is much lower. When you have a lower correlation, you're obviously going to have a higher error count because that's just the way markets work. If there's a lower correlation, then everything is going to be a little less in balance. The correlation between the predicted and the real moves, spot on. Freaking spot on. Amazing. The average error here is a little higher than the indexes of the last slide. Amazon 0.84, Google 12.3, and Tesla 9.3. And then the outlier moves even a little bit greater as well, but still pretty well under 10%, which means that the numbers that we show on the platform, as far as our beta-weighted deltas and our Greeks are pretty damn good.
Very nice. Agree.
I mean, like in my account, I'm taking, 70 or 80 different positions, beta weighting them to the SPY and coming up with something that has an error less than 10%, I feel pretty good about that.
I don't think I could come up with better. Let me put it to you that way.
No, that's really interesting. That's really, really interesting. Really well done. Let's go to the next slide. So beta-weighted deltas give us an apples-to-apples way to look at the total systemic risk across our portfolio. How much do we expect to gain or lose from a $1 move in the market? But the value of that expectation is closely matched with the strength of each underlying market correlation. So less correlated, more wiggle room for error. Typically, realized price changes were within 10% of the values predicted by beta, although Q stayed much closer, and the lower correlations underlyings had noticeably higher root mean square errors, which meaning they most likely kept their close to the beta weighted delta predictions when they varied. They varied big. And low correlation underlyings are the key for increasing the number of occurrences, but be careful because their beta weighted deltas are small. It doesn't mean that their prices are stable, just that their moves are hard to predict. There's a lot of good stuff in there.
Yeah, it's a pretty good little tidbit there too. So really good at predicting the typical move that the stock is going to have, but no way of predicting the outlier move, and that's why they call it an outlier move, right? I mean, that's really what they're saying.
Yeah, don't sleep on this study. This is good.
Don't sleep on this study. Wow, Sosnoff, you just lost like 15 years of your life. You're now like 62 years old. Good job out of you. Very topical. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. Come back. Hey, don't sleep on this break. Come back to us. Oh, no, that's not what it means. We'll be back in 90 seconds with Mr. Scott Sheridan. You're not going to want to sleep on him. That's right. We'll be back in 90 seconds.
At Tastylive, we live and breathe the markets. But when the live show's over, are we out of breath? If you want to inhale the latest breaking market news, we've got you covered. The Tastylive research team and on-air personalities post refreshing content updated daily covering earnings, economic reports, trade ideas, and much more. If you want a breath of fresh air and not stale takes, visit the News and Insights tab at tastylive.com.
The beauty of Thinkorswim was that we were different. From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building. The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. You know, that's what I do.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tastytrade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tastytrade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
Looking for a better broker and a bonus? Sweet. We got you. Right now, you can get a bonus of up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tastytrade account. Plus, low rates, smart tech with the analysis tools you need, and award-winning support. So, get a broker who's actually got your back. And up to $4,000 at Tastytrade. Make your move, genius. Tastytrade. Forbes called us best online for options trading. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tastytrade. Make your move.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. And you know what that means? We've got more Tasty Live. Today we go to your phone call. So give us a buzz, 855-238-2789. That's right. Raise the roof, Sosnoff. We got this man coming in, taking your questions. That's right. You're a friend of mine from the Scott Sheridan Studios. Mr. Scott Sheridan, phone lines open. Please give us a buzz so you can talk to Scott, 855-238-2789 or 855-BE-TASTY. Scott, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Tom's not going to be happy that I'm doing this, but I'm modifying a previous statement that I made that he agreed with, or he made and I agreed with him. You deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, and let me tell you why. Okay? So originally, because we said, 2 Super Bowls, Eli Manning Hall of Fame, even though apparently he didn't do anything else very well. Here's my answer as to why Mr. Tony Batista deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
I can't wait to hear this.
Nothing stops you from being on air. You were sneezing, hacking, got your teeth,
my
but you come in and you are ready for game time when the bell goes off.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. I appreciate that, brother.
Right there.
That.
That's Hall of Fame worthy, because you know what they talk about? It's longevity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Longevity. Mm-hmm. You do anything for a long period of time. Well, most things for a long period of time, and that's greatness.
Sometimes you do it for too long, you just got to quit. I mean, you got to stop. Just say, honey, not tonight.
Okay,
it's just not work.
The post office. The post office says rain, sleet, snow. Doesn't stop the mail from being delivered. That doesn't stop Tony from being either.
Thank you, Scott. I really do appreciate it. I put my game face on every day here. It's what I do. I think I owe it to
every
the people.
day.
Yep. Thank you very much. Tom,
right
you
now,
would
Tom's
you would agree?
Tom's decided if he's going to throw up or turn his camera off and leave.
Tom, you would agree? I mean, I don't come on with no baseball hat turned backwards and hawking and sneezing. I'm talking. I don't take a week off because my tonsils hurt or something like that. I don't take a day off when I get an operation on my foot. I just lift my foot up on the desk and come in. I puke in baskets and come back the same afternoon. I mean, what difference does it make? Come on. Right? A warrior, Sosnoff, a warrior. That's right.
And I'm just saying, somebody who I'm not going to name, but I will, Frankie, just came in and said he hasn't missed a day in 2.5 years. That's almost Hall of Fame worthy. That's not enough time, though. Tony's been doing it for what, 13, 14?
Yeah, years. Yep.
Yeah, you got to cross. Hey, Frankie, once you hit the decade mark, you can come back, and then we'll give you credit for it.
That's right. I got to give you guys credit. Give us a buzz, 855-238-2789 or 855-BE-TASTY. That's the phone number to call. Got a question about Scott for Tasty Trade. You want to get berated by Tom Sosnoff and ask him a question? You can do that. All questions No question is without an answer. Give us a buzz. Phone line's open. I got 4 or 5 lines open. Give us a call now.
Okay, now I got to talk about the chili.
Okay, please do.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Hold it.
All
There's
right,
a video.
so-
There's supposed to be a video.
There is. Vanetta put a gun to my head. Okay, so don't believe the video. All right.
Is
So
there a
here's my
video,
comment
John?
About oh, there's video.
John.
Do we have the video? She definitely took the video.
Let me look into it for you.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's an excellent idea. Let me look into it.
So here's my comment about the chili. You were right, not enough spice.
There's plenty of spice. I just said it's not spicy because I wanted it for my daughter.
Yeah. Well, she matters now. What about me?
Oh, you made it for normal people consumption?
Right. You couldn't take a little out for her and put it on the side. She doesn't eat much anyway.
I know,
Take one
but
ladle out.
she likes
one ladle is good for a couple of meals.
She likes spicy
Right.
food, but I didn't know if it was healthy for the baby. That's what.
Oh, that's actually very nice of you. So here's my comment. Now, when you take the burn ends, I never bought the burn ends. I have to go buy those maybe today. They're already cooked, right? Everything's done?
Yeah, they're done.
Yeah.
Okay. They needed to be like, I don't know.
He doesn't chop his up enough.
Is that what it is? Yeah. It's like something was
you can
off.
chop him up a little finer.
And then maybe pan saute him for a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe what?
Throw it in. Pan saute it a little bit so you cook it a little more. It just something was off. I got to see. I haven't used it, so I can't tell you how to fix it. You need a little help there.
Chili.
Then,
he likes his chili like he likes his Alpo, chunky.
Yeah. Then not enough beans. And the tomato, what do you use? Like Hunt's tomato sauce or paste or something? Just throw it in there?
Oh, my God.
I love you, Tom. Scott. I really do. I really do. This is my favorite segment by far.
You know what? It's just, I feel bad for you because you don't really have, this is out of your league. Like burnt end chili.
I haven't done it yet, but I am going to go do it. And I'll bring you some of my chili and you'll tell me, well, the chili tastes off. The other thing is, which I wasn't going to go there, but now that you've started with me, I'm going to go there. It would have been nice if you would have had some of the accoutrements. Like, I like sour cream. I like chopped onion. I like some nice cheddar cheese.
Yeah,
shredded.
I have all that at home.
Yeah. So I send you a box from Katz's. God forbid I forget the mustard. I don't stop hearing about it for about 6 months. You could have chopped up a little couple to put them in a nice little side container. I could have thrown them in.
Yeah. But here's the thing.
Even
Here's
a
the thing.
plastic bag. I mean,
Anybody can have
Yeah.
onion. Anybody can have onions and sour cream. You got that in your refrigerator, cheese, whatever. When you order from Katz's, okay?
Yeah.
They have a certain kind of 1,000-ounce dressing and a certain kind of mustard.
Mustard, right?
No, I know, but they also have that they have one of the best 1,000-ounce dressings I've ever had, and they call it Russian dressing, but it is great. It's like a very dark color. It's amazing. And you didn't order any of that. Like, that's a rookie move. That shows you don't really understand.
But you gave me, I had chili in the office. There was nothing there. And
I know. I just brought it in out of the kindness of my heart because
right now,
I was just feeling
cheddar cheese,
giving.
chopped onion, or sour cream in your refrigerator.
I have all that.
Stole.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point, Scott. It's because you truly don't understand.
Okay. And I wouldn't have appreciated it anyway had he brought it.
Right. Because you truly don't understand.
You would not have appreciated it anyway. Yes, it wouldn't have mattered to you. Like, when you're supposed to try something, you're not supposed to. Like, you're Mr. Wine snob. When you taste wine, like, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to mix it with all the other food and all the other crap. You just take a taste, right? I wanted you to try it pure.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Did you learn that from your days on the debate team, going back and forth, coming up with the reasons?
Hey, listen. Everybody's just happy you're not in today because today we get that.
Do you have Indian food? Nonsense. What are you getting?
We get to have Indian food.
Popeyes.
Indian food today. No, Indian
Pleasant
food.
House or nonsense. Either one, prison food. Me too. I'm glad I'm not there. And see, Tori was really nice because it said TBD. So she didn't even say what it was, although I knew she knew what it was, but I knew it had to be awful.
No, it's good Indian food today. We're excited about it. You're the only person that doesn't like it. Everybody likes
Indian food.
What?
I guarantee this. JJ? There's no way. Oh, he's not there. There's no way JJ likes Indian food. No way.
I've been to an Indian restaurant.
He might
JJ.
eat it.
He just eats anything because he doesn't even know what it is. Like, it doesn't matter to him. He's like, if it's got some color to it, he doesn't care. He can throw ketchup on anything. Okay.
I'm not naming.
He's not your
somebody
judge.
sitting right outside your office at the desk. At the desk, he says Indian food sucks. So at least I got one other person.
Oh well, he's worse than JJ. I mean, the two of those guys. You know, he had a sandwich the other day. It's like he's actually
bologna on white bread.
He's a bologna on white bread guy. Like literally.
Josh just said he's leaving. He's packing up his chair and he's going.
He will not even.
I didn't give names.
I don't even know if he'll even eat mustard on a sandwich. He's the most bland eater I've ever seen.
He eats like a child. I'll give you that.
He eats like he's a chicken nugget person.
Levi had a friend once that ordered a corned beef on white bread and with mayonnaise, and I told him you do that again, and I'm never allowing you back in the house or to a restaurant with us. I mean, that's just disrespectful. So, fair enough. All right,
I'm ready for you. Go. I've got a couple of.
I actually like.
I like Dallas. I got Jersey.
I like a good piece of.
Do not tell me that you like corned beef. Do not tell me you like corned beef with mayonnaise.
No, I've never had corned beef with mayonnaise, but I don't like corned beef. He's
a Miracle Whip guy.
No, I will never order corned beef. Of
course you don't like corned beef.
I'm a pastrami person. I will never order corned beef, ever. I don't like corned beef. Unless it's on a Reuben, it's doused with like sauerkraut and 1,000-ounce dressing.
Oh, so just like, here's what he did to me earlier. He goes, I bet you every state has a Woodstock in it. I go, okay, done. He goes, wait.
No, you didn't say, okay, done. You didn't say a word.
I go, okay, done. Right away. I said, okay, done. He goes, no, I'll make your market under over. 14. He went from every to most to 14.
And the 14 was a good market, okay? You choose under, and you were wrong.
20 or something like that.
22.
22.
That's good trivia.
Yeah. John.
Go to our list. I can't take him anymore.
John, play the video.
No, I'm about to sign off.
The video's not done. I just talked to Vanetta. It's not ready.
Oof.
I tried to save you, Sadnov. You're unsavable.
Maybe Monday. All right, top 15 symbols going through the system. First 40 minutes of the day. No broad-based indices or futures. Time for you, number 15. TQQQ coming in at a 36. For everybody else, NVIDIA at a 25. Tesla at a 68. PLTR at a 79. Meta at a 51. Apple at a 41. AMD at a 53. MSTR at a 28. XLE at a 31. Uber at a 57. RGTI at a 30. RIVN at a 32. Google with an L at a 52. Netflix at a 70. Amazon at a 57, and number 15 for Tom, TQQQ at a 36. Rounding out the next 10, QSI at a 61, CVNA at a 37, Microsoft at a 46, AVGO at a 39, IONQ at a 63, IBIT at a 61, X at a 52, and SoFi at a 56.
Beautiful. Good job, Eddie. And Sadnov, you lost Baby Shark. You lost Sahil because you did not consult with him on the Indian food. So he's very mad at you right now. So he's no longer talking to you. But let's get to our phone calls. I'm going to go to L.A. I got Baram. Baram. Maybe it's Abraham. Baram, L.A. Production, help me.
Bueller.
Is he not going to come on until I say his name properly, maybe? I'm sorry.
Hold on.
L.A., are you there? James, how about we leave him on? Are you there? Let's go to Dallas. Dallas. Edward in Dallas? Edward? Okay, now I think it's our issue.
I'm agreeing with you. Once is an issue, twice is a pattern.
1 minute, guys.
No worries. Where's Beth when you need her? Unbelievable. You see, you gave all those accolades to John early, and now here he comes with his moment to shine, and nothing happens.
In fairness, it's not like we go to phone calls.
No, don't do that, Scott. I'm allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do this. You sit there and be the nice guy that you are. Okay, let me take the hit here.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Even the S&P is a 44, Sosnoff. America.
Strong to quite strong.
Mm-hmm. You can just throw anybody on when you get one. I'm sorry, guys. I'll wait for you, though.
We get a camera on Master Control right now.
We need one. We definitely need one. That would be good. See them all. See them all putting their sandwiches down. Getting ready.
Tony, what would your lunch be today? What's the missus making?
I don't know. I had a craft services brought me a little overnight oats, which I like very much for breakfast.
What's craft services? What do you want, a home? Craft services.
with some green Jello.
Back up. Don't miss that. What's craft services?
Well, craft services when you're in the entertainment business,
in the home, aka the home.
No. If you've never done a movie. See, I've done movies.
Oh yeah,
you've never done a movie. When you get lunch, it's from Craft Services. That's the name of the company. That's the name of the company that provides the breakfast, the lunch, or the dinner. It's called Craft Services. Those are the trailers that you go into that's provided when you're eating. It's called Craft Services.
Oh, my God. Okay.
You didn't know you were dealing with, a star.
Talent. Real talent.
Real talent. That's real talent. Yep. Yeah.
Craft Services brought you. What are overnight oats? You have to soak them because my wife and daughter eat them. What do you make? I don't even know it. Like, what do you put them in the? Seriously, do you soak them overnight? Is that what it is?
I
believe so. What's that, Tom?
I don't like them that much. I like hot oatmeal.
I like them. How can you not like them? It's like cold oatmeal.
I know. I said I like hot
delicious.
oatmeal.
Cold oatmeal. I like hot oatmeal too.
Yes, like porridge. Like you can wallpaper your walls with them. It's beautiful.
But isn't it like what goes on top? Like you put some fruit or you put.
You do. I said with a nice little banana, and a little bit of jam on top too. Yeah, it was very nice. Yeah,
very nice. Yeah. See, it's more. See, Tom, it's all about the toppings. With which I had onion, cheese, and sour cream. I would have given a better rating to the chili, but that's okay.
He had nothing. Right. It was funny though. He only brought in enough for you.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, and then the best part was somebody said somebody was making it, and I'm like, somebody just stole my chili. But then I found out it was Vanetta, and she was doing it as the video.
Oh, for the video that we also.
Which again, there was something being held to my head when I recorded that video. So I'm not confirming or denying.
That's a changing. You're trying to change history. That's not acceptable.
Maybe a little revisionist history, but I was in a good mood.
Were you?
So by the way, talking about lunch, what did you think of the Gigi's chicken sandwich? I can't like.
Oh my God! I thought it was one of the best sandwiches we've had.
It was great.
Really?
2 thumbs up.
I like it, but there's something to me. I don't know. There was some flavor. It was like it just felt like it was missing a little something. I think the Fry the Coop, who did we just have that flipped their bun to like it's like a improved version of Chick-fil-A? I think it was Fry the Coop. Or Roost. I don't think it was maybe Roost. I think it was
Roost. It was Roost.
Is it Roost? That was outstanding. Outstanding.
Not as good. I think this was Gigi's was way, I think Gigi's was really good. Yep.
Gigi's
really good. It's more of like a real chicken breast as opposed to the other, which is kind of pounded and fried, whatever. I give you that.
My time and these sources are learning that they've been watching the show for the last couple of years, actually about 14 of them, and they said Scott eats like a child. Him and JJ eat plain cheeseburgers with ketchup.
No, they're child.
No, your Taiwanese sources are wrong.
Scott eats like a child, but he has like this. He has a different gear that he pops into sometimes. Like it's like he's got a snob gear. But
oh my God,
JJ doesn't have that gear.
I have a wide range of flavors that I enjoy. I can eat a good cheeseburger. I can eat some good chicken tenders, but then I can also go for a nice meal.
Okay, listen. I know your palate is sophisticated, and I know Sosnoff's palate has been burnt. But let's find out from Dallas, Edward in Dallas, what he has to say. Edward?
All right. Oh, boy.
You stink, Edward.
Oh boy, John, plug the machine back in.
Sorry, guys, we're working on a technical issue.
Now I know how my wife felt last night. This is bad. This is bad. I mean, she smiled through it the way I'm smiling through it. But I could tell she was dying inside. I could tell.
I think she takes a lot of drugs.
That's okay. I don't think we're going to get phone calls today. We have a little bit of an internal problem here, and I think it's more a Sosnoff problem than anything else. But talk amongst yourselves if we can.
I haven't done anything. I'm just sitting here being a good soldier, listening to you two ramble on about.
Here it comes. Nothing.
Absolutely
Listening
nothing.
to us save the show, making fun of ourselves.
So okay, question. Do you want the Bears to win or lose this week?
It doesn't make any difference.
Right.
Does 4 or 5 wins not matter in the draft?
No, not where
so
they
they're
are.
Gonna be like 8-9.
It probably matters.
They're gonna be like 8-9.
It really doesn't matter. They're wherever they are. It doesn't. I think they can only move like one spot. Plus, when you say, "Do I want the Bears to win?" I mean, the Bears are what? How big an underdog are they?
I'll go look. I'm going to say 12. I mean, if Green Bay's playing, I'd say they're at least 12. Could be more. Let's look here. Hold on. NFL 10.
10 points. Yep.
So I wouldn't
41 over under.
I wouldn't really worry too much about the Bears winning on Sunday.
Why not?
Well, first of all, they haven't won in Green Bay in like 73 years. And
they haven't won against Green Bay in 11 games.
And I don't think they've won in Green Bay.
Be 6, if they lose this, which I'm sure they will, that'll be 6 years that they haven't beaten. Think about it. Most of the guys on the team, how many guys on the team have been on the team for more than 6 years?
On TikTok today, I saw this guy. He's renting out his condo across the street from Lambeau Field, and the whole condo is in all Packer. You know, it's got Packer stuff everywhere. It's an expensive condo. You rent out for the game. It's got everything's Packer, but all the toilets are made out of Bears paraphernalia.
Oh, that's great.
That is great.
That is great. See, that's good. That's good.
Does the person live there, or it's strictly used just for renting out for football games? Because you get 8 games. It seems like a kind of a waste of an apartment. But
I didn't ask, Scott, but I'm assuming they get a big. There's, I mean, there's nobody else rents, and I mean, there's no reason to go to Green Bay. Other than you're renting for that one for a home game.
Never been.
We rented.
They are good fans.
We rented a huge, I don't know what it was, on the lake, a huge house on the lake when we went up, and it was beautiful.
Far from the stadium.
Maybe a mile.
Oh, close.
Yeah, everything's close. It's a tiny little city. And you drive up to the right in front of the stadium, just park on somebody's lawn for $50.
And then Tom gets out of the car and explains to the kid they give him $50 to. Kid, when I was your age, I used to do this at the Yale Bowl. I got 50 cents a spot.
$10. I got $10. I got $10.
There's no way you got $10 a spot 50 years ago.
$10 a spot 50 years ago. That's all I got. $10.
Sold.
That was the going rate. $10.
50 years ago?
Yes.
No way.
Oh my God.
50 years ago?
In New Haven, Connecticut, not a chance. It's probably $10 today.
It was 50.
Oh, wow.
It was $10. It was $10 a spot. And it was 50 years ago.
Okay, 50 years ago, $10 was worth about $190 now.
I'm just telling you, it was $10 a spot.
There's give me your mom's number.
Hey, Sosnoff, I remember the small apartment I grew up in. It looked huge to me when I was growing up. It was so big. I went back to it. I can't believe I lived in this small room. I get it, Sosnoff. And my father remembers his cell being so much bigger. And he went back into it 3 years later.
It was $10 a spot. I'm never budgeting. It was $10 a spot. That's what I charged.
Sure, Sosnoff. You were getting $200.
I had a sign that said $10.
The tickets were 18 cents. Yeah. Sure. Yep.
People would try to sell. People would try to trade us tickets for a spot.
Yeah, they would scalp them. I'll give you 2 parking tickets for a seat.
I'm sure the Yale Bulldogs, right? I'm sure that game was in high demand.
No. It was when the Giants were playing.
No, it's when the Giants were playing.
Yeah,
for
the
2
Giants
years.
would play at the Elbow. I actually went one time.
How far is that drive?
Oh, it's pretty far. It's about.
I don't know, but Grandma Beanie was not happy.
It's about an hour at least.
I remember that.
With no traffic, it's an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, Grandma Beanie was not happy. Grandma Beanie used to have a wicked right hand, a backhand, because I would sit in the back because I didn't want to sit in the front because she could reach me too easy. She'd give me that backhand in the back there like this and hit me. Oh, that
The
was
only Yale game I ever could get people to pay $10 for was Yale Harvard.
Okay, so now there was one game that you got $10 for, not all the games.
No, 2 seasons, 2 full seasons. Giants. But then the Yale games, Harvard.
Wait a minute, did you live in New Haven or you just went there on the weekends?
No, I just went on the weekends.
That's where the summer home was.
Hey, your parents are divorced. You go on the weekends.
They had to check. They had to check on the reservoir.
No, wait, I got to ask because this is your revisionist history too. How'd you get there? I know for sure one parent drove you one way, one drove you the other way. You're gonna say you took the train by yourself.
No, they never drove. They would never drive. We took the Greyhound bus.
You and your sister?
You haven't been on a Greyhound.
Oh my God.
It was Trailways. Okay, Greyhound.
Right, it was Trailways.
I know because I took one. So it was Trailways.
It wasn't.
You haven't been on a Greyhound
We took a
bus
Greyhound
your
bus.
entire life.
There was no train. We took a Greyhound bus.
You and your sister?
Yeah.
Oh, your sister.
I'm selling this
you
whole
big
story.
Sissy Mary.
Well, listen, we tried. Hopefully we don't have technical difficulties next Friday because Edward and somebody else were waiting.
Heads will fly, Scott. Don't you worry. I'm going to take care of this. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. You know, Tom doesn't like confrontation, so he can't do it. I'm going to get these guys right. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. I'm going to... I got more Tasty Live with who comes up next, Oz? That's right. Liz and Jenny. Good job out of you. Peace. 14 years, Scott.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tastytrade. Make your move.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, 2 female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tastylive.
Got the need for speed? No problem! At Tastytrade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tastytrade, make your move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Friday edition of the Liz and Jenny Show. First Friday of the year, by the way. My name is Liz Deerking. That beautiful brunette who is all dressed up and ready to hit the town is Miss Jenny Andrews.
Another holiday party this afternoon, Liz. Another holiday party.
Do you know the last time I saw that necklace?
Like Tom's 60th birthday party.
That's correct. That is correct.
It doesn't come out often. But I do like it. You can't see it all. It's super long.
Yeah, I know.
But
it's so funny.
It's an easy way to dress up, like just plain black. So I'm heading out to holiday. We're celebrating with my relatives who are normally in Fort Myers. They have the place on Fort Myers Beach, so they were in Fort Myers over the holiday, and they're leaving in a week to go back to Fort Myers. They have a short week window where they come back to their home. So celebrations today.
I know. It's so funny. It's like party. I'm almost done with them. You know what I mean? I'm almost like, I'm tapping out. But on a total side note, Jenny, I got to give, because I told her to watch the first 5 minutes, there's a huge shout out to Emily on the Tastytrade desk. Tastytrade trade desk. So I'm just want to show you that this happens to absolutely everybody. And I'm not saying I don't call anybody special. Emily is special, but I called the number that it said for me to call because I was logging into my personal account, not paying attention. Type my email address wrong over 7 times.
Multiple times, enough times to get locked out. I hear her. I'm on the phone with her and I hear her like, I'm locked out of my account.
And you're like, the show account? I was like, no, I'm in the show account. I was like, I'm locked out of my own account because we have a couple computers everywhere. So I dialed the number that it said, you've been locked out. I was connected to a wonderful woman named Emily within 10 seconds. Pressed one button. I got Emily. She was extraordinarily nice and she helped me out. So I would just like to give a huge shout out. They're doing a great job. They're totally working hard over there. But it was fun.
My question to you, when you call Tastytrade and you ask for help with an account, do you say like, hi, this is Liz from the Liz and Jenny Show?
No, I just said Liz Deerking and she knew who I was.
Oh, okay. I usually go incognito. Like I will usually give my account number. Like, hello, my account number is X25. I don't know why.
She's like crumpling paper into the phone. My account number is 43727.
I don't know why. I always just go incognito.
It's funny. No, she was great. It was wonderful. Like I love the system. So, my go-to, and poor girl, I have her cell phone number, is Sasha, Tony's daughter. So I usually speed dial her for anything. And Sasha can always fix all of my problems. But this time I was like, if I can't get into my account for the hour, it's not that big of a deal. But Emily was amazing. So just a little shout out to our Tasty team.
Okay, I will say, let's go to the Tasty platform first if we can, John, because I've got that pulled up first, and then we'll talk about other things. But an hour can make a difference because here's ZB. Every morning lately, and I use every loosely. It hasn't been happening every day.
It's been twice.
But during the night, I look at bonds trading over 114. On the open, trading over 114. And then they quickly fall. So here we have yesterday, here you've got, 114. Then here you've got, the open over 114.
Jenny, I would just like to say for the record, you're really testing my old eyes. You're talking real quick about a lot of numbers that I don't know what you're saying. What are you trying to tell? Just give us what are you trying to tell us?
So this is my 1 minute. This is my 1 minute chart for the last couple of days. And in the middle of the night, when I check bonds, they're over 114. On the open, they're over 114. And by the time our show starts, they're back down to being unchanged or down on the day. Same thing that was the day before. Here, this was last night. Same thing, well over 114, in the middle of 6 a.m., 8 a.m., and 8:30 on the open over 114. And by the time our show starts, plummets down back to now it's unchanged on the day. I don't know why that keeps happening.
Okay, but I will say this has nothing to do with our position in the show account. We have a TLT, but our ZB is just a moot point.
No, but a lot of people are watching it because a lot of people have positions that expire today. Our position expires today, but it's so far in the money, it doesn't matter. But a lot of people have ZB positions that expire today. And so people have been watching it. And it's just interesting how you talk about how an hour, if you can't get in for an hour, it doesn't matter. Well, sometimes an hour does matter, because I looked at this on the open and I thought, I'll close my ZB position when I get out of the shower. I was getting in the shower at like 8:20, and I said, I'll close it when I get out of the shower. Get out of the shower, forget about it.
It was an expensive shower, Jenny Andrews.
Yeah.
An expensive shower. No, these have been moving around. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, though. These have been battling. I'm shocked at how low it keeps getting.
So I'm going to go back to my normal chart, and we're going to talk about something more positive, which is, guess the market has been extended to Sunday. If you missed it,
they have extended it, which is awesome. I'm very excited they did that. Now they're doing this because, and I think you're also, oh no, you don't have it up. You just have the guess. There's also an event on Sunday that is, more of an intimate, everything you want to know about crypto, but we're afraid to ask. And then on Monday, I believe, is the digital collectible. So sign up for the digital collectible. I think the in-person event might be sold out.
The in-person event is sold out, but the digital collectible will be great. So it's gonna be really good. I am gonna sign up for that digital collectible because
I'm already signed up. I'm already signed up for all three. I went in and did them all just because I was like, I want to make sure I have them and I don't want to miss the deadline. Because if you don't sign up for the digital collectible, then you don't get it.
Right. So it's going to be very good. I have not signed up yet, but I have to for that digital collectible.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's going to be cool.
So we also are taking live tweets today, and you don't have to be verified to tweet us. Just include the hashtag LIZJNY, because I could see yesterday Jeff did this test. I have no check mark, and we did see it. So thank you, Jeff. It worked.
Jeff, we have no check mark either. That was my test underneath where I decided to do something either. We have no check mark.
And we still managed to, we're looking at tweets that have the hashtag LAZJNY. We're not looking at our own Twitter account. We're just looking at tweets that have the hashtag
and you know what, Jenny? I mean, it is 2025. So we established this Twitter account a long time ago, and we had our then 18-year-old trader, Adriel. He is probably 28 by now, helping us out. He might even be older, helping us out with what to do. And back then, the hashtag was the best way to clean it up, meaning that if you go into our Twitter account, you're not going to see retweets and likes and all this stuff. So the hashtag just keeps it clean. I wonder if there's a different way to do it now.
I don't know, but Liz, we've come so far because back then when this all started, we called it pound sign.
Pound, Liz and Jenny. No, we did not.
I think it took us a while to be like hashtag. It used to be pound sign. So we have come very far.
Now that's funny. If you asked your kids, like if they knew that was a pound sign, they would have no idea.
Oh, well, so to get into my condo complex, you have to type in a code, and it is
pound,
and then the code. And so they'll call if you hit Andrews at the gate, it just goes right to my phone. So I answer, and everyone's like, what's the code? And I just say pound, assuming everybody knows what that means. But I guess
because most of the people that you're talking to, and I do love your family, but are well over our age. Like if I told my mother-in-law or father-in-law hashtag, I don't know if they'd know what that meant.
Yeah, and when you're typing in a code at a gate, I don't know if it's referred to as a hashtag. Then I think it is back to the old school pound sign.
I think it depends on the age of the person you're talking to. If I told my kids pound, they'd be like, what do you want me to pound? You know what I mean? I don't know.
I guess. But if you send someone to a code and you're like, okay, here's the code,
It would depend on how old they are. That's what I'm saying. I would tell them, if it was my kids, I'd say it's hashtag 666, whatever. Like, you know what I mean?
Okay.
If it was my mother-in-law or one of my aunts, I'd be like, it's pound star 69. Like, that's how you used to get. Do you remember that? That's how you'd block your call.
You find out. No, wasn't that how you would find out who just called you?
No, that's how you would block. That's how you would block your call if you were going to stalk someone. You go star 69, then you would dial it, and then it would say no caller ID.
So then they couldn't see who was calling. But there was another way where if someone called you and hung up, you could put it in, and it would take you back to the number that just called you.
That I don't know, because I never had to do that.
But you were often blocking your number, so people could see they couldn't tell who was calling them. Well, those crank calls you used to do back in the day.
Jenny, why do you think you got so many crank calls back in the day?
Now I know. Now I know where they were coming from. All right, so we are taking live tweets. Include the hashtag LAZJNY, just like Frank the Great does. From the SIBO, Thursday's option volume, 51.1 million contracts, was in line with recent average levels, with calls leading puts 4-3. Among the 500 most liquid single stocks, 30-day implied volatility was higher for 314 and lower for 121. Interesting news.
Yeah, so, and Frank the Great is coming in to solve our Twitter crisis because he's saying that if you're not verified, you can't do more than 8 lines.
Okay. Well, thank you, Frank. Now we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna if we have to pay for it on our own, Frank, we're gonna get verified. I think it's like $11 a month, something like that.
We can afford it.
Liz, I'll pay for it. Can you Zelle me $5.50 a month?
Sure. Can I pay you in advance?
All right, Jack JT, happy belated New Year's. Happy belated New Year's to you, Jack JT. I've been gallivanting. Good for you. I'm currently at this little old place built by a mouse on the West Coast. It's giving me thoughts to look at Disney.
Yes. You know we love Disney. That was our number 1 winner last year, Jack JT. And this show account, one little DIS, was our number 1 winner.
Awesome. Let's take a look at Disney. When I read that made I gave me the chills because I feel like I'm having Disney withdrawal or warm weather withdrawal. You know me in the winter, I get I just don't do well in the winter. I'm not made for this bitterly cold weather. And usually I get out of here occasionally to revive my skin, but I don't have any vacations on the books.
You don't? You're stuck because you are stuck. Because you have a high school sophomore.
Yeah. So I'm stuck here and I'm paying for it, right? I'm getting I don't know, dry skin. I'm going to turn into Mariah Carey with 30 humidifiers in my room.
It's not a bad plan. It's not a bad plan.
Oh, hold on there. Well, I'll get to Jack. We'll go back to Mikey. I'm going to go into Disney.
Oh, wait, hold on. I just saw the chin of one Jajun. We should probably put it on.
Okay. SPX. I haven't even really been watching to see high, low, where we are now compared to where we've been. I know we've been up all day.
No, we've been higher than this.
We haven't had a turnaround like yesterday. 265. I didn't even think. I'm not even thinking. Wrap it around. Put it in for mid-market. Filled. 265. So I'm going to try to get out of this for 315. Close 315. And then I will get back into Twitter after we look for a Disney trade. Disney. Yeah, I wish I were there. We were just talking about my annual pass ends in 3 weeks. Am I going to renew it? Yeah.
Are you going to renew it? I don't know if you should this year.
No, I'm going to. I'm going to renew it because I think next year I'm gonna make it happen, Liz. I'm gonna renew my annual pass.
I think that's a good idea. So we've had them. We live in Chicago when we've had annual passes, but we would go every other year only because sometimes it's hard to go. I know I'm not gonna miss a thing of my kid stuff.
Oh, I don't miss anything either. But I'm hoping her activities reduce next year.
Oh, you're looking for a reduction in activities.
I'm looking for a reduction in school activities. Looking for a reduction in. I've promised dreams of many vacations for a reduction in school activities.
Oh, promises. I like it.
My
I don't
son's
have
on board.
that. Annabelle's locked and loaded for her senior year, so we're hunkering down, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, they're only in high school ones. They're only in high school ones.
Yeah.
But I feel like you should get out of something what you put into it, right? If you're putting, I can't even imagine like how many hours. I'm not even sure how many hours a week, like dozens, 10s, 20s, 30 hours. I don't know how many hours a week she puts into dance. And I feel like she should get some kind of return on her time. And so far there's like zero return on her time into the high school dance. So if I could eliminate that, I think it'd be better for everyone.
You're looking for an ROI. I agree.
Yes. Looking for an ROI on the time she's putting into high school dance. And we're not getting any ROI on the time she's putting into high school dance, which is why I'm promising many vacations if we don't return to high school dance.
I like
my life will change. My life will change, and I will be in Disney. So I think I'm renewing my annual passes.
I like it. All right, let's pop into Disney. We've got a Disney position on.
Just a very baby 115 earnings setup calendar. And if I have an earnings setup calendar where my short is almost 80%, 80% of its value is gone. We sold that one for $2.28. It's only 49 cents. I might buy that back for 49 cents. And then this is probably what I would do. I would probably buy that back for 49 cents and then try to make up some of this money by selling a put, like maybe selling that 105 put.
Well, you're just completely changing the trade. You can add the 105 put on there as well, and you can buy back that and roll it out in time. That's what an earnings setup calendar is. We've still got two rolls in there. I don't mind the put on top of it, but you don't want to change the trade.
No, I was going to leave this.
No. Buy back your 14 day if you want to, and go out a couple weeks. You see, we have a couple rolls built in there.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know what did we pay for it. $2.69. You can just chip away at it. Yeah.
Close that, and then go out.
I mean, you can even go to the 28 day. You can go 2 more weeks.
28 day, and we'll get 62 cents.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, you're chipping away at the cost of the earnings setup calendar.
Okay, so then that's the earnings setup calendar continuing on. And then I probably would try to chip away the cost of the earnings setup calendar by adding on a put as well. And maybe I would stay with that 28 day before earnings and look for just $1.
Not a bad plan. Go for it.
What do you think that is $1,800 too much to use on that put? Should I bring it up to and make a spread?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then that spread's only using 393. Basically moved it up 2 strikes, and I was able to make a spread out of it.
Yeah, well, that looks good.
So that we have the earnings setup calendar, which we don't have a lot of money into, right? We paid $2.69 and just took in another 60 cents. So we have like $2 in that, and then we have $300 and something in risk in that put spread. So it's not
Jenny, can you do me a favor and put GTCs in for both?
Okay, so let's see. That earnings setup calendar, let's figure this out.
So we originally paid $260. So we want to get 10% of $260. So you want to get like $26. Right?
Right, yeah. Here we paid $270, but we took in 60 cents. So we have $210. But $210. So let's try to sell it for $270.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say. You want 10% of your original payment.
Oh, 10%?
10 or 20% of your original payment.
Okay, so then 210. So if we put in 250.
Like these aren't earning setup calendars, and calendars in general aren't the ones that are like, ooh, we're going to make hundreds of dollars. When you pay $2 for something or a little over $2, what do you expect your return on? Your ROI on this? You can't expect to send your kids to college with a $200 calendar.
On a regular calendar, I go for 10%. On an earnings setup calendar, I go for 20%. That's me personally.
Do it. Pop it in. I just want a GTC in for it.
210. So closed position. 270. So then $60 on it.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen earnings setup calendars make more than the 10%. We're like durational calendars. If we're just doing a durational calendar, 10%. But earnings setup calendars.
I was just saying of our original, I don't want to keep changing. You know what I mean?
And then that put spread we just sold, I'll put that in for 50%. Okay, so that's all in. As far as, so we were having this little discussion before the show started about, and sometimes it happens too, if people at the end of the year close some trades. As far as like, there are positions I like to have or underlyings I don't want to forget about. I remember Slim used to talk about having his universe of products. I have my universe of products and certain things I don't want to forget about. And sometimes I do. So to avoid that, I will put just one share in of the product just so it's always in my portfolio. And Rivian,
that's the one that I missed today. I don't have anything in Rivian.
So Rivian's up 23% today. It's a big move for Rivian, and we don't have anything. And usually we do. We usually do, but somehow we don't right now.
What is Tesla doing on the heels of Rivian?
Well, so remember yesterday, Tesla's numbers were not great and Tesla fell. And I thought Rivian might have been up yesterday and it wasn't. It's up today. I don't know if they had news, their own news, or if it's just, let's see.
Well, Tesla's up
$12. But I mean, Tesla's up 3%. Rivian's up 22%. So
yeah. No, but Rivian's a much smaller product too. Hold on, I just want to look at them real quick. Oh my goodness.
I want to see what the news is. I don't even know, but U.S. stocks on the move. Rivian beats expectations for deliveries. So Tesla, I think their deliveries were not what people had hoped, and Rivian beats expectations for deliveries.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so big move there, but we don't have anything.
No,
if someone. Yeah. And,
act like you've been here before. Rivian was up that high. I think that's when I got rid of it.
Oh, I was going to say, every time Rivian's gotten up here, it's fallen back down, right?
Yeah.
So every time Rivian has a pop, it's never been able to hold it. I don't want to say never, but we've seen this movie before in Rivian.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so.
Okay, Spoos are up 41. Where are we on Jajun?
We are up $15.
Oh, 25. Come on, Jajun.
We need a little more movement. Let's take a look at what Mikey had to say.
Jajun, we trust. I love Mikey.
All right. Polish Warrior comes in. TGIF ladies, a Jajun style trade, but with the simple long ES0 DTE. $417 winner, 100% in 30 minutes. Nice, Mikey. Nice. Max risk was 407. So what did Mikey do?
He bought a call. He bought a 0 DTE ES call because they're nice. Let's take a look at the 0 DTE ES calls.
Very good. It was Jajun. He's coming back. He'll be moving back to Chicago. Permanent fixture.
Jajun is 2 for 2, and that was in 10 minutes.
Nice.
2 for 2 in 10 minutes.
All right, I'm going to go into these ES. Here we go. 0 DTE. So Mikey bought a call. Now, he said he paid about $400 for it. Whatever this price looks like, cut it in half because there's a 50% multiplier. So if I bought this $59.70 for $800, that's going to cost about $400. Sounds like something what Mikey did when he placed the trade. Paid about $400 for it and then closed it when it doubled. Way to go, Mikey.
So, you can use these in the Jajun trades. Now, we just use the SPX because it's cash. And Jenny, we could change our Jajun trade if we ever wanted to. Because, honestly, we made this trade up based on the fact that of that market measure study and the fact that we were at the SIBO floor. We combined two things together. We were in the SPX pit, which is why we use the 0 DTEs. So someone could easily use the ES. But my warning is, then you got to close them. And this does not count for pattern day trading rules. I believe futures options don't.
Right. So what I'll say about just buying these from my own personal experience, if you like on the very open, you know, and I know if on the very open, they're a little inflated, just options in general, SPX, ES, they're a little inflated. And after a few minutes, after the market's kind of shaking out, they usually, their value, they lose a little bit of premium. And then it's not decaying super rapidly early. But as we get later in the day, once you get to that noon, 1, 2 o'clock, then they're decaying so rapidly. You need your movement to happen very quickly. But Mikey putting it in like in the morning, and I'm curious, what time did he put that on? Let's see. What time did Mikey put this on? 9:22.
And I'm glad you're talking about decay, because I got to give Frank Walsh a big shout out, because he's the one who coined the in and out. And that's basically what we're doing. Now, we're not looking anymore as if we are watching extrinsic value. We're wrapping it around the at the monies. But that is also key, because if you don't get the movement, you don't lose any money. Do you know what I'm saying? So that is the one kind of key too with the 0 DTE SPX.
But I see like his time 9:22 to 9:44. That I don't hate that time if you're going to be buying these out of the money options, because I feel like the rapid decay starts there's like rapid decay right on the open, and then it starts again as we hit the afternoon hour, noon 1, 2, you see it, those really start to decay. Yeah, and I don't know, and maybe we should ask for a study on that. As far as trading these 0 DTEs, at what point, what times of the day is the most decay on those options?
I mean, I think you have to look at it. I mean, I'm just extrapolating, but you have to look at it like a life cycle of an option. So you say this is 45 days till expiration. You and I both know where the highest decay is. It's near the end.
Right. The end. That's what that's what I noticed just from trading them. Yeah.
So you can do this, but like I said, I do like the in and out. We did a mashup and we did it our way. Everybody can do their own, and I like that Mikey's took this trade and made it his own. Do you know what I mean? Mikey's really good at this.
Look at Mikey, $417 on a Friday in half an hour or so. Nice job, Mikey.
Yeah, no, that's great. But I do want people to realize too, and I think that you kind of did a good job saying this, that does have decay. What we're doing doesn't have decay. If you don't get the movement, you're not out anything.
And what TP is doing is even putting it a step further, whether you use NDX or SPX or ES, selling that just out of the money or slightly out of the money spread, then you actually have decay working for you, not against you.
Yeah, you have it in your favor instead of against. I mean, they're all good. Like when if it's going to work, they'll all work, right?
Okay,
if we're getting up movement.
Jordan, welcome. I think maybe a new tweeter.
Ooh, maybe.
SoFi looking good for short puts. Let's take a look.
SoFi. Let's take a look at SoFi.
SoFi.
Do we have anything on SoFi?
No, we don't. So back to things I don't want to forget. I would like to almost want to put together a list. Maybe we work on this on the train, because when we're on the train, we have some extra time. So on Wednesday, when we're on the train, coming home from the SIBO, let's write down a list of underlyings we don't want to forget about. And then I really am going to go in my account and throw one share. So as I'm going through my positions, if I open it up and I just have one share, I know, I usually like to have a position in there. Sometimes I might look at it and say, I'll wait, but at least then I'm always watching it.
Hey, I got a great idea.
But
we can create our own watch list on the side and keep adding those in. And then if we don't have them in, we can be like, hey, we don't have a position in that.
So we can create the Liz and Jenny watch list and get it added to the platform.
No. You don't have to add it to the platform. Each person can create their own watch list that we could watch on our show.
All right. Well, we need to work on that. So Wednesday on the train, let's make our own watch list.
I mean, I like that you're going to go bigger and give it to everybody, but it's real easy to create your own watch list.
All right. Yeah. So I need to check that. I just got a message. Xfinity has identified a network performance issue. So just FYI.
You look like you're performing fantastically, by the way.
Well, I'm just letting you know if something happens.
I can be like, Xfinity.
All right, SoFi. Yeah, let's look. I know SoFi had a big run.
So recently. My question to you is, I believe SoFi is more cash than normal to sell puts in. If you hit that trade page and hit the put.
Okay, let me see.
Because I think that's the problem with puts there. I just grab anyone, yeah.
No, 166. No, and here it's on my list. My best and worst performers of 2024. SoFi was number 5 on my best performing list.
Oh, I was gonna like it was the best or worst.
No, SoFi was number 5 on my best. Here, you want my top 5?
Yeah, give me your top 5.
Number 1, Archer Aviation. Thank you, Dan Deerking.
Very welcome.
Number 2, Robinhood, which is very interesting because I quit trading Robinhood in August.
Oh, Robinhood was my number 1.
So Robinhood was my number 2, but I quit trading it in August because I spoke to someone who said they weren't a big fan. So
but you know what, though, Jenny? That just proves exactly what we say on a daily basis. It doesn't matter what anyone says. You have to make your own decisions.
Yeah. So I find this interesting that started the year at 13, and in August it was 18, and I quit trading it. And so for it to be number 2 on my best performers, I was selling a lot of premium in there between then.
Yeah, you must have been.
Because I missed this.
Yeah,
and I cursed the day I said I'm not going to trade anymore.
This was fascinating for me because we talk about like what strategy. This worked because it worked, right? Let's keep that in there. And I know you were selling premium. I carried zebras the entire way up. So I made the entire run as if it were stock. That's why it's my number 1. So this worked great when it worked, right?
Well, and some things that if you say they're at your top and it's a chart that looks like this, like, of course, yeah, that's like my next one, OKLO. I can't take any credit for that because that just went straight up. But my number 4 best performer of 2024 is Coin. And I never took a lot of risk in Coin. In Coin, I would buy call spreads, sell put spreads to pay for it, and did it consistently. And that was my number 4 performer in 2024.
Yeah.
And that was just small $250, like small wins that added up.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. You know what? I mean, you know what else was my was a big winner, but I had to go back and actually add it all up. Natural gas.
Oh, good.
So natural gas, because they don't net each other out as like natural gas, you'd have to go back and be like, gee, see, like all of those different ones. Natural gas was one of my bigger winners. Natural gas, gold, because gold went straight up too. Natural gas, gold, and hood were my 3 number 1s.
Now, natural gas has a 34 rank. It's sitting at 338. I don't know what you think. I have not touched this since it's been in the 3s. Okay. That's what I was wondering, if you have anything in there now.
No, I don't. I haven't in a while. And that's what was interesting going back and reviewing, kind of a year in review, is that I stopped, very similar to Hood. I stopped trading this 50% the way through the year because I was like, okay, it's at a price point that I'm not comfortable with, right? When it's down low, I'm happy with it.
Right. Yeah. Now, hold on. I got to do this. $. In order to really see. So this is a much different look than looking at that one future. So it was easier for you to trade when it was in the 2 handle and even in the 1 handle versus now in the 3 handle, it's a little trickier.
Yeah, I don't even look at it. Like if I know, and I know natural gas, that's a big move down today in natural gas, by the way. You can see that big bar. I still, even though I know there's a big move down, I still don't even look at it right there. That price point makes me nervous because this is a massive product.
Right. So we'll keep an eye on it and wait. If it gets back down into the 2s, maybe we'll jump back in.
Yeah, right. We'll keep an eye on it.
Okay, so
Jenny, we do have some other tweets to get to that are above Jordan. Okay. Did you sell puts? Let's sell puts in SoFi. Let's get to that too.
Yes, I didn't do that yet. And the buying power is great. And so I'm glad Jordan brought this up to my attention because SoFi is one of them I'm typically in, but after the big run, I'm not. Another one that I want to keep on my list so I don't forget about it. In Feb, going through earnings, whatever. What do you think? The 13 put for 84 cents?
I'd sell the 14 put.
For $1.28, $1.29.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. And we're in. Almost in.
Almost in.
Almost in. And I don't know why SoFi is making me think of Beyonce. Because I don't know, SoFi, I think of SoFi Stadium, but that's not where she performed. She was in Dallas. if anyone didn't see it, go watch the Beyonce performance on Netflix. Did you watch it yet, Liz?
I don't know that I'm going to watch it. Why?
Okay, so her performance that she did on Christmas Day was really good, and it's on Netflix. It's 13 minutes. Her halftime show was 13 minutes, and they put just the 13-minute halftime show on Netflix.
Really?
It's really good. Yes. Yeah, and how old is Beyonce?
I have no idea. I'm not a huge, are you a big Beyonce fan? This is the first time I've ever heard you talk about her.
I always get very inspired when I watch people who are, and I don't want to say close to our age because I know Beyonce's younger than us, but like J-Lo, our age, I always get very inspired when I watch people like Beyonce and J-Lo on stage, close to our age, and put on a show like that.
Listen, Dionne Warwick is pushing 80, and she's going to be at the casino near your house. So if you'd like to go get even more inspired, go for it.
Oh, funny. Dionne Warwick.
She is. I was like, I saw it yesterday. I was like, what do you mean she's performing? I was like, how old is she? I think she's in her 80s. Dionne Warwick. You can go get even more inspired.
I mean, so, you watch, and I'm not comparing the two because they're not the same age, but you see J-Lo on stage, and then you see Def Leppard on stage. Yeah, those guys have got to retire. They got to hang it up.
Oh God, I don't know. I didn't see either of them. Okay, you sold the put. Did you get filled in SoFi?
Not yet. I'm working that put, and it was a tight enough market. Oh no. Oh yeah, because I was trying to sell it for like 129. Now it's only 126, 127. So I'll have to give up a couple pennies if I want to get filled. But for the sake of time and the sake of the show, I don't mind giving up 2 cents.
And we say thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jordan. We're back in SoFi.
Okay, I'm pushing all this stuff out. Yep, we are in and dusted.
Okay, question here, ZB. We have this put spread. Should we just close it because it's today? Otherwise, we're going to get exercise assigned. We just close it.
Yeah, and I think it closes early. Earlier. I don't know what time it closes.
Mm-hmm. Now, if I can't get filled at $1,
I don't know if it would be $1.
It's not.
If it's $1.
No, at 101, then I'm giving up too much. It's like too much for the tick. So maybe we just get exercise and assign because giving up that tick is going to cost more than $5.
Can you show everybody what the tick will be? So pretend like you're closing it, so we can show kind of visually say what you're talking about.
So you see this $1, 718.74, right? Mm-hmm. If I go up 1 tick, that goes to 734.38.
Yes, and I don't know how much exercise and assignment is per line in futures options.
So
I say we roll the dice and let it get exercised and assigned. Someone else is going to get the email, and it's not going to be you or I. So
right, I just don't want to give up. I don't want to give up a whole tick. It's different when we're giving up a tick in SPY and it's $1. This is a lot more than $1, so I don't want to give up that tick. I can put in, and you see, it's really like it's really 60. So 63, then
it's 64ths is one. 64th right. Is your one. Yeah, to go to the next level.
1 tick is 64th. It's not like $1. It's like 64s.
Yeah,
but it's weird. You see it go from 63 to 1.
Yeah, that is weird, but that is true.
So anyway, I can put in 1 and see what happens.
Ship it, see what happens. If not, leave it.
Otherwise, 1 will exercise, 1 will assign.
Yeah, if not, just let it go. This is no harm, no foul. It just might be a little bit more in fees. We're better off with our listed options because we know we're better off closing it and paying 1 penny over.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's that. Look at Archer having a run today, up 152.
It's so funny because that was my son's first short put, and he's going to come in. I sold it very short term for him. He's very excited because he's not going to come in long another Archer aviation.
No, but you know what? If he made $50, then that's a lot for him in a day.
It's a lot. His account right now, I keep an eye on him just because his account is up a ridiculous amount today.
Well, but he's making back. He's making back what he lost yesterday. He took a hit in Tesla, but he's making that back today. Plus, he's got Archer. Plus, how is my little Birkenstocks? And that we don't have that here. I always have Birkenstocks. How's his little Birkenstocks doing?
So hold on, let me go into it. I just looked at that. Today. He's not down in anything. Now he thinks he's like the world's greatest trader. Birkenstocks is down today.
It's down today.
It's the only thing he's down in.
We do not have anything in Birkenstocks. I have. What do you think of the 50-55? What do you think of the 55-50 put spread in Birkenstocks?
Go for it. Sure, go for it. Now, liquidity is a little bit subpar here. You got 145. What is the stars?
It's probably only 2. 3.
3. Go for it.
It's low liquidity, but I trade it anyway.
3 stars. Scott just handing out stars because 3 is a lot.
Well, we'll let that work. We'll leave it and let it work.
Spoons are up almost 60. I mean, it is wild. Like yesterday was bonkers, Jenny, because we get off the show. You know, the morning is one thing. We're doing the show. We're doing another thing. And then I literally like halfway through the day, rubbed my eyes. I was like, are the spoons down 50? We had a 50 point up and a 50 point down range yesterday to the tune of 100 points.
Okay. Tell me this then, because here we are now, our accounts were good yesterday morning because we both are leaning a little bullish, right? So our accounts were good yesterday morning, but by the end of the day, not so good. And at the end of the day, I said, geez, what a P&L for day one of the year. What if I would have closed all? What if I would have closed all and thought this year I'm going to start from scratch, figure out my positions one by one? I would have been much better off if I did that in the morning. Now we're back and then some to where we were. I sometimes wonder, do I close all and like start fresh with our list and just start fresh on the year?
I don't know. I mean, I have, like I said, I manage a lot of accounts and I keep them and there's lots of positions in them. I like it. It would take a long time for me to deploy that much capital back into the markets.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is because you can't, it's not what we have to put our money where our mouth is. I can't tell my son, take your entire account and put it into one thing. Like, that's not true. So it would take a long time to deploy the capital. And I actually gave him one. The only thing that I told him is, because he's got a very small account, not even a Tasty Bites, like a very, very, very small account. And I said, I want all your capital deployed before April 1st. So he's taking little bits and putting it in and putting it in. And I said, diversify it, but I want all your capital in by April 1st. Instead of just saying on day one, I'm going to take all of it and put it into something.
Just be careful that there is some extra, because if you get a down move, then he can get a margin call.
Oh, I know. He doesn't have any options in right now except for one. So he can't get a margin call.
Okay, right. If he's just buying, that's right.
Yeah, so I want all of his capital deployed, and then we're going to start playing with it, and then I'm going to show him a better use of capital. I kind of want it all at use so that I can show him a better use of capital.
All right, that makes sense. Because I've gotten on my son's account, he's gotten the margin call.
Yeah, but he trades options. He's 21 years old. When is his exact birthday? When are we going out?
So January 21st, it's the Tuesday after Martin Luther King Day.
Okay.
So Monday is Martin Luther King Day.
You know, for like normal birthdays, you can kind of move the date around a little bit. You can't move this one. I was like, if you could just shift it one day earlier.
I know. So it's a Tuesday. We're just going to go to like a local place, and whoever wants to come can come.
Are we taking off the next day because we're doing shots with a 21-year-old?
No, because we have to go to the SIBO. And he asked me. I know, he asked me. He's like, Mom, can we go somewhere or do something? I was like, no, I have to go to the SIBO on Wednesday morning. So unless we're all downtown and he comes with us to the SIBO.
He can come with us.
I don't know. All right, I'm going to pop back into Twitter because we do have some tweets. Okay, let me refresh here.
Yeah,
and then we'll take a look at what's going on on the SIBO's most active list.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Beyonce has nothing on the 2 greatest lady traders I know.
This was us in the back room. We didn't even know the cameras were on. Nobody should let us out in public, Jenny.
And your outfit might have been similar.
I think it was.
I mean, not with the ruffles, but...
I think it looked exactly like that because I'm 50 years old. I love it.
All right, Anacott Steele, don't knock the Leopards. Yes, I'm a huge fan of Def Leppard, but the last time I saw them in concert, they could barely move around the stage. Yes, Joe Elliott cannot hit the high notes anymore, but it's a fun night out. 100%, I agree. It's a fun night out, but he had the same move. All night.
What's the move?
I don't know what I was expecting.
What move?
Okay, I don't know if you see me. He put his arms straight out and would just walk the runway to the end and then walk back. And then he would walk the runway to the end, and he would walk back. That's it. There's this move all night. Would put his arms like out like this and walk to the end of the runway. And his arms could have been in better shape if that's his move.
When did you see it?
I took Logan to see Def Leppard at like the outdoor music venue in Tinley Park.
The Tweeter Center?
Or well, I don't know what it's called now. First
the World Music Theater. That's where I graduated high school, by the way. So I've been on that stage walking across like this.
Yeah. Now I think it's First Midwest Bank Amphitheater.
It's something like that, right?
But
I
took
on the
Logan
same
to
stage as Def Leppard. So.
And I'll tell you, it was Poison open for Def Leppard, and we both walked out of there and said Poison was way better.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. But okay. What else is Mikey up to? Another $182. Double Jajun. I owe him a drink. Is he old enough to drink?
Is Jajun old enough to drink?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't know. So Mikey, 2 for 2, all in one morning. And what is this? The only thing faster than the Jajun trade is Tony Batista on a Saturday night.
That's funny. That's funny. Okay, and then the Doc OCC.
Okay, the Doc Ock. What exactly are the daily vertical spread in SPX? I know I'm going to butcher the shark's name if I try to spell it. Oh, so Shark Jeeve. So Jajun and Shark Jeeve are two different people.
Yeah. But Jajun, and it's written up there, in Jajun we trust it, and Mikey, that's how you spell it. But his is just a wrapped around the at the money debit spread. Either you could, we use the calls because that's what we're taking it from Jajun study, but people are using their own liberties and saying you can Jajun bullish, you can Jajun bearish, you can Jajun with anything. So Jajun is now becoming a verb and a legend all at the same time.
So, but the SPX trade, we did it. And this is the Jajun trade. I don't know if Shark Jeeve has his own trade. Maybe Shark's coming out with the trade in 2025. But all we did today is buy a wrapped around the money 0 DT call spread and then sell it for $50 more, trying to get $50 out of it. That's
we immediately put a closing order in, and the crux or the theory behind it is that you're going to get a tiny little pop. We don't necessarily know. Even yesterday, Jenny, our Jajun trade won because during our show, we got a little bit of a pop. Even if we're not saying that it's going to be up for the whole day, we're not making any type of predictions like that. We're looking at a very small 5-minute up bar. That's all we're looking for.
Now, on the follow page, I just want to see, I didn't know if, oh yes. Okay. So, well, this is Shark Jeeve, Baby Shark's dad. He's on the follow page.
That's Papa Shark.
And I didn't know if Baby Shark was on here or Jajun is on here, but maybe we need to get Baby Shark and Jajun on here.
You know what though, and yeah, maybe, and possibly, but you know, it's interesting. When you're producing all this research, they're younger traders, and I don't necessarily know. It's kind of like my son. You can't. They're not going to be an active trader with a very small account.
And I wish we knew who to call. We need to contact someone because our account is probably about 35 grand, not 25 grand, and we're long. So
yeah,
just we need to fix that.
Yeah, true.
True story. We need to fix this.
True that.
So, okay. We'll do that when we're in next week.
Yeah, that'll be easy. That's a quick fix, but you got to be in person.
All right. So I'm still working that put spread and Burke. It's not that liquid, but we're working it. There was another tweet I missed. Ron Grace. Oh, you both look nice today. Thank you, Ron. I'm going to a holiday party.
Liz, I am in my workout clothes. Thank you very much, Ron Grace. I've got gym shoes and leggings on, and I appreciate it.
Anna Cat Steele. Best prank call as a kid. Hello, ma'am. This is Joe from Sears calling to ask if your refrigerator is running.
Well, you better go catch it. Wait, you got to hit see more. There's more underneath there, Jenny. In Anna Cat Steele.
Maybe more jokes. Hang up. Then you hang up.
That's funny. That's funny.
Oh my gosh. All right. And I wanted to take a look to see what was going on today. As far as
wait a minute. You took a screenshot yesterday. Let's go look at the volume.
Oh, yes. I might even remember it. Let's see. SPX. It was the 21st. Thought it was the Feb 21st. No.
No, Feb 14.
Feb 14.
Dude, just look at your screenshot. Let's stop guessing.
All right. Hold on.
And it was down low. It was like the 4,900, 4,950 or something crazy like that. 4,900, 4,950 is my guess. Puts in the February 14th regular.
Yes, February 14th. You're right. 4,900, 4,950 new. Yeah, now we got 49,000, 49,000.
Because there was 17 and now there's 49 and 49. So that's new. So somebody either bought it or sold it. Dun, dun, dun.
And I said, gee, I hope they're closing that. And it wasn't a closing order, it was an opening order.
Opening order. You saw it here, ladies and gentlemen. I love when we use our process of deductive elimination. Like we're like Scooby-Doo.
So, when we say like we want to be in to see what happens with this order, if you had a choice, would you buy this for $40 or sell it for $40?
If you were a massive, massive, massive fund, would you buy it for $40 or sell it for $40?
Well, I wouldn't buy it, but I wouldn't sell it either. I would come up with another way to make $40.
I think it's totally different when we don't know what they have in the bankroll. I'm going to guess. This is just a guess. That's not their only trade.
So here's
isn't
a
that
question
fair enough?
too.
So isn't that fair enough? I'm going to guess that's not their only trade.
Okay, but I'm gonna pose this question to you, and you have to pick one. Would you rather sell this $4,950, $4,900 for 40 cents to make $40? This, okay, or $4,950, $4,900, or would you rather sell the $2,600 put for 45 cents?
I don't have that much cash.
Yeah, I know you could.
But most people, like we can't in this account.
Okay, I'm very curious because this show account is not portfolio margin. Will you see what kind of buying power this uses in portfolio margin?
In SPX, it's going to use nothing. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying. So would I rather sell the $4,950, $4,900 put spread for 40 cents, or would I rather sell the $2,600 put for 40 cents, 45 cents? I picked the $2,600 put for 45 cents. So if that guy's...
No, but Jenny, and I appreciate where you're coming from. It is not an apples to apples scenario. It uses $600.
Exactly. Instead of $4,960 in portfolio margin. And if it's a big guy doing this, they're in portfolio margin. In portfolio margin, this uses $600.
And so, but this account uses it's $25,000.
But if you're in a big account trading 30,000 of those, you have portfolio margin.
And I need to clarify something that Jenny is talking about right now. If you do have portfolio margining, it does give you a lot of margining ability. But to your point, with that power comes great responsibility. Trade responsibly, because those are big trades.
Liz, in 42 days,
I don't need 40 cents that way.
The 2,600 put.
Yeah, I think if you were going to give me the chance, I'd rather get 50 cents any other way but SPX.
I don't want 50 cents using...
I tell you what, I'd rather do a Jajun and get my 50 cents, which we already did today.
So that's why I say, I think that person's buying that spread. Because if they are a huge account and doing 30,000 of them and wanted to get 45 cents, there's an easier way.
No, but to your, you don't know what they have against it. That's the issue. You don't know whether they're buying it or selling it because you don't know what they have against it. Like if you showed me their entire portfolio, I could probably guess what they were doing.
49.50, 4,900, 35 cents now. Right? Here it is, 49.50, 4,900, 42 days.
So they should be getting out of this right now, one way or the other. That's what I'm saying. You don't know if it's against something else. You don't know what this is for. You never know that when you have a huge order like that. And 9 times out of 10, they're crossing. Like they're doing it for, you know what I mean? Yeah. They're just crossed orders.
So, but were you surprised that the 2600 put only used $600 in buying power?
No, because the farther down you go in these, the less margin it uses in portfolio margining. But like I said, you just talked about a margin call with like a small account. Be careful with portfolio margining.
Well, yeah, of course. Like we get a huge move, we get a 20% down move, and even though this is still out of the money and far out of the money, you get a 20% down move.
It takes.
We're nowhere
near
2,600, but the margin is going to blow up on it.
Yes. I mean, this is taking people out. Trading. This can close accounts. Do you know what I mean?
We're not doing either of them, but I just think like that's account. 30,000 times. They're using $5,000 30,000 times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. I'm just gonna see something real quick.
Still not filled.
What are you not filled on?
My Birkenstocks trade. That's fine. As far as
it doesn't. I would just like to state for the record, it does not use the full amount, even for a spread when you're in portfolio.
For a spread, yeah. That's okay. Close. I'm just putting in. That's right. In now. In a spread in futures, it doesn't use the full amount, but in a spread in like an equity.
In SPX, that 49.50, 49.00.
In SPX, it doesn't.
Did not. I wanted to go apples to apples scenario.
Yeah,
so I just looked at my PM account. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Okay, so Google, I just put a working order in. There was something else. Oh, in Boeing.
Yeah, do we have anything to manage? We're up today. We have, I'm going to look too, because we are almost out of time.
Yesterday, you talked about getting that chart of like if you make this amount and X amount and X
somebody
amount.
Emailed it to me. I got it emailed to me, which was fantastic. And I'll pull it up right now. Hold on, let me.
So I know this would be a close. We made 21% in one day on this Boeing put spread. So, or 24% now. So I would say we close this put spread, keep an eye on Boeing, put it on our watch list for a down day to get back in.
Yeah, so it's 10% for 3 days, 20% for 6 days, 30% for 10 days, 15, then you got to go to 50.
15 days. Okay.
Yeah. So it's 10. And this is an older thing, but if you get 10% in the first 3 days or 20% in the first 6 days, get out, and 30% in 10 days.
And we've had this discussion before, unless it's something that you're always in, right? If it's something you're always in and you're going to take it off and put the next one on, because in certain ETFs, if someone, and I think of like Tano's kids, which would always just sell a put spread in IWM. Well, if they get out in a short amount of time for 10% or 20% and then they have nothing and that was like their trade that they were always doing, then I would leave it.
Wouldn't you follow it up? If it's something you're always in, shouldn't you be following it up?
I don't know. I mean, I know we've had this discussion on the show a few times in the past of if it's something you want to stay in and the rank is still high and you would open that up and it's, still high rank, still time to expiration, and you would put a similar trade on, then I would leave it for the 50%.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, I'm putting an order in to close that Boeing because we are up over 20% on that.
You got an order in for Google.
Yes. All right, here. Well, so I've got an order in for that, but I put an order in for 50%.
The Tesla put spread we put in yesterday, no, it's only up like $30.
No, it's not up. It's not up that much. It's only up 23, 33, 43.
Yeah, no, it's not up much.
It's not up that much.
It just looks like we're up 1,000. It looks like we're up $1,200 because the one.
Right. Although I guess it is 28 to 63, $33.
Yeah, it's not too much.
I'll put in a 50% GTC here.
Yeah, there's not much to manage. I mean, our account's going in the right direction, but not much to manage.
No.
Okay, do you want to go over what we did for the day to make sure that it's...
Yeah, make sure you've got everything pushed out.
Yes, please. I think I've got it all.
Okay, today, all symbols today. We did the Jajun trade, in and out.
Yes, true.
In Disney, we rolled part of our earnings setup calendar, and then we sold a put spread.
Yes, ma'am.
And in SoFi, we sold puts. Perfect. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, we're good. We don't have a lot of capital deployed. We've got a lot of powder on the sidelines. You know what I mean?
Right. We only have the ZB expiring today, but we're just going to let it get exercised and assigned.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I've got that dollar bid in, but that's it.
Jenny, have a wonderful weekend. I will be in St. Louis all weekend in the St. Louis area at basketball tournaments. So
are you going to ride through the arch?
I don't think we have time. We've done it before, but we won't have time while we're down there because, lots of basketball all day, every day. I can't wait.
Well, have fun in St. Louis. At least you'll get out of this bitter cold. Maybe it's a little bit warmer in St. Louis.
I don't know. I'll let you know. We're supposed to be driving through the crazy snow.
The weather on my phone says feels like 4.
Yeah, it does. I walked the dog this morning. It does. I mean, I think 4 is generous.
So maybe if you're lucky, you'll get feels like 20 when you get to St. Louis.
Or feels like 6. Either way, it's warmer, right? Depends on your definition. All right, everybody have a wonderful weekend. And remember to trade small, trade often.
Laugh with us, learn with us, and watch the Liz and Jenny show. We'll see you on Monday.
How much does it cost you guys to do simultaneous hair flips?
Years of practice.
Everybody wanna be like me, yeah. Looking for a better broker and a bonus? Sweet. We got you. Right now, you can get a bonus of up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tastytrade account. Plus, low rates, smart tech with the analysis tools you need, and award-winning support. So, get a broker who's actually got your back. And up to $4,000 at Tastytrade. Make your move, genius. Tastytrade.
When you've got a futures contract that's in contango, what does that mean?
Futures, unlike stocks, have multiple prices appropriated to them. That's known as the forward curve. So when a futures forward curve is in contango, that means that the front month is trading cheaper than the corresponding futures back month. So you'd see that forward curve most likely looking like this in terms of prices.
And backwardation, what does that mean for futures contracts?
Backwardation is the opposite of contango. So where contango front month futures contracts are trading cheaper than the back months, backwardation is the opposite. So those front month futures contracts are trading richer than the corresponding back month contracts.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tastytrade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tastytrade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
Look who's back testing. Tastytrade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tastytrade.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. With stockbrokers.com, we're number one for options and futures trading. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tastytrade. Make your move.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the show. This is Option Trading Concepts Live. My name is Nick Batista. I've got my man Mikey Butler with me as always, and if you want to come join us, hop over to YouTube, type in Tastylive, come to our channel, give us a like, and subscribe to our videos because that helps us immensely. But more importantly, just come chat with us live because we'll be taking questions throughout the show. Whatever you got questions on, from strategies, concepts, trade ideas, trade management, whatever, just come hang with us for the next hour of the day. My favorite hour of the day, I get to spend with my buddy Mikey Butler. How's it going, sir?
It's going well. Markets are climbing higher. Closed some nice winners this morning. We got a doubleheader football game tomorrow, a psychotic Sunday slate, and then it's off to the playoffs.
Yes, all those things are very true, very good. Yeah. It's an interesting little market, climbing the wall of worry. I took advantage of the move today, did a lot of closing, rolling, adjusting positions. We can go through all those as well. Freed up some capital. So I have some money to burn if you got trade ideas. Throw them in the chat there for us as well. E-mini S&P 500 futures up 62. Right now, we're at basically the high of the session. There was basically no weakness going as soon as we opened in the afternoon session yesterday, or not afternoon, the overnight session yesterday. It was basically a stair step higher. We stayed up 10, 15 points most of the night, and has been a stair step higher today to highs of 59.79 right now. You got the NASDAQ up 313, the Dow up 267, and the Russell up 25. So the NASDAQ, really the outperformer of the group here. Oil continuing its bid, 74.03 up 90 cents. You have volatility futures just getting smoked today after what was a little bit of a pop in volatility yesterday. We're at 17.05, down 75 ticks, almost a little over 4.25%. You have bonds continuing to just get whacked anytime they have any sort of rally. They're up 4 ticks right now, but they cannot sustain any sort of up move here. Gold down $14 after having a nice move yesterday. Silver up 28 cents, continuing the nice move from yesterday. And then Bitcoin rising from the ashes like a phoenix, up $500 on the futures, 1,200 on spot. We are just under 78,000 on spot, near the higher end of the session. We got to 78.4 was the exact high, so about $800 higher from here. Buy everything dip, it feels like, or at least that's what the market is doing today.
Yeah, it feels like Bitcoin's just coiling for another upside rip, but we'll see.
Yes, of course, coiling.
We got Guess the Market live. If you want to put in your last minute guess, it's tastylive.com/guess. I've got the link pinned in the top of the YouTube chat. So if you want to join us on YouTube, just go to Tasty Live. You'll see this video streaming. But yeah, put in your guesses. Let us know what you think is going to happen through the year, and maybe you'll win some Tom Bucks. Very valuable.
Yes, we have. We extended the promo to Sunday at Milord's request. So if you'd like to get your, you can wait, but I don't think there's any, benefit to waiting. It's still a shot in the dark. But get it in sometime today, tomorrow, or Sunday before midnight.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But yeah, we got plenty of capital ready to deploy. So if you want to give us some trade ideas, have us look at some stuff, we are willing and able. But yeah, I was somewhat active this morning as well. I closed a bunch of stuff.
You did here. Okay, you got NVIDIA, nice trade.
Yeah. So basically my thinking with this is like a lot of these stocks have earnings coming up, and we're kind of getting to that point where February has 49 days left. January has 14. And a lot of these trades, like my NVIDIA call diagonal, 145, 155, NVIDIA's at 143. So it's like that's an out of the money winner.
And you're getting a $5 move today, or maybe even a $10 move over the last like 2 sessions. I mean, that's another part of the story. Is like you traded 133, on the 31st.
Yeah,
I almost said last week, but my brain with the days off and the holidays is all in a mess. So that was like what, Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday.
Yeah.
Go on.
But yeah, basically just closing stuff they're all small winners, but they're all basically at the money.
Yeah. And they were losers.
And they were losers, yeah. So NVIDIA closed that for $75 winner. MU, that was a $95 winner. That was the 85.95 call diagonal, so that was slightly in the money. But same story, long February, short January. XLE.
You did that right after earnings too, right? Because we had that down move. Did you play it to the upside for earnings, and then we got the down move, and you kind of closed the original one and started one closer at the money to kind of capture some of that move if you do get a little bit of a bounce, if I remember correctly?
No, I just held it.
Oh no,
I had the 85.95. Yeah, I just held it and did nothing. But yeah, could have certainly moved it down. But I feel like there was still decent value, which is why I didn't. But either way, closed some small winners just to take some risk off into this big market rally. XLE, same thing, 85.90 call diagonal. That was a longer term one, but that one I haven't had on for too long, and that was a 65-cent winner. And then Google, I had the 190-200 long Feb short Jan, and Google was at 192, and that was a 55-cent winner. So basically just closing at the money options that don't have a lot of time left, where if we saw a reversal of the 60-point move, those small winners turn into hundreds of dollars of losers for each of them, because there's not a lot of time left in Feb. So just kind of freeing up some capital and chipping away at the new P&L for the year.
I like it. I also did a ton of trades. So I closed out of this end phase strangle that I've had on since October. It ended up being like a 40-cent loss or something net through all these adjustments. But just to put some context into where we were, and I can actually pull this up from the market snapshot page. So if you right click on your order chains, you can pull up this view market snapshots. I'm sorry, this might not show on how we have the platform. Anyway, I'll show that in studio when we do an anatomy of a trade on this one, but the stock started at like 105, and I've been rolling down calls and rolling up puts and doing all sorts of adjustments since October. I mean, this is, a 6, 7, 8 transaction trade that I took to basically a scratch here. So I closed that one out, moved on, going into something else, using that capital elsewhere, but battled that one back. So we'll do an anatomy in the middle of next week on that one. I sold a call against the CLH put that I rolled the other day. So now I now have the 32.5 strangle. I bought in the risk on that put broken wing butterfly. I think it was from 3 trade ideas that we did maybe a week ago, right after Christmas, I believe, something like that. So I bought in the risk there. I might have had you guys do it for me while I was out for the day or two. Bought in the risk. So I now have a 25 by 25 equal with butterfly on for an 80-cent net debit. So a very small debit going into the end of January. I'm wrapped around the 5,700, 5,725, 5,750. It's just a small little tiny hedge now that I've got on there. I scratched out of an LRCX trade, a trade just like Mikey was talking about with some of his like NVIDIA and MU. These are, small winners, small losers that were bigger losers. Just a couple days ago, I took this one off in LRCX, took a couple bucks out of Palantir. That was an iron fly that we had. Uber, I did the same thing, as some of the other trades, closing out of the out of the money long option for a small loss, and then starting a new position with a little bit of a crab trade. I put on a new trade in Mara you might be interested in. I did it when the stock was a little bit lower. Bitcoin hadn't rallied as much as it had now, but it probably hasn't moved all that much. I can try it right now. So I did this at 128. It's marked at 126, so really hasn't moved all that much. But I did the 16 put with the 20-25 1x2 call ratio spread. So synthetically naked, a strangle. I've done this a couple times over the last couple months through this rally in Bitcoin. They've been nice little trades, play into volatility and play into the call skew, all that good stuff there. So only uses about $1,000 in buying power too. So pretty capital efficient, even when you consider just the credit. If you take into account the call ratio spread, you got a lot more bang for your buck there. Closed out of the put in AMD, took $50 out of that in just a day or two, and then closed out of the Tesla trade from yesterday. Took $265 out of that. Tesla bouncing back here from the lows that it put in yesterday.
Lovely.
Can't hold for more than $265 overnight. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, the Mara trade's interesting. Mara's at 20. It got as high as 30 in the heyday of Bitcoin's rally. Mm-hmm. You could even do a diagonal spread like long March, short Feb for 275. I think that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, go for it. Just a cheap way to play into the skew. I know Ivy rank is only 20 right now, but when you look at implied volatility, you're in the 100 handle, so you're getting paid to sell premium here in some way.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just filled at 278 on a 10-point wide diagonal.
Beautiful.
So if we do see a rip-roaring rally, that'll be a nice trade. Cool. Well, we got lots of peeps in the YouTube chat. Thanks for joining us. It is 11:15. We got plenty of time to go through some trade ideas. So yeah, why don't we kick it off here? What's the trade that Jajun does? What is it? 10 a.m. short put spread? 100% win rate?
I don't know. I don't think it's 100% win rate, but I think it was something like I think it's like either at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. Central. If the market is up, or I don't know the exact of it, but it's basically just buying an at the money call spread, 50-50 shot, based on whatever the parameters were that he set in the study. I have to go back and watch it because I continue to get a lot of questions on it, and I need to figure out what that is, and maybe I'll implement it myself in this account. Who knows? But I have not watched the full segment, so I'm a little bit behind. I'm sorry, peeps.
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
Some people saying we should get long MicroStrategy here. Yeah, I mean MicroStrategy is expensive. It has really high IV. If you have a big boy account, I mean it's such a juicy like covered call type strategy, or just like a short put if you're trying to sell that premium, and playing it to the upside. But yeah, it's too expensive for these accounts, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But that's why we have iBit. iBit's nice.
Yeah. The benefit right now is that volatility has come in very significantly in MicroStrategy, which is what you should expect into downside moves when you have something that has, 105% implied volatility right now, which I remember when it was 2 or 3 or 400% in the peak of its heyday in this range. It was at 300 to 400%. So when you have the down move in something that has 300 or 400% implied volatility, it can only go to zero. So you naturally get that contraction in volatility because the 400% implied volatility is representative of the upside tail, not the downside tail, because the downside tail stops at zero. And so when you have this move lower, volatility tends to contract, which means that, playing the upside skew becomes cheaper from a call premium perspective. And you can even see that, like if you go into February, and we just look at some out of the money calls, let's look at like the 450s here, just from a value standpoint. You can see that the move, the initial move is much bigger from a value perspective than what you're seeing now, and that's because volatility just gets smacked. The stock has only come down from like 2 weeks ago, let's see, or we'll go a week ago, in the middle of December, or middle end of December, when we look at MicroStrategy. On the 26th and the 27th, we're trading 20 points higher, and that call, the 450, I'm sorry for the long-winded answer, but this is stuff that you can look at yourself. The 450 has lost almost half of its value. When you look at it here, it was trading at $43-ish around that time, $40-ish dollars. It's now trading at 18. And the stock has only gone down $20. That is all volatility in a week's time frame. To lose that amount on a relatively small move for a stock like this, it's all volatility.
Yeah.
So long story short is, if you think it's going to the moon, you should be buying calls now.
Yeah.
Because they're cheap.
Yep. Leroy Jenkins.
All right.
Have a few short strangles expiring February 21st. I'm curious what happens when the option buying power fluctuates and approaches or reaches zero. I've only partially funded my account. So your option buying power won't reach zero if you still have options on. Your option values might get close to zero as you get close to expiration, but you still have the risk on. When you have a strangle, you assume the risk of 100 long shares and the 100 short shares at your strike prices. So even if your options are trading for a penny, there's still going to be buying power requirements associated with that, because that's where your risk is. Your risk is still there, even if the probability of reaching that risk is very low.
Yeah.
So your buying power is not going to fluctuate. Your options prices will go to zero as you reach expiration if they're out of the money. But the only way you get your option buying power back is if you close those trades or if they expire worthless.
Yes.
Your risk has to go away for you to get your buying power back. So you close it to get that back.
Yes. If the option is on, if it's still open, you still have risk on. And that's why buying power is held. It's a perfect way to put it, Mikey.
Sarvesh, how do we choose the right stocks for a strangle apart from high IV and IV percentile? Should we also consider technical analysis, support and resistance levels before entering the strangle? Totally can. The easiest way to put it is the right stock for a strangle is something where you can absorb any and all chaos in. So like the only stocks that I did strangles in this year and last year were stocks that are $50 around there that have decent implied volatility. Because I can absorb a stock going from 50 to 100 or from 50 to 25 in this account. I'm not selling strangles in products that are $150, $200, $250, because that's where you run into trouble if there's a big move and now you have big losses on your hands that you can't absorb, or buying power increases that you can't absorb. So the answer really is like, what product are you willing to sign up for the chaos? And yes, you could totally use support and resistance levels and other things, but you got to be prepared to wade through the storm. If you're not willing to do that, then just going with an iron condor is an easy way to avoid that tail risk and limit your risk.
Yeah. The other two things are liquidity and position sizing. So you never think about how important liquidity is until you're in something that has crappy liquidity, because it's hard. Your P&L values fluctuate and confuse people. You'll see it up $100 and then down $100, and you'll be like, well, what the hell's going on here? This thing's glitching out. It's not a glitch. When you have wide bid-ask spreads, stuff like that happens because it's just marked to the mid price. So liquidity is something that you should definitely, keep in mind. You want to see a couple pennies wide or at least reasonable, like you can price these DraftKings options fairly easily. When you go to, I don't know, booking is one that I'm going to go to, it's hard to price options when they're $100, $1, $2, $3, $5, $10 wide. You just can't do that. The other thing that you have to consider is the size of the position, and you never realize how big small is until something goes awry. I think of this stupid MBO position that I have on, which I just did a one lot because that was the size, that I'm comfortable with. But it was trading at 100, and I know Mikey pointed out it was like the biggest one-day move in that stock's history or something like that. It was down 20%. And that position, it goes from $1,000 in buying power to $2,500, because you're now 15 or 20 points in the money. And if I had 5 or 10 contracts on, I got to make a tough decision. So size is another thing that's hugely important, and not just looking at like how much buying power you're using for the position. Consider like, if something goes wrong, what can I expect out of this position? And this is a good example of kind of your worst case scenario.
Yep. AI, Feb 3047.5 strangle. Only uses $300 in buying power. Yeah, that's a really efficient setup. 15-point wide range, collecting $1.60. Big return on capital big return on capital potential.
Yeah.
I like it. And the Feb monthly is right before the earnings cycle.
Yes.
So it checks all the boxes.
I have traded this before. I've done mostly defined risk here, like call diagonals or put diagonals. I don't know if it's part of the little AI meme sphere, so I would just, make sure you look into that if it's one of the memes type stocks at this point.
Mm-hmm. Soundhound, SOUN.
Oh, yeah. People have been trying to get us in this.
Long April 22 call. Short the Feb 32.
Yeah. I mean, this is the sort of setup that I would have leaned towards in AI as well. Because this is, these aren't, I don't think there's a ton of fundamentals baked into these stocks.
I would say there's about zero.
Yeah, I mean,
they just fly around as they will.
Yes. So I would, if you're trying to play into that volatility, this is the sort of setup that I would do, and just keep your size in check, of course.
Yeah,
it's a lot of time there. Like I might do the February 22 and then go to January and sell like the 25 or 26. And just my thinking here is that the even though you're very far out of the money, the 32 strike in February, it's probably not going to move all that much into an up move in the near term. So if you're trying to play for this to like continue more, I would probably do something like this. Even like maybe I could get I wanted to get it for like $1. That would have been nice. I could do the 22.25.
22.25.
I don't know. I am not going to do this. It's an $8 billion. I don't even know Soundhound. Let's see. Innovator of conversational intelligence. Okay.
Sweet.
AI voice platforms. Okay. Should we do this at $200? We'll take a shot. NVIDIA has I know NVIDIA had some sort of investment in this thing. And I know NVIDIA will be at the event middle of next week. So maybe there's some FOMO there in this stock. If I can even get filled here. See, this is one that isn't super liquid. You could see there are 10, 15, 20 cent wide markets. And you could see in real time the problem with that is that it's hard to get fills. All right, I'm going 275 and I must sit. All right, 275, I must let it work a little bit.
Lovely. How do you trade a short diagonal, long the front and short the back month? We don't.
Yeah.
Do you close both legs at the long? Do you close both legs at the long front month expire, or can you manage and roll? So yeah, I mean, we don't do those trades because, first of all, your buying power is in the back month short option, and you're ultimately trying to finance. You're financing a long option that's in the opposite direction of your short.
Yes.
So it just doesn't, it's just like you're trying to play for nothing to happen and then your option to go out of money.
Yeah, something
to happen and then nothing to happen.
And then like bounce back. It's the flop and pop.
Yeah.
Like you want, if you're doing this on the put side, you want the stock to drop and then rally at some point in the future. Yeah, it's a little bit like all or nothing, or everything all at once. And I think the bigger issue is that you know the long option is going to decay faster than the short option. So not only do you need, like you need that move to be really right to your short option. It's just counterintuitive to like.
Yeah.
Any sort of trade. I was going to try and set one up with like Tesla. It would be a bullish trade, but you'd start with. Let's do this for a credit. Most people want to do these for credits. So if we put this here. Like you want this move down in the short term because this $12 decays as time passes. And in 14 days, that'll be zero. And this will probably still hold most of its value. And so I can even analyze this. And you'll see, like, as time passes, you're losing money unless you get that move lower.
Yeah.
Or a tail event to the upside.
Yeah. And like in a situation like this, I would much rather like just decide where you want to take risk. Because really, this is not a risk-free trade. Like you need a big move, otherwise you're losing money.
Yeah.
If you're bullish or bearish, like I would much rather sell a 360 put and buy a 450 call in January, like something like that, where you're financing the cost of your gamma, but it's a much higher probability trade. Because you now have this neutral range of profitability where if nothing happens, you're still making money over time. And if you get that rally, you get that explosion in gamma in the call and your short put loses money. Now you have synergized options that work together versus against each other.
Yeah. You're also using buying power when you're doing the reverse diagonal.
Yeah.
Like
or just do the standard diagonal.
Yeah, or just do a standard diagonal. But if you're long the front, short the back, you're naked on that position, even though you're not naked in the short term.
Yeah. But if you're trying to do it, then yeah, you can manipulate your short option. Like you could buy back the short, move out further in time, move the strike, blah, 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 because that's where your risk is. So, and it's a short option risk. So it's no different, but yeah, it's kind of, you're paying a value that eats away at your potential profit on your short, and it's also kind of goes against your short.
Yeah.
It's just a lot going on at once.
Yes.
Let's see. I owned Sound at $4.99. Got it called away at $10.50. That's still a nice trade. But yeah, I think if you're frowny faced about that, just recognize that like Sound is not a product that behaves in a normal way. It's not like doing a covered call on IWM or SPY or the Qs where, you shouldn't expect massive gaps up. Where if you're playing for a massive gap up, like just leave it uncovered, give up that premium.
And listen,
it's a different category of product.
It's so hard, the hindsight of that.
Yeah.
I mean,
the hindsight is, but at the same time, like, is this a product that can triple in price in 2 weeks? That's what you should ask yourself.
Yeah.
You're giving up the premium for that reason, but it's like,
yeah. Yeah.
Like SPY, could it triple in 2 weeks? Absolutely not. So maybe that's where you sell the premium, Yeah. That's my point.
I think people get caught up in the FOMO. It's hard to hold 50% gain. It's even harder to hold 100%. It's very, very, very hard to hold 200%. To hold for a 5x in some, silly stock that, is whatever, it's very hard. So
the only way you can do it is if you place the trade
and go in a hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah, you place the trade, you remove your ability to view it from the platform, you change your password, you send your email to your family member, they control your account, and then you have them set up an alert where if the stock price hits 20, then you get the email and then they give you your password back. Like that's really that's the only way to do it.
It's the only
Otherwise you're going to exit. Like you're likely going to exit.
Listen, when it's that short of a time frame, Yeah. It's a good trade. Congrats to the profit that you had that you have booked. And then don't say to yourself, and then don't, when it goes back to 5, then you can hindsight it. And that's the crazier one too.
Yeah. It's just funny. Like this is the world we're in where they got it at 5, they sold it at 10, and there's a frowny face involved with a doubling in the stock price. This is the world we're in, people. But no, great trade.
Yeah, it's great.
Intel, crossing earnings but small trade, a 25-18 strangle in Feb.
Yeah,
off.
I don't mind playing. I just think there's a lot of binary upside risk, whether it's government related or takeover. I mean, you've seen the stock. It hasn't gone much lower than this, and it can only go to 0. And I don't think like that's going to happen, at least in the near term. So I would caution. I would not want to have a 40-cent call on here. It's just not what I would do. But I might just sell this 20 strike put here.
Yeah. I was going to say sell the 21 or 20 and it's twice the premium with half the risk.
Okay.
Half the risk on one side, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah. So there I'm in on the I wanted to mention, I think I'm going to use SoFi as my trade because it's something that we haven't done before. So I'm going to do, and I have this position on right now. Somebody in the chat gave this to us, and it's a popular stock among the youth, I believe. So of which, I am one, despite the gray hair that I have coming. I'm part of the group. Anyway, I'm long the stock, and I'm going to trade a covered strangle around it. So the stock uses about like $500 or $600 in buying power, I think, $700, and then the naked strangle uses about another $400. So it uses about $1,000 in capital. I'm going to trade this around like a core position. So I'm going to trade a strangle. If it goes significantly lower, I can take another lot of shares, sell 2 calls. I'm going to just trade around this kind of long stock, short strangle, covered strangle type position. Give the peeps something different, I think, this time around. And it's got a relatively good implied volatility. It's liquid. I mean, the best part about this is if I can make this profitable, assuming I bought the stock basically at highs, which was right at 16. If this stock goes nowhere, goes lower, it'd be interesting to see if I can make this into a scratch or somewhat winning trade. Who knows at this point? But I think it sets up for a good story.
I like it.
So that's what we're doing.
Thoughts on shorting Palantir up here? Is it overextended?
Back up to 80. Yeah, what are we thinking?
Earnings are in the Feb monthly.
Yeah, it's a high volatility underlying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can certainly set something up here. I would say definitely defined risk is where I would go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's not too crazy to get something going here.
There's 62 down at 60.
Yeah, like you could even do like a long March put, 75 put, short 65 in Jan 31st to get out of that earnings cycle, or you could go into the earnings cycle.
I was going to do like a little crab trade here, maybe.
Sure.
Do the
Why not?
75 in March, sell 2 of the 60s, buy 1 of the 45s. So you're selling about $3 of extrinsic value here against a $7 long option. All right, we'll try this out a little bit. We'll see if I can get filled here. What's so funny?
I mean, the chat's just popping off.
Share with the class, Mikey.
It's not safe for broadcast.
All right, I'm working that at 445.
There you go. Tesla diagonal 600 by Feb 3rd. Forget Kramer. You can still ride the quantum freight train.
This is a which stock? What are we doing?
Tesla diagonal to hit 600 by Feb 3rd. How would you set it up?
By Feb 3rd? Huh. Just buy the calls. What do we? If you think it's going to 600?
Yeah, just buy the call.
Buy the 500 strike call at $6 in the February 7th. You turn $600 into 10 grand.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, earnings are coming up end of Jan. Looks like Jan 31st is where they're pricing in the earnings cycle. So
yeah,
it's still just it's too expensive for me.
Yeah. I mean, a quote unquote conservative way to do it would be something like going to the March expiration. You buy the 450, you could sell the 500 against it. You do it at $1,600. You don't have to be exactly right on 600, but if you get back to 500, that would be a home run.
Mm-hmm. QUBT 2535.
QUBT.
Yeah. 2535 Jan 31 long call, and then the short Jan monthly. There's no reason to sell the Jan monthly for 5 cents.
Yeah.
I would just there's no reason to even go to this Jan 31. I would just go to the Feb 20. Yeah. I mean, you can do that in a cheap way, but you're just buying out really far out of the money options. That short option in Jan does nothing for you. It actually only hurts you.
Well, 35 or 25?
25.35.
Yeah. No point.
Yeah.
Just buy the calls.
Yeah.
YOLO, baby.
Because if you sell that call for 5 cents and you're actually right, and it goes from 17 to 25, your 5 cents that you just sold turns into $1.50.
Yeah.
There's no reason to sell it. SoFi. Tesla put spread 375, 370, expiring in 21 days. Would you roll and convert to an iron condor, or just roll it down and out?
We have it in January, 375.
It's the Jan 24. 21 days.
375, 370.
Mm-hmm.
Palantir. Okay. I got my little short delta in Palantir. It must be rallying.
Yeah, so the 21-day guideline is more for undefined risk. Like this one, you're not really getting much to move this back out in time. And you still have 20 points that Tesla can sell off to before you are in the money. So this is one I might hold if you're trying to get out of this for a profit. Because your risk is defined. Your gamma risk doesn't really exist here with the defined risk spread that's 5 points wide on a $400 stock. Gamma risk is the reason why you might roll from 21 days back out to February or March if you had just a short put. But yeah, I think
it's also just not going to move all that much. Like you can, even if you, so this is trading at $1.60. If you're right at the money, and this is a $25 move in the stock lower, you're out $100. Like it's just not going to move all that much. So I would just keep it. I agree with Mike.
Is there a way to see margin requirements of a position after it's been opened? Yes.
So you can actually add buying power as a column in the positions. I don't know if I have it on here. I thought I did. Oh yeah, capital required. So add this capital required column. You can put it on the position page. And you could also go to this cap requirement section where we did a full breakdown of the risk arrays with the mayor of Margin Island, Mr. Peter Klink.
Indeed.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Indeed. Let's see here. When do we have bank earnings? Next week.
Ooh, so we're getting into it.
Yeah, they're trying to sneak them in. Actually, no, they're on the 10th. Yeah, looks like.
All right, so another week, and then we start them off.
Delta Airlines, January 10th before the market opens. Walgreens Boots, same thing. We're almost back into pure chaos mode. Anything else you're looking at? This iBit Strangle's up $120. Love to see it.
Ooh. Oh yeah, I have 1x2. I'm up like 50 cents on it. Yeah. Okay.
Lovely. This M6E contract is looking good, up 50 cents.
I think the euro had a nice little bounce today. I was going to close out of my iBit and go into like a strangle into this move. But yeah, 6E, the euro has had a nice little bounce today. Hopefully we get a little bit more. I closed out of one of my 3 contracts that I had on. I'm taking my own advice from yesterday's segment of not getting too big with the currencies.
There you go.
I'm gonna close out of my iBit position, take a small little profit here, and then I'm gonna roll into a strangle. So this will be like 50 some odd cents, 57, 52. Let's see. Come on.
AMAC got hammered. You guys need a short put at the 165 level. Follow me down into the depths.
Okay. Took a small little profit on that. Now I'm going to put on a February strangle. AMAT, I have a position, I believe. Somebody put me in that.
Yeah, buying power is $3,000, a little too high in this for this account, but I like the idea.
Yeah.
At lows, a lot of premium. I like it. Win. Our favorite casino.
What's your strangle? 50-65?
Yeah.
And you're already up $100 on it? I feel dirty getting into it now.
Maybe you gotta wait. Wait for the next pop.
No, I'm gonna do a call ratio.
Wait for the next pop.
That's what I'll do. I'll do the 50, 60, 65 call on the call ratio, 1/2.
Lovely.
Let's see if I can get filled above the mid.
All right, win. Buy the March 85 call and sell the Feb 95. Ooh, we got a Psycho Bull. Love it. Buy the March 85.
Okay.
Sell the Feb 95 call and the 75 put.
Ooh.
For a debit of 270.
It's a little too rich and from a buying power perspective, but I love a spicy trade like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't mind it. You're cutting your cost on the long call in half, but you're taking undefined risk in doing so to the downside. You're fine to the upside with the call.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't mind it if you want to do something like that. The Elder Bat did a Jade Lizard recently on AMAT.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah, I've got long delta. I'm long. I should probably just close this and start something new.
What is wrong with the Bears? Important question from the Stonk Messiah.
Dude,
I
everything.
hear Ben Johnson doesn't want to be our coach unless he has his own general manager. Is that right?
I don't know about that, but I'll give him anything he wants.
Yeah, we need
something. We
need something. But unfortunately, we're playing in Lambeau, and it's gonna be like 10 degrees.
What do you think the line is?
I would say the Packers are favored by at least 7.5.
10.
There you go. That's not good.
No.
Last I checked, that's not good. We got a lot of craziness tomorrow too. We got no Jerome Ford. So like Dante Foreman is Cleveland's starting running back. Are they going to get blown out?
I think I think the line is like 16 or something, or 17. It's one of the biggest lines of recent memory. I'm rolling into a new AMAP position. There, I'm in. Done.
Perfect. Predictions on gold for 2025.
No clue.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it could certainly go higher, just like everything else. But yeah, I guess it's a matter of where people are going to want to park risk. Is it going to be in gold, or is it going to be in the equity space and Bitcoin? Back to Leroy Jenkins. You mentioned only placing strangles when the account can absorb a large move. If we only use a quarter of our total net lick to trade, does that reduce total positions to be in? Yes. Naturally, that will reduce the number of positions you can have. But at the same time, we're still using no more than 5% in buying power. So if you have a $100,000 account, the maximum buying power for a strangle is around 5K. The only exception I'd be comfortable going higher than that in is if I'm doing a strangle in SPY or the Qs, where the buying power requirement is going to be higher, but the implied volatility and realized volatility is going to be lower than a equity. And you're not going to get the same like 30% daily moves in SPY. You get 1%, 2% chunks where you have the ability to manage that strangle or straddle through time pretty easily. Where in equity, that's not always the case. But yeah, so like for example, we're in a 25, 30K count, and we're doing strangles in a $50 product that has less than $1,000 in buying power.
Yeah.
Couple minutes left here. Any final trade ideas? What's your current P&L on your SoFi year-long trade?
That is a good question. I think I'm basically a scratch. So I started. Okay, so I sold the 15 strike put originally for 73 cents, bought it back at 36 cents. I then rolled, and I had the 70 strike call against it. So I started with the covered strangle. I bought the stock right around 16 and change, sold the 17 call, sold the 15 put. And I did the whole package at like 1450-ish. And then I rolled to the 14.7, and that was for the January monthly expiration. So now I'm in the February monthly expiration, 100 shares of stock, the 14.17 strangle, and I've got it at an average price of $13.29. It's marked at $12.38 right now, so I'm out about $90 on the trade into this move. And I started this trade on the 13th. So let's see if I top ticked it, or basically the 13th, was here. So, 16, it was basically, the upper end of where we've traded here. So it'll be an interesting one.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it goes lower. I can get another 100 shares of stock. I can sell 2 calls against it. Maybe we get a rally and I can sell out of the shares and sell a put. I'm hoping to make this a fun one, but obviously I don't know the future. So, we'll see.
Cleveland Baltimore's at 19.5 on DraftKings.
Wow.
The crazy thing is, like, how do you get different in DFS with that line? Like, you play Jerry Jeudy.
I don't know.
And like, I don't know what else you do.
Are they home or are they away?
It's in Baltimore.
I don't know. I usually love a double-digit home dog, but an away dog, I don't know if that still applies. But 19, that is a lot of points.
All they can do is start Jamie's.
Yeah.
Like, what do you have to lose? The other guy, I think, is setting records for like the worst average yards per attempt in the history of the league. Like, it's something crazy. How about IonQ? What's the thought on that?
I have that. I have scalped out of what has been could have been a tough position. I now have this butterfly on. I'm long the 30, short the 40s, long the 50. I've got this on for a 96 cent. Hold on. Because I scalped puts out of this. I did all sorts of stuff here. Yeah, I have this on for a 96 cent debit. It's marked at $3. So I'm up like $200 on this. But I basically have this on, quote unquote, for free for the next 14 days, $100 in risk or $96 in risk. So this is another one where the buying power is very, very low here. I would just be careful. I think, it gets grouped into the other stocks that look like this chart.
Yeah. The chart is a moving. Look at that. Up 300% in a month.
Yeah. Stay small. Stay small.
Mm-hmm. think that's it. We're at the bottom of the chat. But yeah, hope you enjoyed this Party Shirt Friday edition of Options Trading Concepts. We got lots more content coming your way. But yeah, we placed a bunch of trades. We will post them to the follow page shortly. And yeah, we'll see if this market can hold. We'll get back to the earnings season in the next couple of weeks. But yeah, have a great rest of your trading day and weekend, everyone. If you want to reach out to us, you can find us on Twitter. I'm a trader, Mikey B. Nick's a trader, Nicky Bat. But again, we got content the rest of the day, so stay tuned on tastylive.com as well as the YouTube channel. If you're on the YouTube channel, I've got the tastylive.com/guess link pinned in the top of the YouTube chat. You can put in your quarterly guesses, maybe win some Tom Bucks, which are objectively more valuable than regular bucks.
Definitely.
And yeah, we'll see you same time, same place, 11 a.m. Central on Monday. Peace.
It's Option Jive.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little more Tasty Live with this Option Jive. Even the S&P's moved up 2 handles on that break, Sosnoff.
Yeah, but worse, bonds moved down 3 handles, 3 ticks. But
yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty flat here this morning. Been just messing around with some ES futures, but haven't really done anything else. Kind of quiet here on day 2 of
2025.
Day 2 of 2025. I think it's like there's something to 2025. It's like it's a feels like it's a more important year than 2024, just because it's like a quarter century. You know.
All right, I can run with that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got a bunch of stuff today. If you spent this crazy week with us, it's weird to have a week broken up in the middle, and it feels like it's Friday, but it feels like I don't even know what day it feels like. It definitely
it's true.
Doesn't feel like I'm not sure. I feel like we just had the weekend yesterday, and then the day before yesterday, and now we have another weekend, and I can't wait for things to get back to normal. And then next week, next Thursday, the markets are closed. But don't worry, Tony will be working and answering emails, so we'll be good next Thursday.
Of course I will, like I always am, Sadnov. 7 days a week. It's in my contract.
Yes. But next Thursday, the markets are closed because of it's a national
day of mourning, Sadnov.
National day of mourning for Jimmy Carter. Carter. And so anyway, it's so all the markets will be closed next Thursday. I don't know about the electronic markets, but all the non-electronic. Do you think the electronic markets will be open? I think they will, because for global reasons, I think they will.
I think they will too, but you like bonds will probably be open, that kind of thing.
Oh, I think S&Ps. I think the futures will be open too, but I don't. You're
probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, but anyway, we will be closed. No Tasty Live. Tastytrade will be closed. So, but we'll be back next Friday, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so next week will be weird too. Another breakup in the middle of the week. Then we get back to normal.
But if the electronic markets are open, then you can trade futures on Tastytrade, correct?
Yeah, you can trade futures and you can trade Bitcoin. Those are the two things, or digital assets.
Yep.
We are adding some more digital assets, by the way. I don't know if they've got them up and running, but we've added Doge and a couple other things. Also, the following week, there's another holiday, which is
Martin Luther King's
birthday.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's all crazy. Cats and dogs and things living together and who knows what.
It's all good. America.
Let's go and let's take a look at the first option jive.
It's January 20th for Dr. King.
Let's take a look at option jive and then we've got fast markets, and then we've got an interesting piece on beta, and so on beta weighted deltas, and then here we go.
vibing with volatility, IV and IVR. Let's take a look and see where the research team went with this one. And by the way, the next 2 Fridays after this, we have a special for you. I asked Julia to put together a piece on quantum computing because we got a lot of questions about quantum computing and the disruption to digital assets and just to computing in general. So we're going to do a special 3-part Friday series on quantum computing. So you don't want to miss that. It's going to probably be the market measure on Fridays for the next 3 weeks.
Cool.
Viewer email. I know you have talked about this many times, but can you elaborate on volatility a bit more with numbers? What is implied volatility? What is IV rank? And what are the historical trends and how can we use these metrics for our trading decisions? That was a viewer email that was sent directly to our research team. We've been getting...
I like it. A good start to 2025, going back and seeing what volatility is. We talk about it every day.
Yeah. Then they wrote here, we have been getting many volatility-related emails over the past few weeks. So let's do a refresher on the relationship between implied volatility, IVR, and understand why it's important to use market context to make trading decisions. Let's go to the next slide. So implied volatility, IV, measures the market's expectation of future price fluctuations for a financial instrument such as a stock, an option, a future, whatever. Implied volatility rank gauges the current level of IV relative to its range over the past 52 weeks. As you can see here, the highlighted on this slide is where we have IV rank. We're the only platform that prominently displays IV rank right next to the symbol because we want you to know how important that is to us with making decisions about implied volatility. Implied volatility is actually in the right-hand column. Let's see if we can see it. Let's go to the next slide, John. Oh, no, okay. They didn't circle the implied volatility, but implied volatility is on the trade page before you open it up. It's on the right-hand side, and it will say IVX, and that's your implied volatility. Mm-hmm. Because IVR is calculated off of the 1 year's past implied volatility, it is important to know what implied volatility is doing along with the IVR of your trade. We don't base our trades on implied volatility. We base our trades on IVR because IVR does give us that context. Imagine I went to you and I said, okay, let's just make up a name, XYZ. And let's say the implied volatility of XYZ is 50. You wouldn't actually know if that's high or low. 50 sounds high, but you don't know if it's normally 70 in this particular stock or if it's normally 20. So you don't know if it's high or low.
You're 100% correct. And that was the quandary or the problem that we had, 20 years ago.
We solved it with IVR. Let's go to the next slide. When SPY's IVR was between 0 and 15 historically, like for 4 years between 2010 and 2024, the VIX has been fairly low, 16 on average, but a lot of times much lower. However, there were also some occurrences from highly volatile years where the VIX was well above the average and still had a low IVR. When you have a low IVR, there's just less opportunity for IV contraction relative to that specific year. And these are really nice visual of this. Let's go to the next slide. When the SPY's IVR was fairly high, between 30 and 50, there were many occurrences when the VIX would reach 30 and above. And you can see here exactly just laying that out. There's, when the IVR is high, generally speaking, the VIX is high. Mm-hmm. Let's go to the next slide. However, over 40% of these high IVR occurrences took place when the VIX was below 20. This means it's fairly common for the IV to be relatively inflated even when the VIX is below average. That's interesting. It's that high. I didn't even realize it was that high. But just suggesting that sometimes, that even when implied volatility is high, the VIX could be a little lower than you think it is and gives it some room to run to the upside. Let's go to the next slide. A similar trend can also be seen when IVR is very high. When the IVR was over 50, the VIX was below 20, roughly 17% of the time. This is much less than other examples, but still occupied nearly a fifth of all the high IV occurrences. So just because you have high implied volatility rank, you could still have a low VIX. It's possible. Doesn't happen that often, but it's possible. Let's go to the next slide. So implied volatility in a market refers to the forecasted magnitude or the one standard deviation range of a potential movement away from the underlying price in a year's time. Raw implied volatility does not give traders context, so we typically incorporate metrics like IVR to detect opportunity. IVR detects minor IV changes, offering opportunities for short premium trades, and is vital for frequent traders or accumulating positions. In the examples shown, we saw that high VIX may not carry much opportunity for contraction compared to the rest of the year, and there's often opportunity for IV contraction even at a below average VIX level. It's really all based on IVR.
It really is all based on IVR. You're 100% correct. Good job. Good job out of you, Sadnov. Good job out of the team. We finished right on time. Even the S&Ps have rallied about 6 or 7 handles. NASDAQ's up 115, about 30 handles higher. We'll take a quick 90-second break, Sadnov, and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this with the opening bell. We'll be back in 90 seconds with Tasty Live.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Beth got us presents. What is this all about?
This is so nice.
Oh, a little mini fridge. I love it.
Oh,
I love
look
it.
at that. And it's red.
It goes well with my Mr. Coffee here.
She gives you something hot. She gives you something cool.
Tom's is a regift.
What? Man.
Beth wrapped up something that she'd already given you.
No, I think I've given you this before.
I want the refrigerator.
It's for your pistachios.
It's for
Pistachio. No, you put your pistachios on top. You stick your nuts in the. You don't have to take it out. You stick your nuts in the little space, the little hole. Don't use that hole for anything else.
Shells in there. Yes, to keep it clean.
I love it. Good job, Beth. Good job out of you.
I want the mini fridge.
Aw, you're literally a billionaire. You could buy your own mini fridge.
So if you're in a random store, right? You're at Trader Joe's.
Okay. Trader Joe's.
You're standing on.
Am I holding a cart or am I pushing?
You're holding a little
basket. I got a little basket.
Okay, you're at Trader Joe's.
Okay, that's fits me.
Random guy, me.
Yeah.
Standing in front of you. You don't know me.
Stands in front of me. Okay.
Right in front of me. I turn around. You look at me. My fly is open.
Nah.
Do you say anything?
I think so.
It's a serious question.
I think
you don't say anything.
I am not clocking Min's in the line.
I would say,
do that.
Hey, your fly's open.
I would do that.
I would think it's a trap that he would want me to talk with, like, purposefully. So I'm not going to say anything.
What if he says to you, more importantly, what if I'm the dude in front of you?
Yeah, do not engage.
My fly is open, and you say, hey, your fly is open. I go,
thanks.
Do you like that?
I would like.
What do you say next?
Thanks.
I want to go home.
I was a late bloomer.
Were you too busy?
Yeah, I was an athlete. I was.
Oh yeah. You're too busy with Aragon and Argon?
Yeah.
In the shower, what's your go-to for soap?
Like a Dove liquid soap.
Thank you.
Unscented.
Thank you. Liquid soap.
Yeah.
These two guys,
liquid soap.
These two guys use a bar. I'm like,
hate it.
What year were you born that you still use? It's disgusting.
It's pretty disgusting.
Huh?
I can't stand liquid soap.
So that when you pick it up, there's hair all over the bar, and you're, oh my god, it's disgusting. Like, actually, I gotta remember in your bathroom. Do you have a pump with liquid soap, or do you have a bar in your bathroom in the first?
No. Communal bathroom used the liquid soap.
Yeah, right.
This I have to hear. What's the logic that in a communal bathroom it's liquid, but in your private?
Yes, I agree with Tony.
They're not cleaning their in my powder room. Okay, that's the logic.
Oh my god.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. But before we start this fast market, Sadnov, one of my Taiwanese sources, one of my better Taiwanese sources, my curated Taiwanese source. Check January for us. He did it yesterday. So goes January, so goes the year. Since 2000, Sosnoff, we've had 12 negative Januaries. Do you want to know how many of those were overall, how many of those years were negative? 12 negative Januaries, how many were negative?
Sure.
Would you like to guess?
Oh, I would say 8 of them were negative.
5 of those years were overall negative. We had 2 positive Januaries with negative returns on the year over the same period, Sadnov. So it's basically random, basically no rhyme or reason, at least since 2000.
Sounds like that somebody had the answer to the question then.
Absolutely, absolutely. But now you know, Sadnov, now you know. What do we come up next? What are we going to do?
A little
Fast market.
You ready? Yeah, it's good. I'm looking for a few good trades, so we're ready to go.
I'm looking for a man of finance, 6'5", blue eye, blah blah blah, big Graziano sandwich.
You're just babbling. Spoo's up 46. Did not have that.
And you didn't step in front of it, Sadnov. Tell me you didn't learn anything from 2024. Yes, you did.
I did not step in front of it today. No, I didn't.
Finally listen to the bet.
No, not really, but I didn't step in front of it. But not a good day for a Russell S&Ps, at least. S&P's up 46. Not a good day for NASDAQ Russell either. So,
oh my God! I've never seen a guy cry with a green P&L the way you do.
No, I'm not upset. I'm not crying. I'm just saying I'm looking for things to do. Let's see what we got. Fast market. Fire away, John. JT Thomas II. Caleb's next team from New York. Triple M.
Triple M. This is one we don't look at all the time.
Trade idea from my pops, who read it off a bathroom wall in what would be the fishy tale of how he met my mom, Jenny, at a bar in Buffalo. Oh, this one doesn't. It's got a lot of. Got
a lot of Taiwanese sources in this one.
Send us Caleb when you're done with him. Okay, Feb, Strangle, 20 Deltas, and MMM. I don't know about this. And I'll tell you why. Because MMM is a crap.
Doesn't go anywhere, Sadnov. If it goes sideways, it does have earnings January 28th. It's got a good IV rank of 58.
It doesn't go anywhere, but it also has crappy. Last time I traded this, I couldn't roll it. I didn't make any money. I couldn't even get out, I think. It was just brutal.
I'm looking at open interest in February. It's pretty light. January, obviously, with only 14 days to go, is going to be a little bit heavier, but really only heavy on the fives, like 130, 135, 140. The old options, the new options don't have a lot of volume in them.
I mean, the stock doesn't go anywhere. It's got a 56 IV rank. I mean, we can do a little tiny bit of price discovery on the 15 delta puts and 15 delta calls. That's the 115, 145. Dead smack in the middle. You got to do price discovery here. It's trading like 258 is the mid price. Let's just see where we can get filled. I do not love this trade. Sam, I am. Nothing done yet at 255. Go to the next slide. We'll just play around with this we're doing a little price discovery here.
Got it.
Justin from Woodstock, could be Woodstock, New York, could be Woodstock, Illinois. Do you think every state in America has a Woodstock?
No. I'm just going to take a shot.
I will bet you
think
right.
Yes?
I will bet you right now that over 15.
No. You said every. Let's just make the bet what it is. Okay. I'll bet you.
No, I don't like every.
I'll bet you $5.
No, every's bad. I'll make my line, and you could have over under.
Oh my God.
14 states.
Go ahead.
14 states.
14 states don't?
14 states is my number. You can pick over or under.
14 states do or do not?
You can pick.
I could pick whether I'm taking under or over?
Yes.
I'm gonna take. Well, you said every, but I'll take under.
This is my bettable market.
Okay. The other one was just your bullshit market?
Yes.
Got it. So you went from.
Just answer the question. It's not that difficult. Do you want over or under 14?
Under 3 times. Under.
Okay, under. Let's Google it. Number of states with a Woodstock.
What states have Woodstock? It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4.
I counted 22.
What'd you say?
I counted 22.
22? Thank you, John. You owe me.
I count 10. I count 10.
Yeah, well, John is the official. He's the official.
I count 10.
It's a different website.
Not every state has a town of Woodstock, but there are towns with the name of the following states. Oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Yes. Here, it's right here. How many states? Yeah, 22.
John, lie next time. I'm not paying you.
You owe me. Thank you. I'll take a Venmo. Anyway, that was fun. That was a pretty good market by me. Anyway, let's go back to the slide, John.
Pretty good market by you? You were off by 50%.
14, I said. It was pretty good.
And there was 22.
Yeah, it's a pretty good market. Better than your market.
You said every state, and then you
got it wrong. Let's go, John, go back to the slide so I can see what this guy wants to trade. 6E.
You're unbelievable.
So Justin from Woodstock in one of 22 different states. The euro dropped about 1% today. He's talking about yesterday. It's getting whacked. I think we're getting close to a bounce at some point soon. I would sell the March 7th 101 puts. Justin, we are so long euro right now. We are what the world would say, would how you would define choking on it. March 7th, we have no position. Which ones? The 101 puts. They are trading for 660 mid price.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working it. Market was 50.70. We went in at 60. We'll see if we get filled. Let's go to the next slide. And by the way, this triple M, oof, move stuff. Oh, we did get filled.
What is that?
Euro.
Oh.
Yep. Okay, Justin, we're filled. Justin from somewhere. Josh in Edwardsville. Natural gas. Good IV, skewed upside, strangle for Feb. Yes, we currently have a Jan strangle on, and it's time to do that, move that to Feb. I totally agree with you. 64 IV rank, and we need to do something in here. Anyways, let's go. Let's start with we'll start with where the volume is. We'll go to the 17 delta, which takes us in Feb to the 4 calls. And let's see where it takes us on the puts. It takes us to about the 250. Let's see, 6-1. There's no skew. I'm surprised there's no skew in here at all.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
No, none.
You would think it would be the upside, right, with the move that it had.
You would think. So
that's got to tell you, close all watertight doors.
Filled. So, in nat gas now, just so you know, we're in the Feb 255.4. 17 delta on both sides.
Okay.
255.4, and I'll give you one at 12 127. Okay.
Yep. Gotcha.
Let's go next slide. Thank you, Josh. I needed to do that, actually. Believe it or not, I need to move my position over. Triple M, they've really dropped a bit, and the SPOOs have come down dramatically.
Up 23.
They were just up 46 before. Gloria from Charlotte is looking at Square, SQ. We have not traded Square in a long time. Range-bound choppy markets.
Tell me when you read Gloria in your back of your head, you don't go Gloria.
I don't. How about a February 21st, 75-100 strangle that avoids earnings? Happy New Year. We haven't traded Square in probably...
Happy New Year. You could still say it, see?
Happy New Year, Gloria.
Gloria.
Oh, God. How about the 77.5, 105? Range-bound, choppy markets, delta neutral, 19, 18, 293 maybe? No, I don't think so. I don't trade Square that much. Do you get good fills in here, Tony?
Square is not one of my most favorite stocks to trade.
I haven't traded it in a while. It's weird.
IV rank is 23. It does have earnings after February expiration. I think you got to trade a little bit more directional.
Yeah, 290, Gloria.
Or reduce size, which is what you did, which is good.
Just to do 290, the 77, 105.
Yep.
It's okay. We have something on in there. High, IV rank's only 23, but I like trading things I haven't traded in a while, so that's good. Let's go next slide. Uber, Hayden from Chicago. I love trading Uber. Uber was up huge yesterday. Couple bucks. It's up 44 more cents today. The surge pricing on New Year's Eve cost me $100. Wow. That means the stock has to go up, right? Put spread, sell the Feb 60. I was so bullish on Uber until we took Waymo.
I agree with you.
For the first time, I realized why people sell Uber. Because we took a Waymo, and I get it now. IV rank is super high. Earnings are February 5th. I'm more comfortable, Hayden, doing both sides. I mean, I could do a strangle or an iron condor. I don't really care. Let's see. 75, 72.5, 77, and 57.5, 52.5. Yeah, I kind of like this. $5 wide, iron condor, for $1.67, 1/3 the width of the strikes. Nothing done. Actually, I think my mid price is too high. Now it looks like mid price is 164.
Subject to change.
All right, we're going to work this one. Hopefully we'll get filled, Hayden. We're going to... Nothing done yet. Damn. I was kind of hoping we get filled. All right, we're going to go to the next slide. We'll come back to this. I'm surprised I'm not filled in Uber. Really am. Manfred from Malta. All right, our first Malta. Corn. So short strangle in March corn. We currently have wheat and soybeans on. No corn. Corn's had a nice little rally. So what does he want to do here? Short the 440 puts, 25 delta, and the 480 calls.
Corn has had a nice rally since the middle of summer. Would have made lows.
I would do 440, 490. Or you wanted delta neutral here, 440, 490. Mid price is 11 cents. Let's see. I should get filled. Nothing done yet. Oh, filled in corn.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, filled in corn.
11 cents it's $50 a point, so you're looking at $550, Tom.
That's max profit, or our target
Max
narrow
profit. Yeah. I just wanted to make everybody know what 11 cents means.
Right. There's nothing standardized about these things, so you kind of have to just put it in your order book, and you'll see. In Uber, I'm really surprised, but I'm not getting filled. Let's go to the next slide. Oh, I went down at
there you go,
160, but I kind of gave it away. Let's go to Boeing. Uber filled. Boeing up 48 cents today, which is not a huge rally after being crushed yesterday. I think the low is in, the risk is to the upside, so doing a Jade Lizard. Oh, this is your boy, Gator. Let's see. What is old Gator doing here? Selling the 160s? No.
We got to go fishing together, Gator.
We're gonna sell the 155s. And what he wants to do the 190, 195. I'm cool with that. 155, 190, 195 for 390. It's not a perfect Jade Lizard, but it's good enough. Because I want a little bit more room to the downside. 390. Take a fill, Phil. All right, Gator. Phil.
I don't think Diaper Island is a place.
Let's go to the next slide. You're the Florida boy. Fred, hey, here's Fred from Naples.
That is in Naples, I know that for sure.
Yeah, and Fred, I do have a position on an ENPH right now. We're short the 60.85. Stock's up 31 cents today. Sell the 60, buy the 60 puts. I'm sorry, buy the 65 puts, right? Sell the 60 puts. Right. He wants to do this 2-to-1 for around $1. How about $1.10?
Oh, not bad.
$1.10 credit. Put ratio spread. Thanks, Fred. Let's go to the next slide.
1/2. That's right. 60-65.
Pikachu. From Dallas, Texas, Sean, looking at GameStop. Sell the strangle. We don't do a lot of GameStop here because the markets generally kind of suck in there. Stock's trading for $31. There's going to be huge call skew. What does he want to do? Sell the 25.50. I know that sounds crazy with the stock trading.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 50 calls are $182 and the 25 puts are $135, $151. It's nuts. C wants to do this for $338. Mid price right now is like $330. I know. I think they've really come. I think they've taken a lot of premium. It's come down a lot. We're going to leave our offer in at $330. I think that's rich enough. Let's go to the next slide. Sean, I'm working at $330. Eventually they'll come for it. Chris in Virginia looking at AMAT. I don't think we trade a lot of AMAT. We have no AMAT position on stocks. 167. It's got an IV rank of 24. It's okay. Volume. 145, 190 in Feb. 140. Markets are wide. Markets are almost $1 wide, Chris. This one's going to be really challenging. I didn't realize. I thought the markets were better in AMAT, didn't you?
Yeah. I haven't traded it much last year, but I agree with you.
I really thought the markets are better in here.
I have a position in AMAT. I took a little bit of a directional bias in there for that reason. It's working pretty good at the moment.
I did a little price discovery in there in AMAT just to see kind of.
I got lucky on price. I went to the upside. I'm up almost $1 on a Jade Lizard. I'm actually trying to close it. The markets aren't that great. On my option trades today, every Tuesday and Thursday, Sal. I think I did that just on Tuesday.
All right, I got filled partial on a strangle in there, only partial, and GME I'm still trying to fill. Nothing done. AMAT only a partial, but we got at least filled. All right, what's next? Okay. So in Triple M, we never got filled, and it's pretty illiquid in there. 6E, we sold a naked put. Nat Gas, we sold a strangle. Square, we sold a strangle. Uber, we sold, and we did an Iron Condor, John. Uber B Iron Condor. Look at the speed at which John goes now. It's like a new man.
He is like a new man.
In ZC, we sold a strangle. In Boeing, we got filled, John. Jade Lizard, we got filled. It's a fill. In ENPH, we got filled. In GME, we did not get filled.
Oh.
Yeah, so John, just GME is an X. And AMAT, I'm going to give myself a fill, even though it's only a partial. I mean, we did get filled. There you go. 8 out of 10.
Good job out of you, Sadnov. Very nice. You know what? You did so well on that segment. I'm going to bring you a cookie in. I'm going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. I got more Tasty Live after this. What do you think comes up next, Saz?
I know what comes up next. It's a brilliant market measure.
You are 100% correct. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Let's Tasty Live.
I'm running Snow Leopard with this. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. G. Multitask, MacBook handler, brother. iPhone in one hand, iPad in the other. Pop open top, Apple logo shining on the back. That's why all these player haters know that I'm the Mac. Easier to see a nun with VD than to see me ever typing on a PC. So if you got one, you can play a sad tune and play it back later in your room on your Zune. Windows made to break, and I'm here to crack it. And if I'm a Mac, that means that I'm immaculate. Style so clean, like it's disinfected. Clean surfaces where white light is reflected. Plastic case, Apple Store, keep my phone protected. Check my toolbar to see if networks are detected. Use my side swipe, applications hidden in it. This is Mac world, bitch, you're just living in it. I'm a Mac. 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 Roll into the coffee shop, know I'm on a power trip. Strapped with my laptop and my own power strip. Eye outlet, about to make your cable drop. Apple logo shining off the marble on the tabletop. So if you seen me, then you seen a star. Any place I sit down, call that the Genius Bar. Looks like I'm working hard, but to really know the truth, just taking pictures of my fine self in photo booth. Interface simple, why I need a Kindle. Working on that pad keeps my fingers mad nimble. So if you think I come up short, you must be wrong. More than one reason that these ladies call me Justin Long. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. Yeah, Justin Long, son. You catch that? known by the ladies as the tool bar. 10-hour battery life. Force, quiz.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with this market measure. But before we get to this market measure, sponsored by our friends at the CBO, Saznoff. Let me show you this, Saznoff. I don't even think you know this yet. This is correct. We've got Guess the Market. Saznoff, we've extended it to Sunday for you. Do you know why the cutoff date was extended from today to Sunday, Saznoff? We did that so that you could promote it at your Sunday show, Saznoff. That is correct. Guess the Market. All you got to do is go to tastylive.com/guess. You now have until Sunday at 11:59, Saznoff. So you can tell all your friends.
I thought you were extending it so because they're doing a Bitcoin show Sunday night. I thought you were extending it so you could add Bitcoin to it. The price of Bitcoin on 12.
No, but that would be good. We could have done that too.
We should have done that next year. Anyway, yeah, it's great. So if you haven't signed up yet, or if you haven't put in your guess, please do. We have no limit to the number of people. We just have a limit to each person only doing it once. And play fair.
Right. Please go to tastylive.com/guess.
tastylive.com/guess.
Thank you.
tastylive.com/guess. And tastylive.com/events if you want to sign up for our next digital collectible or for the show on Sunday night, which, by the way, is all full. So there is no room left on that one. Let's see. What else we got? It's 9:12. And
free money there, Saznoff, for you. Free money.
Yeah. So we're excited about extending it to Sunday night because we were talking about it yesterday and we're like, if this was such a weird week with the holiday in the middle of the week that people might not have had a chance to. Yeah. And some people are going to watch. Like they missed the show this week. Some days they'll watch it and they'll be like, "Oh crap!" So we will extend it to Sunday night. Not a big deal. And trust me, it will not give anybody any advantages. I can guarantee you that. Let's take a quick look at the markets here.
I can't give them an advantage, Saznoff. I'm already a winner.
Yeah. Bonds, unfortunately, gave it up. They're unchanged. I'm a little disappointed about that.
113.24. Can't get their legs underneath them at all, Saznoff. You would think there'd be a little bit more velocity to these bonds to the upside. These upside moves are so staged.
Yeah, you would think they'd be better. I agree.
Yeah, you would.
They're not getting the momentum I would like to see them have.
They're not getting the momentum of looking like it's a bottom. I'll tell you that much.
No. And well, I haven't really. Let me take a quick look. I haven't really done much today looking at our positions, so I'm gonna take just a little bit. Well, I guess there's not that much moving around too much. The S&Ps are moving around, but doesn't look like anything else is it?
Not too much back and forth action in these stocks. No, but the usual suspects are higher. Tesla's up by 7, Nvidia's up by 5. Coin kept his head up with Bitcoin being a little bit higher too. Yesterday into today, Coin up 4 and change. You still got the big one lower. Carvana's down 7, Adobe's down 11, Apple's still down about 60 cents or so. So that's rallied a little bit. It was down about $1.60 earlier.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'm looking at our positions to see if there's anything that's kind of like a really little bit crazy. I mean, we're getting hurt in Nvidia, which has had a huge move the last 2 days. But other than that, and it really has had a crazy Nvidia-like move. I think it was up yesterday, big. It's up today.
It was. Thing. Yep.
Yeah. Other than that,
Goldman Sachs gave it up for your Russell. Goldman Sachs was up about $8 or $9. It's now down, I believe, 34 cents.
Yeah, bonds are actually now down. And let's take a look at SMH. Yeah, it's a little bit. No, you know what? And remember yesterday afternoon we did SPY versus
RSP or something, right?
Yeah, that didn't work so far.
So far, it hasn't worked?
No, because that spread looked like it was way out of whack. And no, so far it has not worked at all.
Let's see, SPY down.
Nope, hasn't worked. Trust me on this.
Yeah, you're right.
Uh-huh. And let's see if there's anything else. Nah, that's pretty much it. We're a little bit short. That's our problem. All right, we have an interesting market measure for you today. It's on special.
Okay.
It's a piece that Jacob wrote and put together. It's a little bit heavy, so you're going to bear with me as I work my way through this.
Saznoff, you're unchanged on that RSP SPY.
No.
You have existing SPY positions and options that you're looking at.
I know, Tony, but I'm not. I mean, I don't want to argue with you on air, but I'm not. It's down. For each 1 by 3 1/4, it's down today. For each 1 by 3 1/4, it is down.
RSP, you're up 80 cents, three plus times.
It's down $178 for each 1 by 3. Okay, but it doesn't matter. So the reliability of beta weighted deltas. We get a lot of emails over the course of whatever it is. Like it could be a month, couple months. There were people asking, because Tasty defaults everything to beta weighted deltas on the top of the page. How reliable is that number? If it says I'm short, am I short? If it says I'm long, am I long? How reliable is that number? Do you want to take a guess, percentage-wise, how reliable that number is?
Oof.
I have lots of different positions on. So I'm a good test.
72% of the time.
No, it's better than that.
Is it? No, I'm happy it's overperformed.
How reliable?
It's not enough like numbers.
No, how reliable do you think the number is? On just if you were to say, like, is it 90% reliable? Is it 95? Is it 85, 80, 75?
103.
You're a little off on that. But as far as reliability goes, it's about
85%.
It's about 90% reliable. And we're going to show you that today. How reliable is it? Well, 90% is pretty damn good. If you could take all the different positions you have on, and some are very highly correlated, some are not that highly correlated, some have weird beta weightings, some are futures, some are commodities. Everything you throw it together, it's still about 90% accurate. That's pretty damn good. Let's take a look.
Mm-hmm.
So beta, by definition, is a fundamental tool for managing systemic risk in a portfolio by comparing all the underlyings to a benchmark, such as SPY. We only use SPY. This is the apples to apples of the trading business. Nobody else ever did this for retail customers. We came up with this 25 years ago. It was really a TP thing. We were messing around with a bunch of different tools. TP came up with the idea of beta weighting a portfolio for retail investors. We started it. We've kept it. You can get this at Thinkorswim now. You can get this, obviously, at Tasty. And maybe there's maybe another firm. I'm not sure if Interactive Brokers has it, but we changed the whole industry with respect to active traders using beta-weighted portfolios. There are two equivalent definitions for beta of an underlying. And we get into a lot of the formulas here because we have some physicists and some math professors and other things, and people want to see, the actual formulas that we're using to create, to basically create the definitions that we use on the platform. But what we wrote here is more intuitively, this is thought of as how much to expect ABC stock
to move given a $1 move in the underlying. That's our beta weighting. And how reliable is this expectation, or how reliably does this expectation play out in reality? Let's go to the next slide, John. So we use 15 years worth of data, which is plenty. SPYs, IWM, TLT, Qs, Amazon, Google, and Tesla. For each day in the past 10 years, we computed the beta weighted deltas based on the previous 5 years of returns, the same methodology as the platforms. I'm sorry, these are just beta values. We contrasted, that's just the relationship between the underlying and the S&Ps. We contrasted the realized daily moves against those predicted by beta and the SPY moves via the correlation, the average absolute error as a percent of the daily move, and its root mean error, similar metric, but which penalizes large errors more. For context, we reported on the correlation between each underlying and the SPY over the whole of the data set. Again, I'm not sure anybody's ever done anything like this before, but welcome to Tasty. Let's go to the next slide. This is actually fairly groundbreaking in the sense that I haven't seen this study before anywhere. So the correlation with SPY, if you used IWM, is 0.88. No surprise there. If you use Qs, 0.93. No surprise there. This is over 15 years. TLT, it would obviously be the inverse, so it's a negative 0.32. Those all make sense. The correlation between predicted and realized moves is actually almost what you thought. You know, it's pretty damn close to the actual correlation with the SPY. No surprise there, because the numbers work, the math just works. But here's where we get down to kind of, let's talk about the average error. It's a percent of the average move. So in IWM, it's 7.7, in TLT, 12.2, and the Qs, 4.2. So when you think about these errors are relatively small. I mean, TLT is a little bit more, but mostly all of our stuff is in stock indices, and stock indices, it's closer to 5%, which means that the beta weight delta is like 95% accurate. When you look at the big outlier moves, which is the root mean square error, they're a little bit higher in IWM and Qs, but it still basically averages under 10%, about 8%. So for the outliers. So this is really interesting in the sense that the average error is pretty low. Now, if we go to different equities, go to the next slide, John. So Amazon, Google, and Tesla are equities. They only have a 0.6, 0.69, and 0.44 correlation to the S&Ps. So their correlation is much lower. When you have a lower correlation, you're obviously going to have a higher error count because that's just the way markets work. If there's a lower correlation, then everything is going to be a little less in balance. The correlation between the predicted and the real moves, spot on. Freaking spot on. Amazing. The average error here is a little higher than the indexes of the last slide. Amazon 0.84, Google 12.3, and Tesla 9.3. And then the outlier moves even a little bit greater as well, but still pretty well under 10%, which means that the numbers that we show on the platform, you know, as far as our beta weighted deltas and our Greeks are pretty damn good.
Very nice. Agree.
I mean, like in my count, I'm taking, 70 or 80 different positions, beta weighting them to the SPY and coming up with something that has an error less than 10%. I feel pretty good about that.
I don't think I could come up with better. Let me put it to you that way.
No, that's really interesting. That's really, really interesting. Really well done. Let's go to the next slide. So beta weighted deltas give us an apples to apples way to look at the total systemic risk across our portfolio. How much do we expect to gain or lose from a $1 move in the market? But the value of that expectation is closely matched with the strength of each underlying market correlation. So less correlated, more wiggle room for error. Typically, realized price changes were within 10% of the values predicted by beta, although Q stayed much closer, and the lower correlations underlyings had noticeably higher root mean square errors, which meaning they most likely kept their close to the beta weighted delta predictions when they varied. They varied big. And low correlation underlyings are the key for increasing the number of occurrences, but be careful because their beta weighted deltas are small. It doesn't mean that their prices are stable, just that their moves are hard to predict. There's a lot of good stuff in there.
Yeah, it's a pretty good little tidbit there too. So really good at predicting the typical move that the stock is going to have, but no way of predicting the outlier move, and that's why they call it an outlier move, right? I mean, that's really what they're saying.
Yeah, don't sleep on this study. This is good.
Don't sleep on this study. Wow, Sosnoff, you just lost like 15 years of your life. You're now like 62 years old. Good job out of you. Very topical. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. Come back. Hey, don't sleep on this break. Come back to us. Oh, no, that's not what it means. We'll be back in 90 seconds with Mr. Scott Sheridan. You're not going to want to sleep on him. That's right. We'll be back in 90 seconds.
Dear Chad, thank you for trusting me with the workload of 5 people this week. It was an invaluable learning experience. All 97 hours.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
You made me print out something for you in 40-point font.
From the smart mouths at Tastylive.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tastytrade. Make your move. Get a bonus of up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tastytrade account. Make your move, genius. Tastytrade.
Regulation time may have expired, but the conversation is just getting started. This is Overtime, the post-market scrimmage for market junkies. Join Chris Vecchio, Ilya Spivak, and me, Dylan Radigan, as we analyze the X's and O's for everything from earnings to politics to macro events and more. Nothing's out of bounds on Overtime. We break down the news to provide you a playbook for your trades. Watch Overtime Monday through Thursday only on Tasty Live.
Started trading around 2018, as soon as I got out of college. Stumbled upon a couple of different YouTube videos and learned that way. Truth or Skepticism with Dylan Radigan was actually kind of what really caught me in the early stages, because Dylan was sort of the skeptic and like I was a skeptic as well. And Tom was able to sort of convince him, and that was kind of my favorite show from the beginning. The fundamental principle that present fear of future uncertainty is fundamentally overpriced. In other words, volatility and selling volatility is the key to getting a statistical advantage in financial markets is the biggest takeaway. And that's kind of just the overarching principle I follow.
Calling all traders. Are you using Tasty Live mechanics and enjoying awesome results? Are you an up-and-coming options savant? We're looking for you. For over a decade, tastylive has shared the most inspiring stories of traders teaching themselves a new skill, using probabilities and experiencing new levels of success. If you think your trading journey should be shared with Tasty Nation, we'd love to hear from you. We are always on the lookout for the next class of rising stars. Email us at risingstars@tastylive.com if you'd like a chance to share your trading journey and inspire others.
We built the Tastytrade app for today's traders. See it, tap it, trade it. Deposit and withdraw money right in the app. View company financials, forecasts, news, and more. Set custom alerts to stay up to date. See things bigger in landscape mode. Get the customizable trading experience you want. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, tap it, trade it. Join the club, genius. Tastytrade.
What's up, everybody? Check out my new series, Life Cycle of a Trade, where I show you my real-time trades with insights into strategy selection, adjustment mechanics, all the way to the closing order for all of the tastylive core strategies.
Coming up on Bad Money with Jim Blamer. Blamer's hot stock tip of the day. Trade ideas? Trade ideas? You're coming to me for trade ideas? I'll give you a trade idea. Trade me for tastytrade.com. Those guys are great. I love those guys.
Dear Chad, thank you for trusting me with the workload of 5 people this week. It was an invaluable learning experience. All 97 hours.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
You made me print out something for you in 40-point font.
From the smart mouths at tastylive.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're number 1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tastytrade. Make your move.
We built the Tastytrade app for today's traders. See it, tap it, trade it. Deposit and withdraw money right in the app. View company financials, forecasts, news, and more. Set custom alerts to stay up to date. See things bigger in landscape mode. Get the customizable trading experience you want. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, tap it, trade it. Join the club, genius. Tastytrade.
Calling all traders. Are you using tastylive mechanics and enjoying awesome results? Are you an up-and-coming options savant? We're looking for you. For over a decade, tastylive has shared the most inspiring stories of traders teaching themselves a new skill, using probabilities and experiencing new levels of success. If you think your trading journey should be shared with Tasty Nation, we'd love to hear from you. We are always on the lookout for the next class of rising stars. Email us at risingstars@tastylive.com if you'd like a chance to share your trading journey and inspire others.
Get a bonus of up to $4,000 when you open and fund a Tastytrade account. Make your move, genius. Tastytrade. Got the need for speed? No problem. At Tastytrade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tastytrade. Make your move.
I'm Jim Schultz, and this is From Theory to Practice. Welcome to the show today. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the Friday edition of What It Is That We Are Trying to Do. Welcome to the Bull Market is Back edition of What It Is That We Are Trying to Do. Got the NASDAQ up a few honeys. Got even the S&Ps working on their first honey of the day, and all is right in the world. So welcome to the show. I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you so much for being a part of what it is that we are doing, because it is only because of you all and all y'all from my Memphis, Tennessee crowd that we can do what it is that we are doing. So if you're watching over on the Tasty Live Network, I would actually bounce on over to YouTube. I would do it right now. Hop in the chat. You can communicate with your brethren that are also watching the show. You can celebrate if you are a bull, and you can commiserate if you are a bear, but it is indeed a good time had by most. Now, a little bit of housekeeping today. We do have another extra long show, man. This is crazy. When we go back to 45 minutes, like, it's going to feel like the blink of an eye. Like, you kind of get used to the extra wide lanes, and it's kind of hard to switch back. It's kind of hard to throttle that guy down. But today, we are going all the way to 3:15 Eastern, 2:15 Central. So get your questions in the YouTube chat. I will try to get to as many of them as I can here in the next hour or hour plus. I usually get through about maybe 2 to 2.5 per show. So the earlier you get them in, the better it's going to be for you. But all right, Paul, let's go into the market, man. Let's have a look. What's going on? We got, this is it, guys. It's like they can't take them down every day, can they? Even the S&P is up 70. Risk-free instrument, also known as the NASDAQ futures, up 350. Got the boomers up 312. And then you've got the Russell 2000 futures index up a little over 30 on the day. You got bonds where all the smart money trades, like your Chris Vecchios, your Ilya Spivaks, right, down 4 ticks on the day. Then you got notes down. You got oil up a little bit. You got gold getting whacked. You got, obviously, volatility down with the market looking so strong. You got the Bitcoin bros celebrating. I mean, everybody's happy. Everybody's feeling good. We're back, and the bull market is indeed intact. You got VIX. We got VIX. Let's take a look at VIX. Yeah, VIX getting smashed today. Makes sense with the market rally being so strong. VIX down $1.45. Now, what's going to happen for the next hour and a half to 2 hours? I don't know. It's going to be pretty interesting, though. I mean, if they really break away with this thing and then send the NASDAQ up 500, send the S&Ps up, 110 or something like that, then it's going to be like, okay, maybe this thing's back. But what if they squash them? Like, what if they totally do away with the rally today and close them unched in the next 2 hours? That would be crazy. And that would indeed scare the children again for the 9th consecutive day. So there's your market commentary. It's right up there with any other market commentary that you would find in any other place in the internet age that we live in. So, all right, what I want to do today, though, is we're obviously going to spend a lot of time on y'all's questions. I typically get to that maybe, sometime between 20 to 45 minutes into the show. We get to y'all's questions, and then we see where you guys are at. So we're going to do that. But before we do, it is a Friday. So that means we have to have our weekly stock discussion. We have to have our little, everybody sit around the campfire, like let's pull up, beside the fire and have a little chat about stock ownership. So if you look at the portfolio here, you can see that we have, actually, let me click on these guys so you can actually see them. We have Bank of America. We're long 100 shares, just stale, crusty, long shares, right? Long 100 shares of Bank of America. Long 100 shares of Starbucks. Man, look at all this green on the screen, by the way, man. Look at this. There's a lot of green on the screen right there. Look at that. That's crazy. Our MES ratio spread looking pretty good. But again, that's kind of a longer-term play. And we talked about that just yesterday, so I don't feel the need to kind of rehash and regurgitate what we talked about just 24 hours ago. But Bank of America and Starbucks, these are our two kind of bellwether stock plays. Like we talked about, why you would own stock to begin with, and we talked about some probabilities. Then last time we talked about, revenues and profits over time and things like that. Well, today I want to talk about, and I teased this a little bit yesterday, but we're going to have a much longer discussion here today, and given the extra wide lanes and all the extra time and that kind of stuff. I think one of the main reasons, maybe not the main reason, but man, this is pretty high on the list. I think one of the main reasons why investors like to own stock is because of the dividend payment that the shareholders receive on a regular basis, whether it be quarterly. That's typically how dividends are paid. Some companies only pay dividends annually, like you've got a couple outliers. Like I think Disney might actually pay an annual dividend, but don't quote me on that. But you have some regular payment that really is, a dividend payment, it's a participation trophy, man. It is the participation trophy of the financial markets, right? Thanks for being part of the team. Here's 39 cents. Like, thanks for being a part of what it is that we do. Here's 46 cents. Like, that's the basic idea behind a dividend payment. Now, naturally, that's very attractive as an investor. Like, naturally, you're like, okay, participation trophies, sure, they may be the undoing of the next generation, but they're helping me out quite a bit with these dividend payments because I don't have to do anything. It's like I just sit here and I just collect my dividend payments, right? I just sit here and every quarter, I think some stocks might pay a monthly, like the indexes or whatever, but it's like on a regular basis, I'm just bringing in these dividend checks. And so you actually do have, some regular income that might be coming in from the stocks that you own. Still not exactly dividend income is maybe closer to income than selling options for income, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I want to focus on dividends. So dividend payments are going to be, one of the main reasons, one of the most attractive features of stock ownership. Like, for example, if I just bring up a couple of stocks here, you can even see up here, if you guys want to kind of, cheat a little bit, you can see I was looking at some dividend payers just before the show, IBM. I mean, is there a more classic bellwether, plain vanilla stock that pays dividends than IBM? I don't think so. Right? McDonald's, right? Another classic dividend payer. You got Coca-Cola. Right? This is for all my Warren Buffett fans that might be watching the show. There might be a couple of you guys left out there. KO, right? Another dividend paying stock. I mean, these are companies that, has Coke changed anything in the last 35 years? No. They're still slanging the same old high fructose corn syrup laden crap they've been slanging for 35 years. Right. And it's working. It's working pretty well because we love that stuff. We love that pharmaceutical grade high fructose corn syrup. I know I love it and you love it too. And so Coke is paying a dividend to all of its shareholders. Okay. So Coke, McDonald's, IBM. If we even look at the dividends here quickly, you can see IBM. IBM is going to give you, man, look at this. They're going to give you $1.67 per share. That's a 3% yield based on the current stock price. And that's obviously an annual dividend yield. And again, you don't have to do anything to earn that. You just have to be a shareholder of record on the ex-dividend day, which it tells you right here inside of Tastytrade that the last ex-dividend day in IBM was 11/12. So again, assuming they pay dividends quarterly, which they probably do, you could look at the company website, you could look at whatever to figure out if that is the case for IBM. I think it probably is. The next dividend payment is going to be February 12th, give or take a couple of days, right? And so that's going to be when you want to be a shareholder of record to be able to receive the dividend payments that the company might be paying out. So IBM pays you $1.67. You've got like McDonald's. McDonald's is going to give you $1.77. So a little bit more there. It's actually a lower yield because the stock price is higher for McDonald's than it is for IBM. You can see McDonald's is $2.94, IBM is $2.21, and then Coca-Cola is going to be probably less than both of those. Yeah, Coca-Cola is only going to give so this is interesting. Coca-Cola gives you a lower dollar amount, but it's actually a higher yield because you have a much lower stock price with Coca-Cola at $61. So you get 48 cents a share, but the stock price is only 61, so you can obviously own a lot more shares, for a given amount of money. All right, so that's Coca-Cola, McDonald's, IBM. You could look at other, dividend pairs. I think we even have a drop down. Do we have a drop down in here? Hang on a second. If I go to this little hamburger menu, if you click on that, you go to the watch list. I think one of these is dividend payers, is it not? Yeah, look at that. Wow, we have a whole look at this. So inside of Tastytrade, and you're only going to find this at Tastytrade, by the way. You cannot find this anywhere else on the internet. You cannot find any dividend information anywhere else on the internet. It's only here. This is the only place. Inside of Tastytrade, on the watch list, you have dividend aristocrats and dividend champions. Now, before I'm learning this for the first time, much like many of you are. What is the difference between an aristocrat and a champion? Like, if you had to choose kind of sight unseen without seeing about what's behind the door, would you rather be an aristocrat or a champion? I think I'd rather be a champion. Like, I'm curious what the characteristics and features of these two lists are. I bet you that's on the Tastylive website or even the Tastytrade website where it talks about, how these watch lists are created. I mean, obviously, we know how Tom's watch list is created. These are all of his losing positions, which happens to be his complete portfolio. And so that's what that watch list is. If you go to dividend, though, I'm not so sure. Like aristocrats, like who are the dividend aristocrats? Let's see here. You've got Otis, like Otis Redding. Wow, that's amazing. You got Carr. So you got Carrier Global. You've got, let's see here. Can I change? Hold on a second. Can I change to dividend payouts? Yes. Oh, look at this. Dividend yield. So here you go. So I'm going to change. Let's see here, because we're talking about dividends now. So I don't need IV rank. That's active trader stuff. I need something that's like super, super passive. Give me dividend yield. So if you guys can see here on the drop-down menu, I just clicked on that little gear that was in like the upper right-hand corner, and it allows you to kind of customize what you want to see on these watch lists. And so here we're going to kind of dive into the dividend aristocrats, and I'm looking at my dividend yield. So if I click OK, now you can see I have all the dividend yields right here, which this is really nice. Because remember, I mean, at the end of the day, we talk about option profitability quite a bit. We talk about, how do I make money when I buy or sell options? Well, it's basically three things. It's time, direction, and volatility. It's time, which is theta. It's direction, which is delta. And it's volatility, which is vega. Those are your three ways to make money as an options trader. Whether you're buying or selling, it doesn't really matter. Those are going to be the three main ways. When you buy stock or own stock, how do you make money? Well, obviously you make money if the stock price goes up, and you lose money if the stock price goes down. That's pretty simple. But there's another element of profitability potential inside of stock ownership, and that's going to be the dividend payments. Now, every stock doesn't pay dividends, and maybe we'll talk about that next week, actually. That will be a good continuation based off of this discussion. But the dividend yield, whether it be IBM, whether it be McDonald's, whether it be Coca-Cola, whatever, I mean, that's going to be part of your annual total return that, again, is just a participation trophy. You get it as long as you're in the game. As long as you're on the roster, like you're getting that trophy at the end of the year. It doesn't matter if you even stepped in the batter's box. Like you're getting the same as the all-star of the team. And so that's kind of cool. But if we look at the dividend yield here for the dividend aristocrats, let me sort this guy from high to low. All right, so wow, look at that. You've got WBA. That's Walgreens, right? Walgreens Boots Alliance. I think that's right. Wow, look at that. They're paying a 10% dividend now. Now, I think that's because Walgreens is a $9 stock. If I look at the chart for Walgreens, yeah, it's been hammered lately. I mean, you can see it was up in the 20s earlier this year. So, it is a participation trophy. It is, just thank you for being part of the team, but it also comes with the risk of stock ownership and the risk that is inherent to owning stock, which means if the stock price goes down, like you're on the hook for that, right? If the stock price gets gorilla smacked like Walgreens did this year, like you have to absorb that. Like that doesn't just disappear. Like that's part of the package too. And so it's gimmies and gotchas as it always is. But with Walgreens at a 10% dividend yield, like it's a 10% dividend yield for a reason. Like a lot of times, dividend yields, when they get too high, there's a reason why those dividend yields are super high. Like, the stock price may be getting hammered, or, the company may not be managing its cash flow effectively. There could be a lot of reasons why dividend yields could be extremely high. Generally speaking, I don't really, I don't have a mastery of like dividend investing philosophy like some of my macro brethren might have, or some of my fundamental analysis brethren might have. But generally speaking, I want to say, 3 to 5% is a pretty good range from a dividend yield standpoint. That's pretty comfortable, where it's like, all right, this is probably a level where the company is likely going to be able to maintain this level for some time to come. And most companies actually grow their dividends. Most companies aim to actually increase their dividend, if not every quarter, not usually every quarter, but every year. There's usually some type of dividend increase that is given out to the shareholder. So like right now, you get 48 cents for Coke, but next year you might get 49 cents. You might get 50 cents. And that may not seem like a lot, but it's kind of a lot. Like when you compound that guy over, quarters and years and even decades, it can add up to quite a bit, especially if when you're buying dividends, you set up what's called a dividend reinvestment program, a DRIP, where now, like when the company pays you dividends and they show up in your brokerage account, the brokerage just buys more shares of that company. So now you've got your own little Ponzi scheme that you've set up. It's kind of nice, right? Where it's kind of like, all right, I'm just taking this cash and I'm just reinvesting. I'm just taking this capital and I'm just buying more shares, which is going to give me more dividends, which is exactly what Michael Saylor is trying to do with Bitcoin. Except for him, he's going to get margin called and it's not going to work. But for you, it could actually work. Like for you, it could actually be a really, really, positive thing in the end. So I think that dividends, dividends is one of the variables inside of the Black-Scholes option pricing model. So when you look at like, I don't want to stay on Walgreens anymore. It's kind of giving me the heebie-jeebies. Let's go back to Coke. Like if I go back to Coke, $9 stock is not really something I'm super interested in. But if I go to Coke, I go to February, let's say, you could see all these different strikes, have, extrinsic values, and they have, deltas, and they have, all these kinds of things. The extrinsic value, which is essentially what, the option pricing model, like a Black-Scholes model, for example, it's going to figure out what the option price should be based on the theoretical inputs and, the market metrics at that time, like volatility, time to expiration, strike price, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. When it comes to that, it's figuring out both the intrinsic value and the extrinsic value of the option, because those are the two building blocks to an option's price. However, the intrinsic value is very simple. The intrinsic value just is what it is. Like, the intrinsic value is either, is this option in the money? If it is, how much is it in the money by? There's your intrinsic value. Or, is this option in the money? No. Intrinsic value is 0. So it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. The extrinsic value is where all the real magic happens. I mean, that's where volatility gets priced in. That's where interest rates get priced in. That's where, dividends get priced in and things like that. And so when you're looking at the extrinsic value differences, across an option chain with calls and puts and on a dividend paying stock and whatever, the dividend, and this tends to show up a lot more clearly when you're very close to the ex-dividend day. And so, like, if you're like a day out or 2 days out, you're going to see it like plain as day. You're going to see the extrinsic value differences between the calls and the puts that are essentially equal to the dividend payment that's going to be, not paid out the next day, but the shareholder of record day, the ex-dividend day. You're going to see it very clearly. Okay. I talked about this a little bit yesterday. Theoretically, whether you own a stock and get paid the dividend, or you trade the options on that stock that include the dividend, theoretically, there's no difference. Theoretically, there's no P&L difference between the two, right? There should be no edge of doing one over the other. But I completely disagree. Just from a dividend standpoint. The dividends that you are paid out as a shareholder are going to feel a whole lot different than the dividend being part of an extrinsic value that's just going to disappear when the cycle's over anyway. And it's kind of like, man, was that even there? It's kind of like, man, the money finds its way into my savings account, but then it's like these kids just keep eating all my food. It's gone. Like, I think it was there at one point. Like, theoretically, it showed up on my bank statement, but man, it is nowhere to be found now. It's the same type of thing when it comes to the dividend payments that are inside of the extrinsic values. And so while it's synthetically the same, it's theoretically equivalent, whatever, it just feels a lot different when you're receiving the dividend payments. And I said this yesterday. I mean, today, you're not going to find a bigger, speaking of champions, you're not going to find a bigger premium selling champion than me. Like, I think that you should be selling premium. I think that should be the core of what you're doing. I think, the derivatives market just gives you so much more flexibility and so many more options over what the straight equity market, can provide to you. That being said, though, we have to be fair. Like, I want these Friday discussions to be very open. I want them to be very fair. I think dividend payments when it comes to stock ownership are, I don't want to call them a secret because, again, they're pretty plain as day, especially inside of Tastytrade, which, again, this is the only place on the internet where you can find this information. It's not really a secret, but it kind of is a little bit of a secret, right? Again, you do this over the course of, quarters or years or whatever. It's like it can have a really significant compounding effect. And so I know for a fact, having spoken to hundreds, maybe thousands of you over just the last couple of years, that many of you out there, even if you yourself are a premium selling champion, much like I am, you probably have some stocks that you own in your portfolio, whether they be indexes, whether they be individual names. You probably have stock ownership in your portfolio. You're probably not 100% all in on selling strangles in gold, right? Or selling straddles in Tesla. And I can respect that. I can completely appreciate that. And I think for most people, that's a good, kind of area to live. Some stock ownership and some active trading via the derivatives market. So when it comes to the power that dividends have over time, and when it comes to, what you can do with, $1.67 here, 88 cents there, 14 cents there, it's like, man, these things can really add up over time. So there's a little bit, again, these Friday discussions, they're not meant to be super formal. They're not meant to be like, we're not digging into 10Ks and things like that. But I just wanted to kind of reach out to my stock, investor brethren that might be watching the show, that maybe misclicked on this episode and you're still here, which would be amazing because it's been 21 minutes. So I don't think too many of you are left. In terms of the new viewers, I'd be shocked if too many old viewers are even left today. But I'll take what I can get. I want to let you know that I'm on your team. I want to let you know that we're all trying to do the same thing here, right? We are all trying to, put our portfolios in a better position, improving the risk return profile. That's all this game is. That's all this game has ever been, right? And so, when it comes down to that, talking about stocks, talking about them very openly and honestly, I think it's good. And then when the time is right, of course, I'll hit you with a haymaker, man. When the time is right, it's not right yet. We'll sneak in some strategy and kind of get you guys selling some puts, because that's obviously going to be, just a much better way to go about it. So, all right. So there's a little stock ownership. I think next week, let me write this down because I'll forget. Let's do, what do you do with no dividend payers? How do you handle, as a potential stock owner where you're interested in a stock, what do you do? Like based on the last 20 minutes, do you just discard all the companies that don't pay dividends? Like, for example, like NVIDIA, for example, I think they might pay a dividend now. Don't they pay like a penny? Yeah, they'll give you a penny. Look at that. That's like a slap in the face, man. But it's not. You compound that over, 14 years, you're going to have at least 35, maybe 40 cents. Like, that's some serious stuff. And so NVIDIA actually pays a dividend. But if you go into so let me think about a company that doesn't pay a dividend. What is a tech name that doesn't pay a dividend? Well, Snapchat, I can't believe they're still in business. So they certainly don't pay a dividend. They're barely hanging on for dear life. So Snapchat, for example, doesn't pay a dividend. Who else doesn't pay a dividend? Does Chipotle pay a dividend? I don't think they do. Yeah, Chipotle does not pay a dividend, right? Because obviously they've got to reinvest whatever cash flows they have into getting some fresh chips, because they still don't have any fresh chips. So they need more cash flow. They can't be paying us dividends. They got to get some fresh chips. And so dividends not coming out of Chipotle. So what do you do with a stock like that? What do you do with Chipotle? What do you do with Snapchat? What do you do with company XYZ that doesn't pay a dividend? Is it totally, off the screener in terms of potential candidates to invest in? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. We'll talk about that next week. So, all right, that is our stock discussion. As far as the portfolio is concerned, we don't really have too many things to do one way or another. I think, man, it's warm in here. Man, it's freezing outside. It's like 67 degrees outside. It's crazy stuff. I didn't sign up for this. If we look at the portfolio, though, there's not really a ton that we can that we need to look at. I don't think. We don't have any winners, I don't believe. You've got obviously, the NASDAQ is rallying pretty significantly, still up about 360, about the same as when the show began, maybe a little more actually. You've got AppLovin is looking good. You've got, IBIT, which is our Bitcoin strangle. It's fine, nothing to do there. NVIDIA is up $5 today. That's nice. So that guy's out of the money now. So we'll sit tight. We'll let that guy cook. Palantir, we're short of put spread. Wow, look at that move on Palantir. Did we put this on yesterday? Yeah, I think we did. Hold on a second. So we're up like 40 cents on the trade. Has it been one day? I want to say this has only been one day. Yeah, so we did this trade on January 2nd. Wow, that's really interesting. So we're already up 40 cents on the trade. Okay, so this is an interesting situation that I talk about often, and I don't always have a chance to reference a position that's happening to us in real time, but this is a good opportunity to do exactly that. When you are up significantly in a very short amount of time, and I say 40 cents on a $1.90 spread in one day, that's pretty significant. What do you do? This is where it comes down to what is your overall strategy? Are you kind of staying, sticking to the profit targets? Do you like to kind of, stick with like a 50% max profit? Do you kind of stick with like a 25% max profit? You're dealing with like a straddle, iron fly, something like that. Or do you like to kind of zig and zag between raindrops and say, hey, if I'm up 40 cents on a $1.90 spread in a day, I'm taking it off. I'm taking it off. That's a winning trade. I don't really want to subject this position to any more risk. I think you can go either way. I think they're both strategic ways. I don't know what the latest Tasty research might show in terms of one being more quote unquote optimal, Tom. So I said it here on the show, even though it doesn't really exist. I don't know if what the new Tasty research might say. I know that, for the longest time, it was more or less a coin flip between the two. And I also know that statistically, there might be a slight edge to taking it off early if you're up, we're up 40 cents. 40 cents on a $1.90, that's what? That's like almost 25%. Or about 20% of the maximum profit in just one day. So it would make a lot of sense to take this guy off early. I don't personally like to do that because I like to stick to my profit targets. Now, I'm open to change. I am very, very open to change. I'm not completely stuck in my ways. I'm mostly stuck in my ways. But from time to time, I will make changes as necessary. And so we'll maybe consider this at a future, date and time. But right now, it makes a lot of sense to me on a strategy like this to just let it go. Because don't forget, guys, you have a big rally in Palantir, right? And this is not a neutral strategy. This is a directional strategy, which normally happens with these big moves in like 1 day or 2 days or whatever, in terms of it being, 10, 20, 30% of max profit in just a day or two. And it's like, man, should I take that off? That's not usually going to happen with something that's neutral. That's not normally going to happen with something that's like a strangle or like a straddle. Now, it could happen on earnings with the volatility crush, whatever. That's kind of a unique circumstance and a special situation. When it comes to something that's not necessarily binary event related, then it's usually going to happen with something directional, like a short put spread, you're playing it to the upside, short call spread, you're playing it to the downside. Okay, let's think about what is the only scenario that could have taken place that would cause us to be up so much money on that directional spread. It's pretty simple. You got the directional move right, at least so far, right? With Palantir, I mean, you can see it's up $4.50 today. We're short the 70-65 put spread. That's a bullish strategy. Stock is up huge. We're getting paid. That makes perfect sense across the board. Okay, if you want to leave this trade on, which is what I'm going to do, I don't think that's a terrible move, not only because A, that's what I do, but also B, you are now in a better position from a stock price standpoint to get to that profit target that you're ultimately trying to achieve, 50% of max profit. And so you now have more cushion. You now have even greater buffer from what you had just when the day began. And so it's not like, you're putting a ton of, extra risk in the trade. You are, I guess, putting some extra risk in the trade because you are now, you stand to lose your original max loss and whatever profits you've generated to this point. But that's trading, man. That's just the way that it goes. I mean, we're not going to take off every single trade as soon as it shows, a penny or two of profit. That doesn't make any sense. We'll all just get chewed up to pieces by transaction costs. But that would probably get Tom his third Range Rover. So we got to keep that in mind. Again, every gimme's got a gotcha and every gotcha's got a gimme. So while you and me might be getting just flatlined on commissions and transaction costs, my man's filling out the garage. And that's what's really, really important at the end of the day. And so for Palantir here, I think I'm going to sit tight and do nothing. But that's interesting that we're up so much in just a day. And then we have a Rocket Lab, which is up $3, showing a little bit of a rocket move to the upside. And that's a strangle, so we'll sit tight and do nothing on that. Then we have Starbucks, we have Uber. Whoa, look at Uber. Whoa, guys, hold on a second. Guys, look at this. We got a chance. So Uber up another $1.80 today, kind of riding the coattails of the overall market with its significant move higher. We have a 67.5 long call in here. And we are now only 2.5 points out of the money. We are now only 2.5 points away from greatness. And by greatness, I'm referring to just minimizing our losses. And so for Uber here, this is pretty cool, man. I still don't think we can sell premium in here. I don't think we're going to get much for it. Like here, I'll even open it up because now I'm kind of curious. If I go to Uber, I go into the Jan 17 cycle, like if I sell, it's not the worst I've ever seen. I thought it would actually be lower. If I sell a 70 call, I'm going to get 30 cents for it. I don't really want to do that because then I'll have a 2.5 point wide spread on that. I ultimately paid. What is my basis in Uber right now? Yeah, I mean, my basis on the stock is $5, $5.09. Right. So if I start rolling with a 2.5 point wide spread on a position that has a $5 basis, I have no chance of making money. I have no chance of making money on that strategy. Now, some of you might look at this situation and you say, well, Jim, you pretty much have no chance of making money as it stands right now because the stock is still below the long call. You're running out of time, blah, 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 blah. Understand that. Don't disagree with any of that. But there's hope. There's still a tiny little bit of hope. And we've talked about this before. Hope is the best strategy in the markets. Forget about quants. Forget about math. All you need is a little hope and optimism, and it will take you very, very, very far. So with Uber here, that's exactly what I'm going to do. We're going to tap into ticker symbol HOPE, and that's going to be that. And then XBI, I think this is also kind of a do nothing. Yeah, this is a strangle. We just put this on recently. We sit tight. We do nothing. All right, man, where are you guys at? We're 30 minutes in. That's not too bad. And, man, let's do it. Where are you guys at? I did not put a comment in the stream because my YouTube is being kind of finicky. So let me see if I can figure this out. I see you guys. Oh, there we go. Okay. I think I got it. I think it was Sergio with the first comment who says, where is our favorite doctor? Well, that's not going to be me, but I'm here, man. Like I couldn't, your favorite doctor couldn't make it today, so you guys are stuck with me. And so here we go. Like hopefully that will suffice for the next, it's only another 40 minutes and then we'll all be over. And we will cut you guys loose into the wilderness that is the weekend. But thank you, Sergio. I appreciate you very much, my friend. Grumpy Mike says, passed out on his luxury vinyl. Too many breakfast martinis. Man, yes. I am frequently passed out on the luxury vinyl, but that's from the quad burn. That's from my hamstrings locking up from too many, lying leg curls. I can't think of the last time I had a breakfast martini. I've never been a big drinker one way or another. I went to college. I certainly had my fair share of episodes. Let's just say that. But I've never been a huge drinker. And I've never been, not even in like my prime, not even in like my early mid-20s where just everything felt good. I was invincible, all that kind of stuff. So basically the polar opposite of how I might feel today. I've never a day drinker. Never a day drinker. Never enjoyed it. I felt like, man, this just throws off my clock for like weeks to come. At 25, I felt that way. So at 43, man, I'm not touching anything. I usually don't drink to begin with, but I mean, if I'm going to touch it, it's not going to be till at least after 7, 8 o'clock. Breakfast martinis? I mean, now you're like, I guess some people would call that shooting from strength, but I don't know, man. That seems like the antonym to shooting from strength. So no breakfast martinis for me, but I appreciate you. And then Sergio says, there he is. Yes, there I am. I'm here. We made it to the show. I still can't believe it. And so YouTube Jim's in the house. Says, greeting, Dr. Jim. I'm happy to be here, man. I'm happy that you are here. Thank you so much for being a part of what it is that we do. It is only because of you that we can do what we do. So thank you so much, my friend. Let's see. Org Denu says, greetings from Italy. Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year to you too, my friend. And wow, greetings all the way from Italy. That's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome stuff. Italy is a wonderful, wonderful place. I had a chance to visit a few cities when I was in Europe in 2003. I studied in Nice, France in 2003 for a semester. So I was there for like 4 months. And I made it over to Rome. I made it over to Venice. And I made it over to Florence. And it was great. It was absolutely great. Really, really enjoyed my time. The people were so friendly and the people were so warm and welcoming from what I can remember. That was 20 years ago. Maybe they're all an ornery bunch now, but man, they were pretty warm and welcoming 20 years ago. So thank you there, Org Denu. I appreciate you, my friend. Emmett Morrison, Dr. Jim has the same outfit on as yesterday. I do? No, I don't. I had the Luckbox t-shirt on yesterday. Did I not? See, it's easy for me to remember what I wore because I've only got 4 different shirts. Like I've got the glasses on again, just to keep you guys guessing, right? I've got a hat on, but this is actually a different hat. This is not the same hat as the other. I have 2 black hats. I have one that's new and one that's old. This is the old one. And then I haven't pulled this off the stable. It's been at least 48 hours, I think. And so no, I think we went Luckbox t-shirt yesterday. You can check the tapes on that though. And so, but I appreciate you, Emmett. Thank you for being here. And so SK says, what it is that we are doing, that is the question, correct? And we are searching for it. We are looking for it. Not super hard, right? We're not trying to, we're not pulling any muscles here. I'm not trying to, rupture an Achilles trying to find this thing. But every, little by little, we're just going to keep our eye out to see if it kind of finds us. And so, but thank you, SK, for being here. I appreciate you. DeBoomer's in the house. What's going on there, DeBoomer? Dr. Jim, yesterday I sold a 22 DTE, $13 wide at the money, put call spread, put CS, put credit spread, you probably mean, in QQQ with a theta of not very much, a 56% pop. Took 25% of the max this morning. Oh, there you go. I recall a segment in it you discuss at the money theory and strategy with TNT. Please rehash and discuss. Thank you, man. I'll be happy to do that. Love a good rehashing session. That's essentially what this whole show is. So if we go into I'll even go into QQQ. And so I believe the discussion that you're referring to that I had recently with Tom and Tony on the Skinny on Options Abstract Applications, which is another show that I do if you're brand new to the network and you kind of want to check out maybe some of the other things that I've done, I would encourage you to check out the crash courses that are on the YouTube channel. But then also, obviously, this show is every day at 2 o'clock. And then the Skinny on Options Abstract Applications is Monday mornings at 9:40 Eastern, 8:40 Central. So you can check that out too. The segment that I did recently, as the NASDAQ makes its way to 400, 400 on the day. And so we'll see if they can get there. But the segment that I did recently had to do with in the money premium, actually. So not necessarily at the money premium, but in the money premium. And it actually had to do with naked strategies. So it would be a short put, not a short put spread. And so like if I went into QQQ and I went to February, let's say, you've got the stock at 519, right? Like let's say I go to sell the 520 put. The fascinating thing that I, discovered in my research in preparation for that show was, okay, I sell an at the money put. The pop is 64. The P50 is 80, right? A ton of credit, a ton of theta. Like obviously the buying power is going to be very significant because it's a naked position in a pretty high price stock. Like that all makes sense. This is not surprising. This is not surprising at all. But what's fascinating to me, and this really highlights the power of short premium, which also plays out with defined risk strategies, but it's more pronounced with undefined risk strategies, is that if I were to move my strike, so instead of selling the 520, let me move this guy in the money and let me see if my circles stay intact here and just kind of look at how these numbers change. If instead of selling the 520, keep in mind the stock is at 519. Instead of selling the 520, I sell a 530. Look at what happens. So my pop goes down to 58%, which makes sense because I don't have as much wiggle room in terms of my break-even point and the extrinsic value that I might be selling. But here's what's fascinating. The P50 76, my credit 1727. The theta is still really, really, really positive. The fascinating thing, and what I was fascinated by when I put this segment together for Tom and Tony, was the pop is still significantly greater than 50%. And what you find is, if I scroll down a little bit and make a bit more room, if I keep ratcheting up my strike, look at this pop. It's going to go down because you're selling less and less extrinsic value because you're further away from the at the money strike, which has the most extrinsic value. So that all makes sense. But the probability is still going to be greater than 50-50. Like if I sell a 540, the probability is 54%. And I'm 20 points in the money at this point, right? You've got a stock at 520. I'm selling a 540. My pop is greater than a coin flip. Not by much, but a little bit. If I sell the 550, now it's 52%, right? If I sell the 560, now it's 51%. If I sell the 570, now it's 51%. And so you're never going to get worse than 50-50. Never. It doesn't matter how in the money you might sell the strike on the put that you would sell. Now, why is this the case? Well, because remember that selling a put is a let's call it a substitute over buying the stock. Right. So you could buy the stock, which is 50-50 in the short term. I mean, we just talked about this recently. Maybe not 50-50 in the long term, but 50-50 in the short term. Sure. Absolutely. From cycle to cycle, 45 days to 45 days. I do think it's basically a coin flip. So when you go in to sell the put, you're never going to be worse off probabilistically than you would have been had you just bought the stock. Why is that the case? It's very, very, very simple. Let me just delete all these circles. So look, I'm going to stay at this 570 strike because this really kind of, makes the point that I'm trying to make. So this 570 strike, you've got the stock, at 519 or almost 520. Actually, I'm not going to do the 570 strike because there's not enough extrinsic value for you guys to really see what's going on. Let's go back to the 530 strike. So this will be a little bit better. So if I go to, if you look at a couple of things. So number one, look at the credit collected. Number two, look at the difference between the stock price and the strike price, which is about $10, just a little bit more than $10. But then also look at the extrinsic value. So when you sell a put, right, and when you sell any option, you always collect, right, the option price. The option price, again, we talked about this a few minutes ago in a different context. The option price is always constructed by two pieces, intrinsic value and extrinsic value. Well, we're used to selling out of the money options. Like we're used to selling options where the strike price is away from the stock price, and I have a buffer. I have a wiggle room where I can still make money even if the stock goes against me. This is kind of the default setting of what we typically do. If you, however, sell an in-the-money option, then you're never going to be worse off than you would have been for just buying the stock because you are compensated by whatever intrinsic value is also in that option. So for instance, in this example that I have circled on the screen, the 530 strike has about $10 of intrinsic value. It's a little bit more than $10, and it's moving around as the market moves. This option price is going to be, the $10 of intrinsic value plus whatever that extrinsic value is right there. So those two numbers together are going to give you the option price. So again, you're never going to get cheated. You're never going to get shorted. Like you're always going to, come out at least as good as you would have had you just bought the stock itself. And so when it comes to selling intrinsic value, that can be a way to, again, you're not losing out probabilistically. In fact, you're even gaining probabilistically because of the extrinsic value that you're collecting. It can be a way to be more bullish on a stock. So maybe, for instance, you're really bullish on QQQ. Like you got paid today nicely on the put spread. Nice job. Excellent trade. Well, maybe you want to continue to be bullish on, QQQ, McDonald's, Snapchat, whatever it might be. One of the ways that you could do that to maybe amp up and ratchet up that bullishness is sell an at the money strike or sell a slightly in the money strike, even just a couple of strikes, because what that will do is it will increase the delta on the position. So that way, if you are correct and the market does rally, you get paid a lot more because if, QQQ right here, based on the example on the screen, if QQQ rallies above 530, then what's going to happen? What's going to happen is this option price is going to collapse down to zero, and I'm not going to have to buy anything back. Now, of course, I'm going to manage it. I'm going to take it off early. I'm going to do all the things we talk about. But just fast forward all the way to the expiration date just to, clearly understand this concept. The option price for an out-of-the-money option will be zero. Now, maybe it started as an in-the-money option, like is the case right here, but if it finally makes its way to out-of-the-money status and it stays there at expiration, then you are going to be able to keep the full premium that you collected on entry. And that's the basic idea behind considering selling an in-the-money options. Hopefully that helps a little bit there, DeBoomer. It's obviously not exactly what you asked about because you were talking about put spreads, but this is what I talked about recently, so that's why I kind of went down this road. But hopefully that helps a little bit. So that was DeBoomer. Let's see. William McHale says trading like a Zuni warrior. Man, if a Zuni warrior is bullish, then that would be some really, really good stuff. And so Scramble Everything says, Dr. Jim, what's your take on the Bondolini's weakness? Consider a trade there. Yeah, I don't know, man. It is interesting that the bonds are down today, just given the fact that, the market is so strong. I mean, the market is incredibly strong today, which, I guess we were kind of overdue. I mean, it's been 19 straight days of, downward movement. I mean, it's only been 5, but it's felt like 19. For all the bulls on X and on Twitter, man, it's felt like 29, right? So you got to throw them a bone somewhere. You got to give them a little something to tide them over until they get squashed on Monday. And so what about bonds, though? Bonds down a little bit today. Some people believe, and there might be a little something here, like some people believe because bonds have just taken a shellacking, right, the last couple of months. And so if I bring up a chart of ZB, you can see here, you can see the shellacking for yourself. I mean, there it is, right? Boom. I mean, look at that. That's basically a straight line down. And so the shellacking that's taken place in the bond market, what is that doing to interest rates? What is that doing to longer term interest rates? They're increasing. They're rising because bond prices and interest rates follow an inverse relationship. So when bond prices go down, bond interest rates go up. In some regards, it doesn't matter what Powell's doing. It doesn't matter what Powell might be trying to adjust on the front end of the curve with the money supply, whatever. The bond market is doing the talking. And the bond market is saying higher rates make sense right now. Now, why would higher rates make sense? Well, maybe inflation is not over. Maybe inflation really isn't defeated. Well, some people believe, and I don't know if there's anything to this. I mean, it makes a lot of things make sense logically, though. I mean, this makes sense logically, but a lot of things make sense logically. Like it makes sense logically that the Lions are going to win by at least 14 on Sunday night. That makes sense logically. Is it going to play out practically? I don't know. They might win by 21. They might win by 28. I'm not sure. We got to wait and see and watch the game. But when you talk about bonds here, a lot of people believe that when the 10-year yield is over whatever magical number they pick, 4.5%, 4.75%, whatever it might be, that is a headwind for stocks. That is a headwind for equities. Like that is going to be, a form of kind of inherent resistance for the equity market to move higher. Now, why is that? I'm sure there are plenty of schools of thought. I think at least one reason would be, now the alternative to stocks is just getting more and more and more attractive, right? And so now it's like, man, I've got, markets that are showing a little bit of weakness. There might be some chinks in the armor. There might be some cracks in the foundation, given the last couple of days of, stock price movement to the downside. Man, maybe I just go hide out in some ZB. Maybe I just go hide out in some bonds and pick up my 4.5% or whatever it might be. And so, that becomes an option, certainly, when it comes to, what type of, factor is the ZB market and the interest rate market going to play for equities. But again, I'm just throwing my head in the ring with one potential theory amongst many. Like there are many potential theories. And personally, I think as an active trader, they're all not really worth too much. They're all worth, that Arby's coupon that you got in your wallet that's been there since, 2004. Like they'll probably still take it because they're Arby's and they're hurting for business. But it's the same basic idea, right? It's the same basic idea. So, my thought here is I would assume that this could lead to some more market weakness next week. But I actually think, that would be my guess based on the ZB situation. I actually think, though, that there's going to be potentially more market weakness for, weeks and weeks and months to come. And so rather than just printing all-time high after all-time high after all-time high, I think we could be in for some back and forth. I think we could be in for, market sells off 150, gains back 110, sells off 190. I'm talking about the NASDAQ, reclaims 220, and then just round the merry-go-round we go. And so that would be interesting. It would be a lot more fun as an active trader than just, all-time high after all-time high, of course. Unless, of course, you're a bull. If you're a bull, then you probably don't mind all-time high after all-time high. You're like, yeah, this is pretty fun. And so I can respect that. And so let's see. SK says, Dr. Jim, can you prescribe meds? No, I can't. I am not legally allowed to do that. But I can say illegally that squats and milk are going to get you whatever you need, especially if the milk is raw and the squats are back. And so that's what I would prescribe for anyone that might be listening. So Junior Mac says, good morning from Australia. What's going on there, Junior Mac? Sold a put broken wing butterfly in 6E. What say the doctor? Man, I haven't done anything in 6E in a while. At least not officially. In some stealth accounts, maybe some things here and there. But 6E, wow, 103? Wow, man, they're just giving this thing away. I haven't looked at the euro. It's been a couple months. The last time I looked at the euro, it was like 110 or 109. 103? Man, we're going to be at parity here pretty soon. Man, I don't know about the option strategy there, Junior Mac. I'll put broken wing butterfly. Yeah, you got plenty of ways to win, just like you do with a broken wing butterfly in any underlying. But I'm actually just blown away by the fact that the euro is at 103. You guys didn't tell me about this? Like, I feel like this is national news, international news. Like, let's look at a chart of the euro. Yeah, look at this. This is kind of what I was like, it wasn't that long ago that this thing was at 110. Yeah, it was a couple months ago. It was like a month ago, 2 months ago. November 1, you've got the euro at 110, approximately. And now you've got the euro at 103 and some change, almost 102. Man, that is something. And so is this another indication, right, that rates are going higher in, the U.S. because people want U.S. dollars? They're converting their euros and buying U.S. dollars so that they can invest in, U.S. dollar denominated assets here domestically, at least in the United States, so that they can get higher yields. I don't know. Maybe it makes a little bit of sense. I'm not aware enough of the global landscape when it comes to, what does European paper pay right now? I have no idea. What is the German Bund debt product going for these days? I have no clue, right? Chris Vecchio, he spits these things out in his sleep, right? I would have to search high and low to find out what this information is. It's way outside my area of expertise or interest. But it's interesting to me that there has been so much weakness in the euro. It does kind of, it kind of lends a little bit of weight to the theory that rates might be headed higher in the U.S. And so that would be really interesting. Because you would think, just like is the case with any market, it's always forward-looking, right? People are always trying to get ahead of what might be coming next. Now, they may be totally wrong. I'm not saying that the market is right. I'm not saying that the market has the direction to move, correct. Because, just back in November, right, when, the rate cutting cycle had begun and things weren't too different than they are right now, I don't think. You had the euro at 110 and now it's 103. It's like, okay, so there's been some adjustments there, obviously. But this, to me, tells me that rates might be headed higher. So you just putting some pieces together in the puzzle that is the global financial marketplace. It's like Powell cutting significantly, with the bazooka cut 50 bips the first time, and then 25. We'll see what he does in January at the end of the month. I think it's like a 90% chance that they just hold rates, so we'll have to wait and see what actually happens there. But you've got that. You've now got bonds. You've now got the euro. You've even got some inflation prints as of late that have been a little hotter than normal. Like nothing, it's not scalding, but it's like, okay, I expected that pot to be pretty much room temp, and it's got a little heat on it. It's still got a little something on there. And so that's kind of like what's going on with the inflation numbers as of late. So what does that mean? I don't know. I'm not really sure. But as an active trader, we don't need to know, and it really doesn't even matter. And so, but yeah, I don't know there, Junior Mac, for as far as a 6E strategy. I would probably use FXE if I was doing something in there. But as a contrarian trader, playing this thing to the upside does make sense. I will say that. So if you're just a purely contrarian trader, which I know many of us are, I mean, I brand myself as a contrarian to the contrarian, so we are all in the same boat. I might be in like an adjacent boat or something, but we're all in the same sea. Play this thing to the upside. Right, play this thing, moving a bit higher, just given the weakness as of late. It makes sense. It makes sense from a contrarian standpoint. So let's see. DB says, "Hey, Dr. J, I heard that there will be a new class, strategies for beginners. When will that be?" Yes. So it's not really a class per se. It is going to be. So this is going to be the next live bash event. And so I'm actually putting together the materials now. I'm very excited for this, and I'm very it's going to be lots and lots of fun. It's actually going to bring the way that we're going to set it up. I have requested that on the stage. So if you guys have seen the digital collectibles, I've done a couple of them now. I've done the geeks, and then I did the recent one with the 6 option strategies. Like you see the stage, you see how it's set up. It's typically just us out there, like, with, I mean, we're mic'd up and then we're just talking to the camera, and then that's that. Well, I have actually requested that I have more materials on stage that I can work with to kind of tap back into my professor days. So I kind of want to have like a podium, like for my notes. I kind of want to have like a chalkboard that maybe I can write on, and like things like that. And so, I mean, we'll see if Tom can get it for me. I mean, again, we got to get my man his second Range Rover before his third Range Rover. So it may not happen, but this is what I've asked for. And so we'll see if it actually does indeed materialize, but that'd be pretty cool. And so the whole basis of what I'm doing is I'm doing basically I forgot what they called it, beginner trader from start to finish or something like that. And so what I'm going to do, it's going to be similar to like some crash courses that we've done in the past, but a little bit different. I want to assume that you're a blank slate, a completely blank slate, maybe some stock experience, but not much. And then by the end of, the hour, 90 minutes, half a day, whatever it takes, I want to get you to where you're confident placing your first trade. I want to get you to where you are confident placing your first trade, and you understand enough of the relevant metrics to be able to do that. That's what we're going to do in one fell swoop, like one continuous stream. And so it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm super pumped. If you happen, DB, if you're in the Chicago area, I know, so I'm going to record the event on Tuesday, February 4th. On February 3rd, Monday night, we're doing like an open, it's almost like a pop-up open mic type of thing where I'm actually going to be there, and I'm going to do like a trial run. I'm going to do like a dry run of my content. And so that way I can test out the B- humor to a live audience. And when it just falls flat, I'm like, all right, that's what I expected. I'm going to keep that in. And so when that happens, that's going to be really helpful for me in terms of understanding, what content works and what content doesn't work and things like that. So if you're in the Chicago area, you can check it out on February 3rd. Monday night, and that's all I got for you. So that's what's coming out. But even if you can't be there, it'll I think it's gonna be released like a couple weeks later. So I think they're turning this thing around like real quick. Like the turnover on this thing is like lightning speed. And so I think sometime in February, the digital collectible of beginner trader start to finish will be made available to you all. And so I would just sign up wherever you need to sign up and get on the blockchain. However you do that, I have no idea how to do that, so don't even ask me. But you need cold storage, and you need have some things in your freezer. Like I'm not exactly sure how it works. And by exactly sure, I mean I have no idea how it works, but I would figure it out. And so let's see. Hopefully that helps you there, DB. Orgdenu's back. Orgdenu says, I saw your webinars recently, and I finally understand IVR and options screening. Just one question. What is your theta delta sweet spot that you try to achieve in your portfolio? Man, that's a great question. That's a very, very good question. And thank you so much for watching the crash courses and the other content that I might have on the YouTube channel or this show or whatever. That's amazing. Orgdenu, thank you so much. So there's a couple ways to think about this. So you have delta. Let's actually use our Blackboard here. Let's kind of tap into our professor days right now. Like, why would we wait till February 3rd? Let's just do it right now. So you've got the delta right over here. You've got your theta right over here. So of the two, I think it's best to figure out where you want to put your theta number first. So generally speaking, we like to be between 0.1% of your net lick and 0.5% of your net lick. So for my account that I have in here, I have about 30,000, give or take. So we've got about 30,000 in this account. Okay, so if I wanted to be at 0.1% of 30,000, that would be a daily theta number of 30. So your portfolio theta number would be 30. If I wanted to be at 0.5%, then my portfolio theta number would be 150. Right? So you can see that's a very, very big difference. But we're going to be somewhere between that range. Now, how do you determine where you want to live? Well, I'll give you a couple of things to think about, and then only you can decide where you want to put the number. 0.1% to 0.2%, very conservative numbers, right? That's on the conservative end of the spectrum. 0.4% to 0.5%, that's a lot more aggressive. Now you have a lot more risk out there. Now you have a lot more unit risk that's out there in the marketplace. Because again, as we've talked about a few times before here on the show, the best way to build up portfolio theta is with undefined risk strategies. Like you can do it with vertical spreads and calendar spreads and iron contours and whatever, but you're not really going to make a huge appreciable difference, in terms of changing your theta numbers dramatically. You really have to do that with, short puts, short strangles, ratio spreads, undefined risk strategies. So the more, theta you want, the more unit risk you have to absorb and take on in order to get there. Okay. So you're somewhere within that range, more conservative, more aggressive. Generally speaking, when volatility is on the lower end in the market, we like to be on the lower end of this range, so 0.1 to 0.2%. When volatility is on the higher end, we like to be on the higher end of this range, so maybe 0.4 to 0.5%. And so, where is market volatility right now? Where the VIX is around 16 now, given the sell-off here today, that's around the historical average, so we're kind of in like the middle ground in terms of, what type of theta exposure you might want to put in your portfolio based on the market volatility levels. Okay. The third thing that I would consider is your own personal experience and your own personal skill and ability. The lower your experience, skill, ability, the lower that you should be on this spectrum. The higher your skill and experience and ability, the higher that you can be on this spectrum. And so those are three things to consider where you want to put your portfolio theta numbers. And so hopefully that gives you a little something to kind of chew on there or Denu. Okay, so I'm just going to say, let's say, for example, that I choose 0.2% for this little hypothetical example. That's going to be a portfolio theta number of 60. Okay, once I have this number in place, I can then figure out my delta numbers. Now, I can also figure out my delta numbers as a standalone metric, and maybe we'll do that another time. I actually do that inside one of the crash courses that we already have on the YouTube channel that is all about portfolio management, so you can check that out if you haven't done so already. But just to kind of, be a bit more efficient with our time here, let's just do it this one way, the delta theta ratio. So once I have my theta number, now it becomes very much just a plug and play to figure out what the delta number should be, because the Tasty research has shown that right around 0.5 delta to theta is a very, very good marker for directional bias at the overall portfolio level. So that would be a delta of 30. Now, is that positive or negative? This is very, very important. In my opinion, the delta theta ratio really only works, or at least let's say it's the most effective when you are carrying negative delta. So this would be a negative 30. So technically this ratio would be negative 0.5, but just using absolute values from a ratio standpoint. Negative deltas are going to make this ratio mean a lot more to you. They're going to make this ratio be a lot more effective in terms of what you are trying to accomplish. Why are you using a delta theta ratio to begin with? Well, there might be a number of reasons, but one of them is this. You want to make sure that you are not overly exposed in terms of your directional risk or even your theta risk. You want to make sure that you have a nice amount of balance between how much directional bias you have and how much time decay you have working for you, right? That's the goal. That's the objective. Okay. If I'm selling premium, right, which again, that's how I get to a positive theta number. That's how I get to 60 or 150 or whatever number you choose that's here on the screen. When I'm selling premium to build up positive theta, What is one of the things that I am most exposed to that could do a lot of damage to me? Well, a directional move against me is obviously going to hurt. But what is also going to hurt, regardless of the directional move? A volatility spike. A volatility expansion could hurt significantly, right? Just like early August, right? When the VIX spiked to, the imaginary level of 65. I know the charts say 65. I know we all saw 65 and we felt 65 in the moment, but I've been reliably informed that that VIX print doesn't count. So we can't really count that one. But when volatility expands significantly to 30, 40, 50, whatever, what is the market usually doing when that happens? Just like it did on August 5th. It's going to be going down most of the time because you have this inverse relationship between market volatility and market prices. Okay, well, if I'm trying to protect all of my theta, because this is the stuff, right? This is what's going to ultimately pay the bills. Right now, yeah, of course, if you get direction right and you're good at that or whatever, that's going to help too. But generally speaking, as premium sellers, that's what we're trading. That's what we're trying to take advantage of. It's theta, it's time, it's just the premium selling nature of short options. What can I do to protect that theta, to guard that theta and shield that theta? Well, I put in a little bit of negative delta in my portfolio, right? About 50 cents of negative delta for every $1 of positive theta. That's where the 0.5 number comes from. And that gives me a nice hedge against the volatility spike because, again, when or if volatility spikes, whether it's real or imaginary, we have to wait and hear from VIX HQ if we can count it or not. The downward movement in the market is likely to be accompanied by the volatility expansion. So when the volatility expands significantly, if the market is going down, the negative delta kicks in and it helps you kind of shield your portfolio from all of the theta losses and the extrinsic value, losses that you might be taking at the time. Now, is it going to be a full shield? Probably not, because, it all depends on the actual, size of the move and things like that. But hopefully that helps you there a little bit there, Orgdenu. And that's just a great question. It's a really good question. Hopefully that gives you a couple of things to think about. So, and then Orgdenu goes on to say, thank you, and I wish you a happy and blessed 2025. Man, happy and blessed and wondrous 2025 to you and yours too, my friend. And thank you so much for being a part of what it is that we do. And so let's see, Bruce, wow, we're almost done with the show. I can't believe it. Can you guys even believe this? We're almost done. We got 9 minutes left. That's crazy, man. That's really crazy. So Bruce 2237 says, Dr. Jim, when you sell a put ratio in MES, which is actually exactly what I have on. So this is a great question. It's almost like you've been watching the show there, Bruce. I appreciate you. Are you willing to take assignment of the contract if the short put moves in the money? Or do you like to try and roll the short put out or just close the position? Yeah, so this is a really good question. And the answer is quite simple. I'm not looking to take assignment. I'm not looking to take assignment on any ratio spreads. Whether they be MES or SPY, or really any stock. If I'm looking to use a short premium position to enter some type of long stock or long index position, I'm going to keep that very simple. Just me personally. I'm just going to be selling puts. I'm just going to sell a put. I'm not going to get cute. I'm not going to get fancy. I'm not going to try to finagle my way in with ratios and verticals baked in and whatever. Let's just keep it really, really kind of buttoned up and straight laced. Sell the put. If it goes in the money, maybe I take the stop. Then I start collecting dividends, right? Just like we talked about earlier for my dividend payment bros that might be watching the show. That's what I would typically do. So whenever you see me with a ratio spread on, like I have here in MES, this is an active trade. This is something I'm looking to, do something with come hell or high water here in the next, couple of weeks, let's say. So hopefully that helps a little bit. So a little bit of can we call this a sell-off, guys? I don't think so. But NASDAQ is, it's 30, 40 points, 50 points off the highs here. And so, okay, we got an hour to go. Man, if they take away the green today and they just leave them with some breadcrumbs, if they take NASDAQ was up 400, if they take that and turn that into NASDAQ up 80, man, the bulls are not going to be happy this weekend. They are not going to be happy at all. Let's see. But YouTube Jim says, stock day, I have MO stock. I like the dividend. Is that Philip Morris? I think it is. At least it used to be back in the day. Maybe they changed. Yeah, it's Altria. I think that's Philip Morris. I think they changed their name, but that's cigarettes and stuff, right? I think. And so good time to sell. Call IVR high for 30-day expiry, Feb 21, strike 55. Thanks. Definitely, man. January 31 expiry not very liquid, and so yeah. I mean the monthlies are going to be a better option, almost always. So I mean you could go into the weeklies like right here. Right, you see, Philip Morris has earnings coming out on January 30th. So they'll come out and say, this is how many people we killed with our product over the course of the last, however many days. And business is good. What can I say? And so February 21st, 49 days to go. It's gonna be a lot more liquid. It's gonna be tremendously liquid relative to the weeklies. And so I would definitely go into February. Okay, so selling a call against the stock. Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a great time to do it. I mean, you've got earnings coming up. The volatility is ticking up. I mean, if you're going to sell a call against shares that you own, then this is a great time to do it. And MO has a dividend. They pay a pretty big dividend, right? I think so. I think they people, I mean, I just joked about it a second ago, but people, 7%. That's pretty significant. I mean, a lot of people have a problem with like an MO. A lot of people have a problem with, stock ownership and something that may not be ethical, something that may not be, necessarily a net benefit for society. And I totally get that. I probably myself wouldn't be a Philip Morris stock owner either. But I don't necessarily like, if somebody wants to own the stock and it's just, a dividend play and it's just a financial investment, I'm not going to look down on that person, because the reality is in the world that we live in today, you could make that case about every single company. Every single one. And so it's like, man, you kind of need to figure out, what hill you want to die on. But when it comes to selling the call before this thing goes way off the reservation, when it comes to, I mean, you guys thought the Daddy's Chicken discussion a week ago was bad. This one's going to be a whole lot worse. If you sell a call in Philip Morris, this is a great time to do it. You could sell the 55 strike. Yep, that would be a good option. You could also sell, I go to February, you got a 55 strike, you're picking up, 80 cents. Right? That's a nice little trade right there. I mean, 80 cents on a $53 stock is like, what is that? That's that's like 1.5% or so. And that's only for like, a 45 or 49 day time horizon. Right. And so, I mean, I like it, man. I like it a lot. And then all that does is it gives you a little bit of buffer to the downside. You're still bullish. You still want the stock to go up. You want the option to go in the money. That's the best case scenario for you. And then, I mean, that's all going to be good stuff. And so, Jim, I think that would be fine. And a lot of long-term investors like to use earnings dates to sell calls against their stock. The only thing I would probably encourage you to consider, wait until you get closer to earnings. So, for Philip Morris, you have earnings coming out on January 30th. I would wait. There's no reason to do it now. Unless you feel like, something crazy might happen in the stock and you want to protect it now, then do it now. I mean, this is all your call, 100% your call. I'm just a tour guide, man. Like, I'm just handing you the roadmap and the flashlight. You got to go through the forest. I would wait to January 30th, though. I would wait until you're closer to the earnings day, because then you're going to get the benefit of higher volatility. Then you're going to get the benefit of situating your strike exactly where you want it to be. If Philip Morris rallies in the next couple of weeks and maybe it's at 55 come time earnings, you could maybe sell the 57.5. So now you have more room for upside on the top side of the stock. Or if the stock goes down, then you could maybe sell the 52.5 or whatever. And of course, if the stock goes down, you'll wish you didn't listen to me and you sold the call now. But that's how it works, man. When you take advice from dudes on the internet like myself, sometimes we take you down, man. Like sometimes we light your stacks of cash on fire. And by we lighting them on fire, I mean you lit the cash of stack, or even the stack of cash, on fire yourself. And I was just the tour guide. And so Bill Buchanan's in the house. Bill Buchanan says, it's like they always say, give a man a fish he eats for a day, give a man a dividend, and he'll let you know about his $4.39 dividend income he gets every month. That's right. Man, it's almost like you're on the internet, dude. Like, that's pretty good, dude. Well, I'm absolutely going to steal that and use that in the future, and I probably won't even give you credit for it. That's really good. That's really good. Yes. I mean, man. So look, it's a Friday, right? Weekend's coming up. We've all got big plans. I know I'm going to see y'all at Bonefish tonight. Like, I'm excited. You're excited. We're all getting the steak. It's going to be amazing. But if you got some extra time this weekend, man, scroll through Dividend Payment Bro Twitter. Like, if you need to read about a more insufferable bunch than the dividend aristocrats that are on X the dividend champions that are on Twitter, man, check out what these bros and pro sets are saying, man. It's gonna make you want to vomit in your mouth. Like it is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. And I say this in all good fun, obviously. I'm just, just playful jabs. But still, you'll get some laughs. I assure you'll get some laughs. And so it'd be a good, skip the dessert at Bonefish, although the flourless chocolate brownie is phenomenal. But skip it tonight and go home and just surf dividend payment Twitter. It's way more fun. And so Theta Trader's in the house. What's up, Theta Trader? You probably didn't think I'd get to you, but here we are. I'm right there with you. Dr. Jim, I'm a little late to the stream. My apologies. Here we go. I was out collecting my dividend payments in person. Light envelopes are frowned upon. This is what I'm saying. My man goes and collects in person. Like, that's how you do it, right? You figure out, like, where is Coca-Cola headquarters? I have no idea. I think it might be Atlanta. Like, I'm going to go to Atlanta, and I'm going to knock on the door and say, where's my 98 cents? Like, I'm here. Today's the day. Like, where's my 67 cents? Like, this is what I'm here for, and I'm not leaving until I get it. So that's how you do it. You just collect in person. I like it, man. I like it a whole lot. And so just the personal touch is lost these days. Everything is so, impersonal. Everything is so on the internet. Everything is so automatic. Like, no, man, just go to the HQ and pick up that check yourself. And so Scramble Everything says, Theta Trader, did you extract them from people's mouths on the street? Yeah, that's how he makes his real money. Theta Trader. Don721, hey, Dr. J, hit arms today at the gym. Thoughts? Man, you're right there where you need to be. That's exactly what I did today, too. It's exactly what I did today. Nice little buys and tries, and experimenting with some new things these days. So rather than doing the buy try supersets, which is a very common, it's a crowd pleaser, everybody loves it. I'm experimenting with some buy supersets, and I think they're actually technically called combo sets, and some try supersets. So we're getting a lot more tension on the muscle for longer periods of time, and it's just pain. It's just pain for many hours. And so it's good stuff there, Don721. Rezo's in the house. What's going on there, Rezo? Rezo says time and yield. Yes, that's correct. That is all the man needs. And Scramble Everything says it's forearm Friday. You can do forearms with arms. That's fine. And so you can mix in some radial twists. That's easily done. And so Theta Trader says for legal reasons, that is a joke. Which, by the way, that is the overall disclaimer for my entire show, just in case you were ever curious. Also, what's red and bad for your teeth? Bricks and being late on your street dentist payments. That's correct. You don't want to be late on the street dentist payments because my man's cutting you a break. Like, I know you got to pay in cash. Like, I know you got to come with the dollar bills or you don't get any services at that time. But you're getting a deal. You're getting a break. And so, let's see. Where am I at? I don't even know where I lost where I was. But I see one more. I see JFK DLS LS. This is it. I'm going to send you that cast that we talked about for you putting this in the stream. He said the doctor and his remarks are on fire today. That's it, man. I'm going to send you the cast that we talked about, but I would not wait by the mailbox. It may take a couple of weeks or a couple of years for it to make its way to you. But thank you guys so much for being here and being a part of what it is that we do. Without you guys, we couldn't do what we do. So I thank you guys so much. If I can ever help you, please shoot me an email. I'm jschultz@tastylive.com, or we can connect on Twitter. I'm at jschultzf3. I would love to hear from you guys on there as well. But stay tuned. We do have Tim Knight coming up next with trading the charts. In the meantime, guys, trade them small, trade them heavy, and stay generous. We'll see you guys on Monday.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tastytrade. Make your move.
Look who's back testing. Tastytrade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tastytrade.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tastytrade. Make your move. Got the need for speed? No problem. At Tastytrade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tastytrade, make your move.
Good afternoon, everybody. Tim Knight here, and it is time to do some trading together. I was just looking at a website. I won't name the name, but it rhymes with Hero's Edge, which they tend to be permanently bullish, and they just featured an article that stated there's too many bears. There's so many bears that it just absolutely guarantees, we'll be sailing higher based on historical contrary opinion. I don't know. I don't think there's too many bears out there. I think there's like two. But they seem to think that pessimism reigns. Not on a day like this, it seems. We're up solidly. We're over 70 points in the ES, up over 350 on the NQ. Yesterday was red. Today was green. It's very festive. But it looks like the New Year optimism has dominated today, whereas yesterday I can only suppose that some profit taking was going on because taxes get pushed forward a full year now that the new calendar year has begun. I've got my charts preloaded for easy digestion, so let's just jump in there and catch up with the second day of trading in 2025. Here is the spider. We did an almost perfect to the penny tag yesterday of that midline. That midline is key. And as I said yesterday, should we ever break it, that really opens up selling at least to the election gap. But as it is now, all of the damage from yesterday and from Tuesday has been undone. We're basically back to where we were last week with this big up push. But it has just been grinding away for a while here, as you can see, like down and up and down and up. It's just really going nowhere fast. We are roughly where we were back early in November, just grinding away. Here's the diamond. Also green, and also finding firm support, in its case, the election gap. So we found it principally here and also yesterday. So we're very range bound now. Ever since we had our big plunge last Wednesday, we've been banging around inside of this range. We're pretty much in the middle of that range right now. This is Argentina, the country fund. And we try to not talk politics here, but at heart, I'm basically libertarian, and so and a dog lover even more so. So when I saw in late 2023 the new president of Argentina elected, beating a socialist and also surrounding themselves with big old dogs, I liked him already. I would have voted for the guy if I could. But his program, at least judging from the equity markets, have met with great success. From a technical perspective, it makes a lot of sense because we had this huge base here on ARGT, which was busted above early in 2023. Perhaps there's a general idea that this guy is going to change things and going to win. And the election was roughly here. And as you can see, it has been a sensation since then. So ARGT, lifetime high following the victory of a new form of government there. I don't know if he ever put dogs in his cabinet as he pledged to, but maybe. So good for Argentina. Not everything is so rosy south of the border, though. Here's Mexico, which I've mentioned probably is going to have a rough go of it in 2025. Even on an incredibly green day like this one's down hard. We're down over 1.5% beneath this big old topping pattern. I tend to draw these semicircles in pink just to kind of make it really obvious. But yeah, so far so good on that. And Brazil. An old favorite of mine, which I foolishly took profits on. I think it's just going to keep grinding lower. We're down over 1 percentage point on this. And that's even with oil up big, which is saying something because Brazil usually at least get propped up by strong oil because of PBR. But that too is falling. Speaking of fuel and speaking of cars, let's look at Tesla today, having a good day. Yesterday, it fell pretty hard and it's recovered all that and then some. But let's just take note here. Let's zoom in. I haven't moved any of these Fibonacci's, even though that former high is a distant memory now. The former high being in November 2021. That was the anchor point of all three of these Fibonacci retracements. But I've left it there for now. And we busted above it right here on the 11th of December. We peaked on an intraday basis on the 18th of December. Got close to 500 and fell a little, rose a little, and then started this bang, 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 all the way down, bottoming yesterday, having gone from 488 down to 373. We have undone all of yesterday's damage and a portion of Tuesday's damage. What I would say, though, is that there is a goodly amount of resistance at this point, not only because of all this buying up here, but I still think these Fibonacci's have power. And there's three of them all lined up like so, right like there. So we will see. But I think that it's great that Tesla bounced today so nicely. But I think this is probably simply a recovery from all that selling earlier in the week. Rivian is having a terrific day. It's up almost 25%. This thing, though, it's kind of all smoke and no fire because it keeps basing and it does well, then it flops. And so we've seen that here and here and here and maybe here again. Every single time, it's formed a nice bullish base. And for a while, maybe a week, maybe two, maybe even three, it's done terrific and then just kind of sputters away. So again, 1, 2, 3, there's the fourth instance. So we do have a breaking out. It's no surprise at all. This is bursting so nicely above that formation. It may well have a terrific rally ahead in the next week or two. But if history's any guide, it's not the beginning of some grand new run, which is too bad. I really like Rivian, but just saying. It's probably got more gas in it, as it were, but this hasn't historically been sustainable. Carvana, while we're still on the subject of cars, plunging again still. Hindenburg Research, I think, was the one who came up with a quite damning report. And although the company's denied it, looks like the public's not really buying it very much. Sadly, I have no position in this, even though I was talking smack about these guys when they were way up here, because they had an incredible run. They had moved from like, $2 or $3 a share up to almost 300. It was this absurd multi 1,000%, probably tens of 1,000% run. But of late, it is really doing poorly. We've gone from 269 approximately. We're at 175 now. So, wow. Big drop on Carvana. I know some of you, because some of you got in touch with me and said you were short this. Congratulations. You have greater fortitude than me. But this one is just getting really zapped hard. What is that, like a 50% loss more in just a matter of weeks? So quite extraordinary. Really bringing to mind this kind of drop here, which was the beginning of a multi-year slog lower. So yeah, Carvana. Semiconductors continue to vex me badly. I, again, threw my arms up in disgust earlier today at ARM. I'm out of that, as well as NVIDIA. I've still got some positions in semiconductors. I've got NXPI, and I've got AMD. But someone keeps breathing new life into these fellas. But let me just say of NVIDIA, this trend line still matters. And I'm going to keep an eye on this trend line to see if it fails to push past it, because that will be a meaningful fact if it does. But as it is now, good day for NVIDIA, up over 4%. But this broken trend line still, I think, has substance. And therefore SMH does too, because NVIDIA is the biggest component of SMH, the semiconductor sector ETF, and so it's up not quite 3% and getting kind of close to this dash line, which has been resistance for a good, not quite 2 months. So worth watching. Quantum is starting to see some profit takers here and there. Here's Rigetti, which has been obviously extraordinarily popular lately. It's had a multi 100% run on enormous volume, hundreds of millions of shares a day. This one having moved in just a couple months from a penny stock up to almost 20. So like a 2,000% gain plus. Not surprisingly, some people are taking profits here. We're down about 6% on this. But there have been little spats of selling here and there. Anyway, this doesn't necessarily mean this is the top. Something like this, I just watch from a very safe distance. And there are some items that I've never heard of in my life that are joining the party here that, again, these are like virtually unknown, and suddenly they're trading hundreds of millions of shares a day. This is a Seal SQ Corporation, whatever that is. And you can see once more, they've gone from nobodies to like some of the most high volume stocks in the world. Because quantum. One nice little exception to this green day today is miners. That is to say GDX. We're down about 2/3% on this. And I don't know if I pointed out yesterday because I only sort of dawned on me the importance of this trend line recently. But this had been resistance, and then support for a while. But we again appear to be, if you'll take note of yesterday's high, treating this line as resistance. And we have burned off a little of yesterday's gain. But my hope / belief is that rounded top there will win the day. So the trend line so far has done its job. It's held the price back. It really, of course, depends on things like gold, obviously, which has a much sloppier top now, which is not complete, although silver does have a complete top, and that may be of aid to bringing GDX down. So again, just looking at XAU in general, which is the different cash-based representation with GDX trades, we've got a nice topping pattern here, a little bit of a violation yesterday, but nothing too serious. I'm also continuing to be fond of the oil producers on the short side, even though oil itself, which is an extremely sloppy pattern lately, has been quite strong in recent weeks. We've got another big green today on USO, but XOP is up, but relatively modestly, considering what crude oil is doing. You can see we've got a doji candle on this. We've had a big run higher on XOP, but the higher we get, the more overhead supply it's running into. And so things like COP, like so, and BP, like so, I believe are very clean setups for any energy bearish prospects. So getting back some ratio charts you've seen from time to time, the big theme for me continues to be the same. Based on long-term, that is to say, multi-decade history, the relationship between equities and real money, that is to say, precious metals, looks like it's turning lower. These reversal tops try to illustrate that. This is all world equities versus gold. This is the Dow Jones Composite versus silver. This is the Russell 2000 versus silver. I'm only mixing things up here to show you it's just not one very, very specific odd instance. It's pretty universal. Some form of equity, take your pick, versus gold or silver. They all tend to look like these major topping patterns. And one last thing, of course, to keep an eye on is interest rates. Because it seemed to me a month or two ago that interest rates perhaps were topping and we're heading for much, much lower levels. Doesn't seem to be looking that way right now. Bonds continue to be very weak, and rates are starting to bust out above what seemed to have been at the time reversal patterns. Instead, they're just getting stronger, which might imply that inflation is going to come back. All right, bottom of the hour, I shall say farewell, and another chopped up weekends. We've got a normal weekend here and a 4-day trading week next week, Thursday being closed. So I'll see you on Monday, and you have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tastytrade account and get on.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Beth got us presents. What is this all about?
This is so nice.
Oh, a little mini fridge. I love it.
Oh,
I love
look
it.
at that. And it's red.
It goes well with my Mr. Coffee here.
She gives you something hot. She gives you something cold.
Tom's is a regift.
What? Man.
Beth wrapped up something that she'd already given you.
No, I think I've given you this before.
I want the refrigerator.
It's for your pistachios.
It's for
Pistachio. No, you put your pistachios on top. You stick your nuts in the. You don't have to take it out. You stick your nuts in the little space, the little hole. Don't
And
use that hole for anything else.
Shells in there. Yes, to keep it clean.
I love it. Good job, Beth. Good job out of you.
I want the mini fridge.
Aw, you're literally a billionaire. You could buy your own mini fridge.
So if you're in a random store, right? You're at Trader Joe's.
Okay.
Okay.
Trader Joe's.
You're standing on.
Am I holding a cart or am I pushing?
You're holding a little
basket. I got a little basket.
Okay, you're Trader Joe's.
Okay, that's fits me.
Random guy, me.
Yeah.
Standing in front of you. You don't know me.
Stands in front of me. Okay.
Right in front of me. I turn around. You look at me. My fly is open.
Nah.
Do you say anything?
I think so.
It's a serious question.
I think
you don't
so.
Say anything.
I am not clocking men's in the line.
I would say,
do that.
Hey, your fly's open.
I would do that.
I would think it's a trap that he would want me to talk with, like, purposefully. So I'm not going to say anything.
What if he says to you, more importantly, what if I'm the dude in front of you?
Yeah, do not
my fly
engage.
is open, and you say, hey, your fly is open. I go,
thanks.
Do you like that?
I would like.
What do you say next?
Thanks.
I want to go home.
I was a late bloomer.
Were you too busy?
Yeah, I was an athlete. I was.
Oh yeah. You're too busy with Aragon and Argon?
Yeah.
In the shower, what's your go-to for soap?
Like a Dove liquid soap.
Thank you.
Unscented.
Thank you. Liquid soap.
Yeah.
These two guys,
liquid soap.
These two guys use a bar. I'm like, what year were you born that you still use? It's disgusting.
Pretty disgusting.
Huh?
I can't stand liquid soap.
So that when you pick it up, there's hair all over the bar, and you're, oh my God, it's disgusting. Like, actually, I got to remember in your bathroom, do you have a pump with liquid soap, or do you have a bar in your bathroom in the first floor?
No. Communal bathroom used the liquid soap.
Yeah, right.
This I have to hear. What's the logic that in a communal bathroom it's liquid, but in your private?
Yes, I agree with Tony.
They're not cleaning their in my powder room. Okay, that's the logic.
Oh my God.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Got the need for speed? No problem. At Tastytrade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tastytrade, make your move.
Ring the alarm, hey, ring the alarm, boys. Turn up the charm. Listen up, y'all. Get out the damn stall. It's the last call. Hey, the last call. The last call. The last call.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with the closing bell. Sadnov, by the dip yesterday, I think somebody said that. Even the S&Ps are up $71, Sadnov. They're just about 10 handles off of their highs. NASDAQ up 340, Russell up 34, and the Dow up 310. The Dow up 310 is the weakest of the groups. Now, volatility in by a full dollar, under 17, volatility collapsing, taking back 3 or 4 days worth of volatility expansion with the contraction today. Bonds, sick puppy, Sadnov, 113.16. I mean,
I know.
Do the bonds even have a pulse?
I know.
I mean, why trade bonds when, markets are moving, 2, 3, 5% in a day? I mean, you got stocks today to the upside, like, I don't know, like MSTR up $40.
know, I saw it.
Tesla up $30.
You know what's crazy? I traded TLT today for the first time in a long time. The market's in there.
Do you feel dirty and regret it?
No, the markets are 1 penny wide.
Oh, they're back?
Yeah, they were 1 penny wide.
Yeah,
I was trading.
Right. They're 1
Feb
penny
options.
Wide. Yeah,
I was trading Feb options. They were penny wide.
Yeah,
and I was like,
penny wide. Now.
I haven't traded this in a while. They're freaking penny wide.
Yeah, because I remember they were getting to be 8, 10, 15 cents wide. They were horrible.
Yeah, they were penny wide today. I was like in shock. I was like, man, I haven't looked at this in a long time.
And you want to know what else? Sound off here? No skew on either side.
No skew. Well, you're not. That makes sense to me in the bonds.
Why do you say that?
Just because there's nothing there. I mean,
usually there'll be a little. I mean, don't you expect a little bit of call skew on a product that allegedly has a floor that has not had an uptick?
I'm just gonna say that it doesn't. I'm not in shock. I'm not in shock.
Doesn't bode well for the Bulls, I wouldn't think.
Wow, there is nothing. There is, yeah, there were some moves today. The Tesla move probably more than anything else surprised me today, because when I was sitting there looking at Tesla yesterday, I'm thinking to myself, okay, this stock's having a hard time keeping its head above water. And all of a sudden today, it's like yesterday didn't happen. In fact, they took out the highs from yesterday.
Oh, yeah, definitely took out that weight. Well, yeah, for sure. They took out the highs. They're back to where it closed the day before, if that's what you're talking about. Yes, because it opened lower by 20 points yesterday.
Yeah, that was
back
crazy.
over. I was flirting with 410, Sosnoff. Flirting with 410.
So yeah, and 410 was the pre-market highs yesterday morning. Right around 410. That was probably my biggest surprise.
Yeah,
that was probably my biggest surprise. The other surprise was that after the first hour today, the S&Ps they didn't even budge. After the first hour.
Yep, that's true.
So no budging.
No budging.
Yeah.
Get in the back of the line.
Yeah. I guess those are my biggest surprises. Plus, NVIDIA getting back up near its highs at 144.5. That was just a crazy move today. I'm going to check my SMH position. I forgot to look at it earlier. No, it's fine.
SMH has NVIDIA, and it has to be higher today, higher by $7. Yes.
Yeah. My biggest loser today was the Russell versus the NASDAQ and bonds.
Oh, yeah, that's not bueno.
Yeah, the Russell versus the NASDAQ and bonds. That's my biggest loser today. Let's take a look and see if there's anything else on the screen that jumps up. Not really.
They're trying to ruin your 2025 side. I don't know if you got a couple of ticks here to the upside, and they're going to ruin your 2025 so soon.
Yeah, they're not going to ruin it, but
I know. They're going to take away.
They're going to take away my profits from yesterday because I didn't have up 70 today on my expectations for today. I thought they would. I thought there was
that's your problem, Salzov. You're not a big enough thinker. That's it. You got to start thinking bigger.
I'm trying.
I know you are.
I'm trying. I'm just not very good.
Start thinking outside the box here a little bit.
Anyway, so let's see what happens.
What's getting hurt today, Sadnov? Let's take a look. Carvana down almost.
Apple.
Apple's still down $1.16. Yeah.
Hasn't budged all day.
No.
But other than Apple on my screen, Boeing,
Apple.
Down
$1.90. Yeah, but that's had a nice rally the last month and a half or so.
Boeing, Apple, and then there's some marginal stocks like Adobe and things like that, and Carvana, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
But the Boeing move.
Royal Caribbean finally having a downtick of $1, Sosnoff.
Boeing's down, but I have to tell you something. Boeing's down, but Boeing also is a stock that they killed premium in today, murdered it.
Yeah,
Literally
and
murdered it.
it's about time. The last day and a half, 2 days, they've been taking a little bit of premium out of Boeing, but Boeing hung in there for quite some time. It's still at a good IB rank of 48, by the way. And you can see here how that volatility curve down the bottom is just starting to tick down ever so slightly.
Yeah, there were some stocks. You're right. Coinbase was one of them. Crazy move in there, among other things. Yeah. I was kind of
Coinbase up 5%. That's a decent sized move.
Yeah. Coinbase.
And we didn't have a
5%.
We didn't have a downtick in the market today, Saz. I mean, early on when the market was trying to get its, bearings to it, it would go from, up 35 or 40 to up 25. And I thought at least the day was kind of done. Like, there we are. I didn't think we were going to sell off, but I figured we'd be up 25, 30 and, play around all day until we came on the show again. Like now, I didn't think we'd double the even the S&Ps to be up 70. That I didn't see.
Yeah. Well, this morning early they were up 50, and I'm like, But yeah, I don't like up 70 handle days. The second day of the year, I don't like those.
Last year we made the low on the second day. This year we might have made the low on the first day.
I don't think so. I don't think so. The question is, do we make the high on the second day? I think there's a better chance they make the high on the second day than the low on the first day.
Oh, look at you getting all philosophical.
Philosophical. I am very philosophical, but I'm way more betting that today is a high than a low.
Volatility all day long, depressed.
Oh, volatility got crushed. Volatility got crushed all day.
And going into a weekend, sometimes it can keep its head up. Going into a weekend, it did not keep its head up at all.
Yep. No. Today, sometimes we laugh when we say they took out, the whole weekend and all this stuff.
Yeah.
They took out the weekend.
Yeah. You got, what do you got? You got PMI coming out on Monday.
I don't even know what PMI is.
Premenstrual institutions.
Okay, perfect.
You got initial jobless claims coming out on Thursday, so maybe volatility will stay bid after Monday, Tuesday.
Please, you think this market cares about initial jobless claims? Give me a break.
I think volatility stays a little elevated for 20.
I think volatility stays elevated for a different reason. Volatility stays elevated because in the first 2 days of the year, the first day of the year we were up 60, down 60, and the second day of the year we were unchanged to up 70 or 80. So I think that, you're talking about, volatility is going to stay elevated, but not because it cares about the unemployment or jobs creation. It cares about the fact that the S&Ps are all over the place. There's a lot of people.
You still got a 16 volatility VIX or /VX.
I know what you got. That's what I'm saying, but it's out. Yeah. It's crushing it each day so far, the first 2 days, and which does not bode well for the zero DT players, by the way.
You're right. You need to be a little bit more directional. It's going to be hard to sell.
It bode well for the put sellers. It did not bode well for the zero DT traders. Right. So that will be an interesting.
Every dog has their day, Sosnoff. Every dog has their day.
Yes. We got 15 minutes left in the trading day. It's the end of the first crazy kind of week because it's only been a 2-day week for 2025.
25. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And some big arse movement already. Wild.
Did you trade some SPX puts or something?
I did.
Oh, look at you. Trying to make yourself a couple of scalps here on the close. I see this. I see you.
Have a little fun on the close. Just playing the cash close. I decided in 2025 I'm going to get back to one of the things that I love to do in my trading career.
Made you the Saz that we know or used to know and love. Yes, I remember that, Saz. You were quote unquote by you and your mother that you were the best last 10-minute trader that the world had ever seen in the OEX. I think that's what she said.
I was up there. I felt like I was.
You were up there. Yes,
I felt like I was. I felt like I was one of the best last 10-minute traders. And
yeah, you were always mentioned in the top 3 for sure. 1, 2, 3, whatever order you got. You were always wheeled. You were always wheeled.
So
for who
I
was
decided, and I didn't trade any last year. I didn't trade any of the last 10 minutes of the day, at all. So this year I decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to play around with some 0 DT SPX. I'm not going to play around with it for the last couple of hours because I actually don't like trading based on our research. I don't like trading the last couple of hours on the SPX, but the last 15, 20 minutes, I'm all in.
I'm all in. That's famous last words. I'm all
in until it doesn't work.
Beautiful.
I'm all in until it doesn't work. So we'll see.
I'm all in until it doesn't work. And it doesn't work one time, I'm going to be out so fast, going to make your head spin.
There is no getting out. When you're trading for the last tick of the day, there's no out.
You are right. Yeah.
There's no out. You're in. It is what it is, and there's nothing you can do about it. And Godspeed.
You're either going to be in or you're going to get bigger, right? I mean, that's what's really going to happen.
Well, I made a bunch of trades today, like 85 different trades, and I was all over the place. Some were opening, some were adjusting, kept my positions in line all day. Today was one of those days when, I rolled up from the opening bell to the closing bell. I rolled up stuff from the opening bell to the closing bell. I never stopped rolling up the entire day. And
you want to know something? Every one of them was a good roll. The earlier you did it, the better off you were.
Every single one of them today was a good roll. Not one of them came back to haunt us.
No, of course not. No, they couldn't. Right.
So I'm happy about that. I don't know. It'll be an interesting. Don't forget, we have a show Sunday night. So if you are so inclined, 4:55 Sunday night will be Victor. Chris Vecchio will be sitting in for me, and Victor Jones and Chris Vecchio will do the show along with Ilya Spivak and Pete Momat. I will be at our Sunday night crypto event in Chicago. We have a fun one-night crypto roundtable, and with Ryan Grace. So if you're in Chicago and you want to sign up for it, it's waitlist only right now because we're out of space. But tastylive.com/events, you can sign up on the waitlist, and who knows, maybe if somebody cancels, you'll get in if you're in Chicago.
Awesome. Love to see you there, Saz. You gonna send a car for me? Because I know I'm valuable cargo. If it's snowing or something like that, I know you don't want to.
Well, the good news is we don't have to
go in harm's way
because you're going to be bringing the food for us.
No, you got Jimmy Bread from Algonquin supplying all the food for you. I've been replaced.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but you got to go get it because it might be bad weather. So you got the car that doesn't have an issue. So
Got it. Thank the Lord for that. Right.
You got to scoopy and get whatever you need to. Anyway, let's take a look. What do you think about next week here?
Wow. Beginning of the year, volatility contracting, going into the inauguration. I know you didn't like crypto.
Inauguration? That's not for another 2 weeks. I thought that's on the 20th,
you think
right?
The market is preemptive, isn't it? It's not like it's not trading here and now.
It's predictive. It's predictive.
Predictive. It's trading in the. Sorry, thank you, Yogi Berra moment. It's having it's one of those things. That's correct.
Yeah.
So I think crypto continues to go higher. Probably makes new high. I think the market makes highs. Easy. A path of least resistance, Sosnov.
I'm going to be fascinated if that is the case early in the year. I do not think it is going to be the case at all. I think we remain incredibly whippy for quite some time to come. But I do think that the biggest risk this market has, the absolute biggest risk, is post January. What's the date of January expiration? Is it 1/17?
I believe so. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it's a Friday's expiration 1/17, and Monday is the Martin Luther King holiday.
Inauguration moved to January 20th. Sorry, beginning in 1937.
Well, What'd you say? January expiration is what day?
No, inauguration day was moved to January 20th.
Right, that's why I said January 20th. So expiration is the 14th. I mean the 17th, and I believe the 20th is Martin Luther King's birthday, right? It's a Monday. Is it a Monday?
I believe so.
I think it's a Monday. I think it's the holiday. It's a Monday because the 17th, 18th is
January
20th.
You are correct. 30th anniversary.
Right. So I think that starting that Tuesday,
it's the same day, inauguration and Martin Luther King.
Right. So I think starting that Tuesday, that's when the market becomes very vulnerable from the end of January through the first or second week of February is, to me, the most vulnerable time for the market because historically, the end of January to early February and then again in early March have been the times when the market has seemed most vulnerable to me for a change of direction. A lot of times we make the low and sometimes we make the high then. So I'm thinking that after January 20th, so the 21st on is when the market becomes most vulnerable. Between now and then, I think you're going to see a very choppy market. I don't think this is going to be a one-way express to the moon.
I don't think it's going to be a one-way express to the moon either. But nothing has held this market down solid enough. And just because we change a calendar year, I don't think it has much bearing on the market itself. So nothing's fundamentally changed here. Why can't you expect more of the same? I know prices are getting a little bit extreme. I'll give you that.
You can,
but they sold off going into the end of the year. So that we had one of our first 4-day sell-offs that I could remember in 2024.
We're right back. We're 2% off our highs.
We're right. Even the S&Ps are flirting with 6,000 again. We got up to close to 6,200. We got down to 5,800. We're at 6,000. We're in the middle of the range. This move is in its infancy, Saz, not in its infancy.
I'll take that. Hello? I just hope. Here's my wish for 2025 is that it's more cyclical than 2024. That we get up moves and down moves. I think that's every trader's wish is that it's not just one directional. Sure, I don't care if Nvidia goes up. I don't care if Nvidia goes up $6 today, as long as it's down $5 one day next week.
I think Nvidia was the most active stock today, by the way, option wise.
Yeah, probably. Well, Tesla's probably right there too.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Nvidia, Tesla, probably 1 and 2, and then you've got probably SPX. What? Hold on, let me see what the futures traded today. Oh, it's pretty light. Yeah. Nvidia. I would say Nvidia and Tesla are 1 and 2 as far as option volume goes, for sure.
Yeah, totally.
I just looked at the S&P's only traded 1 million cards. It's not that much. But this was kind of a chip day. But Coinbase and MSTR had big days too, and
all the crypto, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all the crypto. I don't really have anything with really any kind of downside moves, but we will see. We will see. I'm kind of getting into. I'm kind of thinking it's going to be a fun one. I think it's actually going to be, if the first 2 days are any indication, not higher or lower, because I think that's kind of crappy. I think the first 2 days are an indication of how much fun this year is going to be, because the amount of action and stuff like that. If that's the case, then we're in good shape.
Yeah, 2025 is going to be fun. Totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
2025 is going to be fun. And if I get back to trading SPX options, I will be. It'll be something different for me.
Well, you started now. How are you putties? You should buy those putties back. They're done. 10 cents. Yeah, look at you.
So sold them at 80, bought them at 10.
Sold them at 90 and 80, 85. Bought them back at 10.
Oh, okay, whatever.
I'm sorry. I know. Now, I remember for a teeny, which was $6.25.
I cut your nose off.
Yeah, no doubt. Now $10, almost an eighth. You're like, I don't care. It's no big deal.
$10, I cut your nose right off. But yeah, I kind of like trading the. I've always liked trading the last 5 or 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of my commitments to this year is to get back to trading some SPX options at the end of the day. So today we just started it, sold a couple of puts. We'll start doing that every day. Sell some puts, sell some calls, whatever way I think. It's a crapshoot. I know.
It is a crapshoot. You know that, but you like being engaged like that.
I like being engaged.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I sold those puts. They got up to $1.40. So they weren't.
After you sold them.
Yeah.
They got up to. Yeah.
They went 140 bid.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like nothing's ever a layup. Just so you know.
No, it doesn't usually work that way. Where you just do something, it goes exactly the way you need it immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, you get that happen twice a year. Just so you know.
Twice a year. That's it.
That's it. Twice a year.
That's funny.
Yeah. Okay. I'm ready. I am not what I thought was going to happen today, but we survived. I really don't like the fact that the bonds were a point higher this morning. That's my killer. You little bastards. And the notes are down big too. So
notes are down. Equally as depressing as
U.S. dollar was down today for a change, though. That's a good thing. That's at least something. But the Russell had not a very good day against the S&Ps and not a good day against the NASDAQ. Oof. NASDAQ up 344 and Russell only up 35. That's a tough one. And my RSP trade versus the SPYs, no bueno there either.
Yeah, you were correct this morning when you corrected me on that too. You're right.
Yeah, no bueno.
It continues to widen. You can put it on even better than Tom has it.
You can do it way better.
Way better.
Yep, way better. Anyway, let's see how much time we got left.
Not much. About 2 minutes.
Yeah. All right. Any other words of wisdom here?
I will say this. I got a couple of emails and on Twitter that you're asking people for money for crypto and a new venture that you started and everything else like that.
What are you talking about?
On X, you've got some fraud going on. I've already alerted the team, but if anybody ever asks you for anything, we don't do that. If we give you a QR code to download and go to our site, that's not us. We don't do that. If you're gonna hear about something, you'll hear about it right here, and we'll tell you about it. And it's always going to be free.
If there are scammers out there that steal our Twitter and Facebook and stuff, if we ever solicit anybody for any money or any money management or anything like that, ever, it's not us.
That's right.
It's not us.
Please
if we ever ask you to buy something, if we ever ask you for any of your personal information, if we ever ask you for anything, I promise you it is not us.
That's right.
So please don't ever respond to any of that stuff in any kind of a positive way.
Very good, sir.
Yeah, that's a little scary. I don't like that.
It is scary, and it's not cool. I think most people are hip enough to kind of know what's going on, but
we have a fraud team, and we do report everything, and we're pretty good about getting our team on all over everything. But I didn't know there was the Twitter thing today.
Yep, absolutely. But I got you, boss. Don't worry about it. Even the S&P is going to close here on their high, sounding off just a handle or two away from it, up 74.5.
Yeah, that's the way I played it on the SPX because I felt that they weren't going to mark them down today.
All right, my friend, we're going to take a quick 90-second break. We're going to come back. We're not going to come back on Sunday, but the rest of the team's going to come back on Sunday. Hopefully, we see everybody at our crypto party, 6 o'clock on Sunday. Sosnoff, you have a good day. Enjoy your grandson. Be well, and peace.